What's up, everybody? 1 second, I forgot one thing. 1 sec. Okay, and there we go. Good afternoon, everybody. It's me, the artisanmc, and this is the hero's journey. If you can hear me clearly, give me a 1 in the chat real quick because I have to check something. So I didn't realize my mic settings had changed. I watched the last 2 episodes of this and it sounded really echoey and I couldn't understand why. And I looked at it today and the sound was going through my camera and not through this microphone like it's supposed to. So I'm sitting here talking into the mic and it's all coming from the camera. So hopefully on a playback, I will see that this is not echoing. It's actually coming through where it's supposed to. Okay, I see some ones. Cool. All right, so shout out to who's in here. Shout out to the early bird, Malika Me Bang. Was good to my cinephilic brother. What's good, Malika? The reading is coming along good. I'm getting a lot of ideas out about this stuff. And I thought of something to do, I'll tell you a bit later. Shout out to Sportaholic. What's good, Sportaholic? You said peace to Malika. You didn't say nothing to the host. Okay. I'm sensitive. No. Shout out to Aquatech. He said a geekelite assemble. Absolutely. Appreciate you coming through, Aquatech. And also appreciate you, Aquatech, for supporting the stream already. I think it went through because Super Chat is acting, not Super Chat, but Cash App is acting slow. It's funny that everything works fine until I start streaming, and then everything is slow motion, which is irritating to me. I think quicker than this. So shout out to Aquatech for supporting the stream. The banner is going across the bottom of the screen. So to Aquatech, appreciate you. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Running up, never let a hard time on us.
Salute to the Maple Leaf. Andre is through the building. What's good, Andre? Shout out to the Swift Battle. He said Geek Sunday. Appreciate you, Swifty, and I will give you that 3B salute for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, Swift. Now, I'll put that in there because I do want to hear people's feedback today on this turd of a show that we got out here today. Not this show, but the Acolyte. You already know. You already know. If you don't know what this was going to have to be about, then you just missing the boat. Because look, I had to remember all the shit I've talked about the rest of the week, talking about this show with other geeks. What else is in there? That's it. Sportaholic. Let's see Sportaholic in there. I got it. Gave him his props. Red Pill Sleeper Cell. It's good, Red Pill. Like that sound wave. Bot. He's a bot. Okay. Cool. Andre said halfway through House of the Dragon, finally just in time for season 2. Yeah, you catching up just in time because I just saw a trailer this morning when I woke up for House of the Dragon 2 again. I'm like, yeah, I'm pumped. Next week is gonna be on. Next week is gonna be on. I'm looking forward to that show so badly. You just do not know. What's good, studio? Studio in the building. Yeah, some good comments in the comment section. And drink some orange juice because I think I'm getting sick. My supervisor and some other dumbass dude got sick at work. My supervisor was working with me Friday. And I think he may have gotten me sick. We ain't kiss him, no shit like that, but I didn't know he was sick. I didn't know he went home until closer to the end of the day, and I've been having some weird shit happening since then. So, I get angry when I get sick. I should say angrier. He says salute to you. And who else we got? Trey been in the hospital since Monday, so I've been watching shows. Hope you're doing all right, man. I hope you in the hospital visiting or banging a nurse, not under some care. Most of y'all know I do have a father, and my father has been having some issues, so he's in the hospital right now. I didn't find out till yesterday that he was getting a breathing treatment because he has COPD and he has some cancer in his lung. So my sister and all my cousins, which are mostly females now, are kind of freaking out about it. But he was in the hospital getting a breathing treatment when I went to the Bill Burr show yesterday. So I got to call him today to see how things are going and progressing, because there's a lot of I'm getting up to that age where all of my elders are probably going to be suffering or shuffling off this bitch. And I don't say that with any glee. I just understand that this is the process that is going to be happening. And understanding what my role is and all of that is curious. It is curious because a lot of these people I don't have a lot of contact with often. I don't. They don't have a lot of it with me. But I am the oldest grandchild, oldest son, all of that shit. And they don't have much contact with me, communication-wise. So it's going to be interesting to see how that stuff all shakes out when it comes down to all these decisions and shit that have to be made. Because inevitably someone will look to me for that decision making. And it'll fall to me not because I was prepared for that role. It'll fall to me just because that is a role I should have been prepared for. And they never did. That's one of the things with Gen Xers that a lot of our older generations tried to throw us away. They really did. So in some ways, they will hate the fact that they have to rely on us at some point. But that's going to be what it is. You didn't raise anybody behind you to do this shit either. So because we were out there on our own, discovering our adulthood in our own mind, and we have our own way that we move. Nobody else behind us that follows them can do anything that we can do. They're not sufficient enough. That's why everybody is worried about what's going to happen to the family after this one person passes. Because they were never put in a position to actually surpass them or do better than them. So they could carry that weight. It's going to be some interesting shit. So, so let's see. Andre wants to run a different show that I'm running all through the chat. That's cool, I guess. Blood clots in my legs and low. Blood clots. Booyaka. Hope they got them, because blood clots are a killer. Thank you for that, Aquateki. Yeah. I mean, it's just what it is. It's what happens when you smoke for long periods of time. I was out with the professor yesterday and was telling about when I used to smoke cigars and what I told my kids about smoking cigars, how stupid it was, that when I was doing it, I was just trying to kill myself, because my father's mother died from lung cancer. In her last days, when she met my son, because my son was born right before she passed, right? She was on a whole oxygen tank and everything. She was. Shout out to Mini Range. And so when I was smoking, knowing my father's mother died from lung cancer, predisposition to cancer. My father has a predisposition to cancer, right? When he was young, he had to have some of his back removed for cancer, right? He smoked and drank for a while. And 10 years ago, he had started smoking again because he lost his girlfriend, his longtime girlfriend. He lost her. And all those extra years that he had smoked and stopped and then went back, it didn't help him. His lungs and stuff like that are really messed up. So that's why he has COPD and whatnot. So cancer coming back is a bitch. He has it in his lung. I told you guys last year that they were talking about removing a portion of his lung. You don't want that shit. He's stubborn. It's my pops. Yeah, a straight up Leo. He is a Leo. He's not doing that shit. So he's getting a lot more issues with breathing and stuff like that because of that. So it's a tough situation when I can say you're on the margins, when your care is somewhat dependent on people who can't provide it for you or county. It's a tough situation. And you're a black man, people ain't really trying to save your ass. So, with that being said, it is a bit interesting to understand how all of this stuff is going to shake out. Not to be a downer, it's not a downer situation, it's just life. It's just how things are going. But because of that predisposition to cancer in my grandmother, in my father, when I started smoking cigars, it was stupid because I'm smart enough to know better. And that was also why I quit. Didn't need to. Understood what I was doing it for, and I didn't need to do it anymore. Cold turkey, threw that shit away, and that was the end of it. Because until you cannot breathe, you don't understand that breathing is the most precious gift that your ass actually has. Until you gasping for that next breath, or you can't catch it. All the rest of this shit can fall away, but the act of breathing is more precious to your ass in one moment than anything else in the world if you can't get it again. So I stopped smoking. So a lot of my friends, younger than me or whatever, really get into smoking cigars and all the rest of that shit. And I was like, yeah, they cool looking. Yeah, I've done it and stopped because I understand how much tar I'm actually packing onto my fucking lungs and what people look like who are dying from smoking. Throat cancer, mouth cancer. And nigga, these cancers ain't turning you into the Hulk, okay? They're not. They are aggressive and they cause a lot of damage to your body, which is why I don't. I know I'm not going to live forever, but I'd like to live as long as I actually can because I'm just interested in life. I'm not interested into a quick ride and a slow, agonizing death. That's not my fucking deal. Yeah, Herb, I put the cigar down back, after my son was born, a bit after that. Because when I found out I was having a child, I did lose my goddamn mind. I did. I never wanted to be a father in that sense because I thought I would be a terrible father. I never really had a solid father in my life or a good example. I thought I didn't want to be responsible for fucking somebody else up. I really didn't. I was like, no, I can't do this. I can't. I don't know how to do this. And I kind of lost my mind for a little while. Dropped out of college and everything. Just started throwing myself into work. Drinking a lot, smoking weed, smoking cigarettes, cigars. I was doing the most. And that's why when I can look back and tell my children I was trying to kill myself. I was, without actually doing it. Because I didn't know how to do what was going to be asked of me next. I wasn't prepared for that shit. Wasn't trained for that. Didn't think I was. I actually was. I had to babysit way too many other people's kids. So my mother and their mother can go out and have a good time. In the hot girl independent 80s. So, but when I smartened up, realizing I didn't want certain things, certain tiers of things has to happen with your children. And one of the things you're going to have to do with your children is talk to them about smoking or drugs or getting tattoos and all that kind of shit that you, in some senses, might want or don't want them to do. I never wanted to lie to my children, and I wasn't going to start by doing something that they can actually question me on. It's like, well, why are you doing this if you don't want me to do it? Oh, because I told you so. Do as I say, not as I do. Bullshit. If you can't follow your own fucking advice, why should they? Why should they? So I stopped doing it. Because I wouldn't have a leg to stand on to tell my son not to do something that I was actively doing in his fucking face. Stupid. He's going to want to be like me regardless. Without any interference from the outside world. His mother, family members, or anything else that just think, oh, well, he's not that good of a man. Why you having my goddamn baby? I didn't ask for that shit. Without all that other influence, he would want to be like me. He would model himself after me. And I had to realize at a young age what model I wanted to set for him, what example I wanted to show him. And it wasn't smoking weed, drinking heavy, and smoking cigars. That was not the example I wanted to set for him. So I stopped doing that shit. It was better for it. I could breathe easier at work. I had more energy to play around with his ass and shit like that. There was less coughing and hacking going on, which is your body trying to reject the shit that you're putting into it. Because in a small sense, smoking seems fun till you in a house fire trying to escape and breathing smoke. Then you realize your body is not built to ingest smoke. It can do it at considerable damage, but it's not healthy for it to do it because it's not designed for that shit. All right? It's like drowning. You know what keeps fish from drowning? Fucking gills, because they're designed to breathe that shit. You are not. And you get too much of it in you, your ass will die. It's the same thing with smoke. You're not designed for that. Don't look like a goddamn dragon. What up, Noir Truth? So I stopped doing a lot of that shit just for the example I wanted to set for my children. Now, I did tell you guys last year I had a really interesting time with Black Bane and my son at my granddaughter's birthday party. That we're out there sitting outside, and me and Black Bane are sitting out there talking geek shit. And he gave me a cigar, and I smoked a cigar because I can smoke one every once in a while if I feel like it. But I always do it when I choose to. It's not because of the situation. It's not because people are around. I do shit because I want to, not because it's required of me by the situation. Fuck you. I'm nonconformist in that way. But I was curious about what he was smoking. He really into smoking cigars now. I look at it as, man, that's 30 years ago for me. But me and Black Bang cool as shit. And we sitting out there chopping it up. Fuck it. Yeah, I'll smoke a cigar. Yeah, let me try this bitch. And we sat out there smoking some cigar and having a good time, just being, grown ass men. And my son comes outside with his friends and, his brother-in-law and whatnot. And they vaping or whatever. And I looked at my son. I didn't like seeing him do that, but I'm like, what can I say to him? He fucking 30-something years old. He can do whatever the fuck he want to. So it was just a moment that all three of us were sitting out there bullshitting and really understanding that my son is his own man. He has his own family, his own responsibilities, his own struggles. He is his own man. He's choosing to do what he wants to. But I also realized that was the first time he'd ever seen me smoke anything. The first time. 30. Took him 30 years to see me smoke anything. And yes, I'm there smoking like a big dog, like I've been doing it forever. Because I did do it for a long goddamn time. But I never lied to him about that shit. Yeah, I did smoke and I stopped. Because I was being stupid. With my predisposition, that was the dumbest shit ever. I might as well set myself on fire. But that's how I am. I don't mince words with my kids. I tell them the truth. The world will lie to them, not me. I'll always tell them the truth. That's why they know they can ask me anything. Because I'm not going to bullshit and I'm not going to sugarcoat. Because if you ask the question, you're grown enough to ask the question, you're grown enough to get an answer. Know thyself, Neo. Corrosion of conformity, yeah. The other one that goes with that is the diffusion of responsibility. Because you're in the crowd, you have no reason to act like you got some damn sense and just go with the rest of the flock. Well, everybody else was doing it. It's not everybody else's responsibility for what you do, dumbass. Coward. What up, Noir Truth? He said, good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. That's right. You're on the East Coast. My parents told me how many friends and bad influence they had to cut off once they had children. Yeah. One of my last apprentices in the trade was Jared, white boy. Called him White Lightning, right? Because he's an apprentice. The hammer never hit in the same spot twice. Called him Lightning. I got everybody else calling him Lightning. We on a job full of Latino dudes. They all calling him Lightning. But Jared, no, not Jared. That's Lightning, man. Go get Lightning. He's my apprentice. He was good. I turned him into a really good carpenter. I really did. But he was like 24, and this was back in go back in the Wayback Machine with Artisan. Oh my God, when was this? 2000 and maybe 4. No, it was like 2007. He was 24. He was with his girl. Him and his girl had been together like 4 or 5 years, been to high school together and all that shit, and they were having their first child. And he was trying to clean up his life because his father was kind of a big wig in a company, one of the owners of the company. And so he got his son a job so he can clean up his shit and take care of his family, which is good. And I respect that because he's really trying. And one of the conversations we had at work, because, you know, when you work around men, you actually have grown up male conversations about shit that actually matters. And it's about dealing with his girl and then more so dealing with his homeboys. Because homeboys were some Latino dudes and they was into doing some gang shit and stuff like that. But he was really trying to figure out how to balance that out between trying to do right by his family and his friends giving him shit about, oh man, you don't hang like you used to. You don't drink as much as you used to. Man, you're supposed to want to be out and get fucked up. Fuck that bitch. Look, bro. And I told him flat out, I said, you will inevitably, if you take this road to manhood that you're on right now, you'll have to cut off some of your friends because you will understand that they're not your friends and they don't mean you any good. They're not there for you to do better. They're there for you to do worse than them. You know, like running from a bear. They just want to trip you so the bear gets your ass and they can watch from a safe distance. Some of those people you're going to have to cut off. Told them flat out, that's what you're going to have to do. I had to do it. There's certain things with my homeboys, my best homeboys, that they were into and doing that I couldn't even be involved with because of my son. No fucking way, dude. I can't be doing no dumb shit like that. I got my boy to raise. I'm not leaving him to this world alone. Fuck you. Nah, all that shit. Yeah. Oh man, you're gonna be a bitch. I'm just gonna have to be a bitch today, dear. That's just what it's gonna be. Because there's something more important for my life than just doing dumb shit with my friends. I have more responsibilities than just my life. And my responsibility is my son to make sure his life is straight. I can't do that if I'm going to jail for some stupid shit. Fuck no. So with Jared, I told him the same thing. I said, your real friends will understand why you're stepping back the way you are, not getting involved in some of that dumb shit. Because you got your girl who was becoming his wife. They were engaged. And he was about to have his son. Your real friends will understand. And they won't give you shit about it. The ones who keep giving you shit about it ain't your fucking friends. Flat out. Because if they're not supporting you in the good shit that you're doing for yourself, then they ain't your fucking friends. They don't mean you no good. You might as well cut them loose. Because trying to hold on to them is only going to cause a bunch of strife in your situation. It will be lonely, but you can make some new goddamn friends. So he had to do that. He had to do that. For a while, I kept in touch with him, but I lost contact because that's just how I am on work sites. You know, you work in the trade, you work on a lot of big jobs, hundreds of people, and you move around a lot, you can lose contact. I'm not one who makes a lot of fucking phone calls. But my personality is not such that I invite a lot of phone calls either. So it's just what it is. But for a couple of years afterwards, I checked in on him and whatnot and see how he's doing. They were doing great. I believe the last time I talked to him, they were going to have a daughter. He was going to have another kid, but they were still together. Still working in the trade, still taking care of his family, still married to his girl. Good. Awesome. I didn't ask him about them dumb fucks who wasn't doing shit and still trying to get drunk and get into fights and shit like that. They ain't got no direction in life, so they're going to spiral down the drain as much as they can. They have no direction. You do. It's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. So, what did Aquateki say? I'd rather be the bitch who raised my kid who came out decent and productive. Exactly. I was talking about that yesterday, about being proud of being happy. Not just proud, being happy with seeing the people, the adults that my children have become. That is the most fun to me. The most fun. I was looking on Instagram the other day, and my son was posting these pictures from his trip. He's gone for like 2-3 weeks with his family. His family, right? His daughter, his stepson, his girl, mother-in-law, father, they were gone. Through Italy, Croatia, Turkey, it was all over the fucking place. And he's posting these goddamn pictures. And I'm so proud of him for doing that, because I thought about it this way. When he came back to this country that everybody want to talk shit about, he came back to his fucking home that he owns with his family, his child in his house. And he put his little girl to bed in her bedroom in his house. So we're talking about, what are you going to do for Father's Day? I was like, shit, maybe I'll just go see him. Because I'm not worried about that shit necessarily. But I am proud of what he has done for himself, who he has become. And I like looking at that. And I know that my kids see it when I'm around them and we're together, and I get these stupid looks on my face that I'm just marveling at them. Just marveling at them. That's why I told Professor, shit, I still kiss all my kids to this day. I'm not Birdman. I ain't kissing them all on their mouth and shit like that. But I will kiss my son on his forehead. I will. And I told him I always will, because I made this head. This is my little head. Always will. Be embarrassed. I don't give a fuck. But that's because I love them both so much. It's nothing for me to do that. It's appreciating who they are to me and who they are for themselves. And they're decent people. They're not people you would not trust. They're not people that you wouldn't want to be around and hang out with and have good conversations or fun with. They're none of that shit. None of that shit. And it shows in how people want to be with them, be around them, do things for them. They're good people. I told y'all before, if they wasn't my kids, I'd want to be their fucking friend. So, Noir True said, I'm a lame, finished college, got a career, got my own shit without the need of fast money, air quotes. I don't miss the hood or the foolishness. I'm the same thing, Noir. I've been a lame forever. And I understand words, and I never gave a shit, really. Because I know there were certain things I didn't want to go into. Like, I don't have a problem telling people I'm not a hood nigga. I was raised in the hood. I had hood nigga friends. But I'm not a hood nigga. Because I wasn't out there getting in all that shit. I wasn't. For two reasons. One reason is my mother, single mother raised. I had more responsibilities. I was always responsible for my younger brother. We're only 3 years apart. I was always responsible. I had to maintain the house, keep him safe, keep the house safe and shit like that, because mama off working. So I didn't have the ability to just fuck around without knowing that your behavior actually costs other people. It affects other people. I didn't have that idea that I'm just in a bubble and what I do don't matter. It always matters. It always affects something. So my mother kept me away from a lot of that shit. And it's proven that she was on the right side of that when I look at the shit going on with my father. Who can help him? None of them. None of them. I don't even have the... I'm not talking shit about my family, but it'll be a struggle, put it that way. The other reason was it never made much sense to me. A lot of it didn't make much sense to me. I'm a very cerebral and analytical person, right? I'm an artist. So that means I'm thinking about, I'm evaluating, and just really pondering on all of this stuff. And I ask a shitload of questions, if not out loud in my own head, and find answers for those things. It never made much sense to me. Because look at it as like playing chess or checkers, since that's easier for people to understand. Yeah, you can take this one jump here and just be all thrilled of the fact that you got this one piece. But you're not looking at the whole lay of the board. You don't see these three other pieces that can jump your ass and then come all the way back and get kings. You're not thinking about that shit. You're not thinking about how much space you left for this triple jump to fucking happen. Because you made this one move. And because you're not thinking about that shit, you leave yourself open to a world of negative possibilities that your ass don't want. Now you can just say, fuck it, that's just life. Yeah, but what are you saying fuck it about? Your life. Maybe it's because I read too much National Geographic. Maybe it's because I watched too much Wild Kingdom. You know, maybe Jacques Cousteau made too much of an influence on me in my life. But I knew there was other things out there in the world that I wanted to see and fucking do. And certain things will keep me from doing that. So like I said, I've been old for a long time. Yeah, some of my childhood was really fun. It was. But I would never want to go back to being a child because what I wanted to do was be an adult so I can go do this shit. I wasn't reveling in being a child. I was looking forward to being an adult so I can get out in the world and do what the fuck I wanted to. Yeah, childhood was good, but it was a holding pattern for who I really wanted to be. So that's why I say I've been old a long time. I came in the world this way. That was just a preliminary step I had to get through. So I wasn't doing a bunch of dumb shit. I did dumb things because I'm a curious and inquisitive child and I'm daring. I grew up on Evil Knievel, so daredevil shit is what I know. I was a little bit fearless because I would do things to try it. Why the fuck not? I'm not afraid of it. Why? Why not? But certain shit, I knew you to do that. Figured out the end result of it. Not worth it. Never mind. Now that is a fucking skill. I finally honed skill that I just look at things and know when I don't. And I don't care which way the crowd is moving. If I got to cut through the stream, I cut through the stream. If I have to go back the other direction, I go back the other direction. But it's very rarely I'm going the same way everybody else is going. Because that just doesn't feel like me. Like I say, I wear my lame and corny badge proudly. Why the fuck not? Look, I'm a lame because I did graduate from college. I'm a lame because I did get my, what you would consider a degree in carpentry to become a journeyman carpenter. I did my 15,000 hours or whatever the fuck it was. I've worked on these jobs. I did this work. I know how to do these things. I did get my certifications in forklifts and all this other shit, welding, all this stuff. I did do all of that stuff. Yeah, it seems lame as fuck. Which is why when I date and women ask me what I do, nothing exciting and nothing you can get any praise from. I don't. Do I earn money? Yes, I do. Am I breaking the bank? No, I'm not. And I don't really give a shit. So what I do doesn't matter. I'm good at it and I like doing it. And it gives me the freedom to innovate the way I do. So I am who the fuck I am. I like what it is I like. I do things the way I do it. Call it what you want to. It's fucking words. It's not what it means to me. Because I can say specifically, all this shit that people like now, all this entertainment and stuff that people get all jazzed about now was all lame shit when I was young. And I understood that everything turns around. The lame dude today in your school, 3 months time when he come back to school, if he kicks the bully's ass, he is no longer the lame dude. He is now the popular guy. It's just what it is. It's all about perception. And I'm fine with you laboring under the delusion that in some way, because I haven't done certain things, that I'm stupid or I'm lame. No. This is another conversation I had on a job site with a bunch of Latino dudes. And I was talking to a younger apprentice. He looked like fucking Lenny from Of Mice and Men. Well, Latino dude. Big fucking burrito built motherfucker, right? Just like a freak. But he talked about the dumbest stories of how many times he went to jail. Right? How many times he's gone to jail and he's getting into the trade and trying to, clean up his life a little bit, but he's still got this temper and this attitude. And I asked him how much time he had spent in all this. Oh, maybe about 10 years, 15 years. I said, it takes 10 years to be really good at anything. If you spend 10 years doing this shit and all you got to tell me about is how many times you've been to jail, it seems like you're not any good at doing that. You should probably try doing something else. Flat out. Why did I say that? Well, because, a lot of white collar criminals don't get caught. And they can do that shit for years. So what I understand from my little bit of criminal knowledge from doing things, if you get caught, you're not good at it. Eventually you will get caught sometimes, but you don't get caught repeatedly for the same shit. If you get caught repeatedly for the same stuff, you are dumb at this. You are no good at this at all. And my thing is always to be better and better at what you're doing. So if it's fighting, you need to be better at that if you've lost. If it's stealing, you need to be better at that so you don't get caught next time. You need to be getting better no matter what you're doing, crime or honest work. You need to be getting better at that shit. You should be getting caught less, not more. He sat there listening. I told him that shit in front of everybody sitting there having lunch. What is he going to do? Kick my ass? Maybe he could have, but what was it going to change? Nothing. You still got the criminal record, dumbass. It's going to be following you forever. And you trying to outrun it and get from under its shadow to have a decent life for yourself. It's true facts. You already did the shit. Being mad at me ain't changing it. For pointing out the fucking obvious. So I just didn't do certain shit. I knew where it would lead and I didn't want to be there. So I didn't. And I would suffer whatever kind of verbal indignities I would have to. Because they weren't changing my mind. I'm lame because I don't want to be the golden parachute for a lady that hit the wall and cannot be competitive in a dating market. I almost fired up a stream noir Friday night to talk about dating and relationships because, make no mistake about it, I try to tell people this all the time. Yeah, I might be a geek. That is one facet of my personality that I'm into. I'm also a huge fucking nerd. Right? One of the things I get into is relationship stuff. That was why I got into psychology. If I would not have gotten divorced in my final year of college, getting my bachelor's, I would have went straight into my graduate program to become a marriage and family therapist. That's what I would have done. But I got to that point and I got divorced. And because I was having such a fucked up time about it, I didn't think I needed to be in class trying to learn or sitting down trying to counsel people through something I hadn't worked through yet. I didn't think it was smart because I know how much venom was coming up in me. And I hadn't worked out all this shit for myself. There's no way I'm going to sit down and be giving somebody else some fucked up information and some bad advice to go out and fuck their life up more. I don't think, personally, I don't think marriage and family therapists should even be able to be one if you haven't been married and had kids. If you cannot prove you have a successful relationship with respect, communication, and all that shit. No, I don't think you should. Because what are you fucking talking about? Just from a book? You have no experience with this. So who are you teaching? Because understand, I'm coming from a union background and understanding that people who have experience teach to people who don't. If all your experience came from a book, you have no experience with actually being in a relationship like this. So what advice are you giving me? No, there should be a cutoff for that shit. That would keep all these young 25, 30-year-old women from running into that shit and fucking up other people's relationships. Tragically single, serial monogamy, hoe hopping therapist. It's all the man's fault. You need to go. Anyway, that's what it was for. I get into talking about relationships and figuring out how to make relationships and shit like that work. And my approach would have been more cognitive behavioral instead of the touchy-feely part. And I was going into a field I already knew up front don't have a lot of black men in it. When I was going to school for that shit, it was about 80-something% women. And MFT was the easy route to doing some shit without having to get your doctorate and not having to do the master's level stuff, which means you need to get fucking therapy yourself. As a therapist, you need to get therapy. You have to have a therapist. That's why a lot of them would just get their masters and not their doctorates. They made these easy routes, certifications and shit where they don't have to go through that actual psychological inspection to make sure they're fit to be doing this shit. That's where a lot of them shake out. Because they don't want that scrutiny. They just want to project their bullshit on the people. I don't know what you're talking about, MC Drama Bear, but I'm not talking about Dragon Ball Z. But I agree with your second point. Yeah. How? You don't know the ins and outs of marriage. And a book can't teach you the ins and outs of marriage. You have to actually be in a marriage or have enough positive relationships where you can have some kind of introspective understanding of how this shit works and how people work at different ages. I wouldn't think, me personally, it's just me personally, I wouldn't think you should sit down with a therapist that is younger than you or the same age as you. No. You should be able to sit down with somebody who's older than you. At least, no matter how old you are, at least 10 to 15 years older than you. Why? Because they have perspective your ass don't. If they're the same age as you, you're going to argue with them. If they're younger than you, you can't trust the fuck they're saying because they're coming from an idealistic place, not a place of experience. And for me, that would be structuring the field of psychology in a way where you're actually getting help from the most knowledgeable people all through your fucking life. and not some of the dumbest motherfuckers that's involved in the same bullshit you in there complaining about. Appreciate you, Andre. But that's just me. That's just me. Geekdom is one thing I know about. It's not everything that I know about. It's not everything in my interest. That's what the title to my channel is not about geekdom. It's about me. It's about artisanmc. So I can, underneath that, I can put out anything I want to put out. And it's not boxed into just being, well, he's just a geek. No, I am a geek, but I'm not just a geek. There's a lot of shit that falls under who I am that ain't just geekdom, because my head is not big because it's empty. And it's not just filled with geek shit. Now pushing a lot of different areas hard. Relationships, how they work, how people can understand each other. Shit, I was up till 2:00 in the morning last night with the professor talking about relationships and everything else. Everything else. You know how many times geekdom came up? Why did it come up? Because I went and had pie at Nations in El Cerrito. Joe Herb know where I'm talking about. And I passed by the old shop to see they turned it into a ping pong and some other shit place. But I went in there to see the old ladies that work in there. I had me a cup of coffee and a slice of chocolate cream pie. And I ordered a small slice, and that chick gave me a quarter of a pie because she recognized me. And I sat there and ate that shit like it was the best thing ever. Like I had been in prison for 10 years and came out and just finally had some sense of freedom. What it tasted like. How velvety smooth the cream was. How tasty it was. Semi-sweet, not over-sugared. And enjoyed that shit at 1:00 in the morning. Was savoring that shit like, nipples, nigga. Oh my God. Missed it. But that was a long conversation. Just about life shit. And mostly about relationships. Thoughts, views, and ideas being exchanged both directions. That's the meat of it. Because for me, everything is a relationship. Even talking to you guys here on this channel, it is a relationship. Because you don't have to believe what I fucking say. You don't. It's your choice. But you can go out in the world and see it for your fucking self and make up your own goddamn mind on what's happening out there. Are you operating in the best way? Or are people around you operating in the best way that's beneficial to where you want to go? Because I don't judge. Look, if you want to be a criminal, you want to be a fucked up person, do it. It's your choice. But when you get the results of that shit, don't cry about it. You get the results of the type of work you put in, motherfucker. Oh yeah, Aquatech, you know it's food porn, man. Look. If you want to go there with me, because like I said, I get into a lot of shit. I'm sitting there talking to a female. I'm sitting there eating this chocolate pie, and I told her that, man, I feel like I want to be coming right now. This shit tasting that goddamn good. I hadn't had it in a long time. It was tasting that damn good. It's like, God damn, baby. Ooh. Shit. I'm about to get off a good one. I'm gonna have a headache after this. Oh my God. I need some juice. That shit was so smooth and velvety. I'm over there looking at the Filipino lady, Marie, who gave me that shit. And I was telling the professor, I said, you know what? I used to come in here every Saturday. I came in here so much, I can call on the phone. They knew my fucking voice. And I know who it was who answered the phone. And I always order the same shit, right? Oh, artisan, yeah, 10 minutes. Okay, I'll be right there. But I was telling her, I was sitting there, I said, I remember when this woman got this job. I remember how she came in here all, fraidy face and shit like that when she first got this job. She actually I guess she's shift manager or something like that. She might be the store manager now. I don't know. She recognized me. And she's a pretty Filipino woman, pretty woman, right? And I'm telling you, I ordered a small slice. This motherfucker gave me a quarter of a pie. I didn't order this shit. She didn't charge me for that shit either. Take it. Thank you. Look, Nora said he hungry now. I'm sorry, y'all don't have nations on the East Coast. You got to come to California to know what a nations is. But they make fresh pies every fucking day. Look it up online. That's been their business since like the 50s. That shit is delicious. And right now they got them fresh summer pies with fresh fruit and stuff, peach and strawberries. Oh, nigga. That's sex for your mouth. It is sex for your mouth. Nigga. Sex for your mouth. Yeah, so I get into my food. That was some good ass pie. It was some good ass pie. Very satisfying. Very satisfying. You just don't know. I didn't know how much I missed that shit. I really didn't. Really didn't. And there was so much tasty nostalgia wrapped up in that shit. It was sex. It was an orgasmic experience at the table having coffee with it. All in my mouth. Anyway. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Banners are rolling across the screen. $ artisanmc or artisanmc at PayPal. So I get into a lot of shit. And Friday, there was a lot of relationship stuff going on because I found out something from an ex and a friend of mine. And her relationship just blew up. Her relationship just blew up. And it's kind of funny the way it blew up because, mind you, I'll tell you these two stories and then I'll get to some comic book or entertainment geek shit. This is relationship geek shit I'm on right now. Okay. Just so you understand, because geeking is what you geek out on. Relationships, comic books, entertainment, all that shit. I geek out on a lot of different things. Right. And the mission statement of this channel was geekdom and everything in between. Everything is geek. So talked to my friend and she told me, she sent me this text about one thing and then said, well, that's it. And I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? What's it? Yeah, he wants me out by the end of the month. I'm like, whoa, what? What the fuck? What happened? So my friend, we messed around a bunch of years ago. Like way back when. She's an ex. And not all of my exes end up being fucking bitches that we can't have a conversation. I just understand that things sometimes don't work. Sometimes people ain't the right fit for you. Maybe the right fit in your life is not about fucking them every day. It's not. Maybe the right fit for them in your life is just somebody you can conversate with because you understand each other in a spiritual way or intellectual way. It's not about sex. Right? Despite what Oscar Wilde might have said, because remember, that motherfucker wrote The Portrait of Dorian Gray. Okay. Was into some shit. But she had been with this guy about, how long ago was pandemic now? (2018? 2019? She's been with this motherfucker for a while. Say 7 years. This is the dude she got with after me. Now, 2020, so 4 years. Yeah, but 4 or 5 years. This is the dude she got with after me. Now, I didn't hate her. This shit just don't work, right? Fiery temper on her part and trauma from her childhood that she has not worked through completely. She's very spiritual, but a lot of this shit that was done to her when she was younger follows her into her relationships, and it pops up every so often, right? And you'll be surprised. You talk to some women, a lot of them got these goddamn stories. They do. This is what makes relationships with them so fucking hard. And make no mistake about it, guys got these kind of stories too. That's also what makes relationships so fucking hard. So she's been with this guy since then, and they have from what I can see, a decent relationship. They together, they moved in together, they moved, living somewhere else, and the guy has a son from another woman that he took custody of, and they have this whole family together. Right, they're a family together. Last, 4 to 6 years, right? Cool. Well, recently we got back in contact with each other within the last year and a half or so. Hey, big head, not like that. But I was very upfront with her from the jump about why she contacted me again. Right. And was really playing on the table. Is you trying to fuck around on your dude or what? What's the situation? What are you looking for? It was like, hell no, none of that. Okay, I'm just checking. Because I don't do that kind of shit no more. No. I'm not that kind of asshole no more. I don't do that kind of shit. I'm not putting them kind of black marks on my soul anymore. So I'm good. But you want to be friendly, talk, we can do that shit because we was always cool. Right? Well, if you're on my Instagram, you saw it during last year, Christmas time or whatever. I was making these book rest because I read a lot and I know a lot of people who do read. And I saw this design for these things on Instagram and I thought I could probably make that myself. I made one for myself at work and I put the pictures up on Instagram and some other people said that they wanted one. I said, okay, I'll make one for you. No problem. She is one of those people. She asked for one. Fine. If you don't have a problem with me sending the shit to you, I'll send the shit to you. No matter. Now, I made like 4 or 5 of these goddamn things. I got 2 of them in my house that I made for myself. One by my bed, one in the living room next to my reading chair. It's just good for people who read a lot of books. You don't need a bookmarker. You just put it down on the little triangle. You can put your coffee cup there or whatever. It's just, knick-knack shit, right? Knick-knack shit. Something else that I can build that I can fucking sell if I wanted to, right? Like fucking $80 a piece, right? Well, I made one for her, sent it off to her, wrote a card, nothing fucked up. I don't even remember what it was, but I know it was nothing fucked up because she lives with her dude. I'm not writing anything in there fucked up. I respect people having relationships. I like to see people having positive relationships without people coming in trying to fuck up their shit. I'm not trying to fuck up anybody's stuff. Nothing. Sent you the most bland. Thanks. Hope you enjoy this. Enjoy your reads. Whatever. Right? Well, come Friday, she's telling me about this shit and said, oh, he found the card that you sent me and blew up about that. Thinking I'm messing around with you. Like, get the fuck out of here. This motherfucker lives 5 hours away from me. 5 fucking hours. Now, the most I've driven for some cooch is 2. I'm driving no 5 fucking hours to be fucking around with some chick that got a dude. No, I got more self-respect than that. She ain't driving that way for me. Anyway, I'm making jokes when I'm being serious. No, we ain't did shit. I ain't said nothing about trying to get in her draws. I've done that shit. It's been done already in the past. It don't matter. She got the same cooch she got now that she had back then. She just older. I've already had it. There's nothing to offer me. There's nothing to offer me. So we just cool. We talked about relationships, we talked about life, we talked about the kids and all the rest of that shit, right? Because her son wrote a book. He wrote 2 books, children's books, and that's what he does now. It's like, well, that's great for him, right? That's great. That's awesome for him. When he finish it and let me know what it is, I'll pump it on my channel. I don't give a fuck. Why the hell not? He did nothing to me. That boy is a very talented little artist, and he writes. Why the fuck not? I want to see him succeed. Now, the part that bothered me about this situation, and that's why I want to fire up a stream and talk relationship stuff on Friday, was that he was trying to blame the shit on me, that he thought she was messing around with me. I said, well, you can put that motherfucker. I'm against this off the bat. I'm against this kind of shit because it sounds stupid. But I told her, you can put his ass on the phone, and I can tell him right now, I ain't did shit to you. We ain't did nothing together. No. And I think it's kind of funny that he's taking that approach because she might have been fooling around on me when she got with this nigga. Because she lived 2 hours away. You see why the 2 hours come in, right? That might have been how you got her. But I ain't did nothing to her. Nothing. We don't even talk about nothing like that. At all. I ain't trying to push up on her, none of that shit. I'm goody. I got my own shit happening over here. What do I care? But that's what he hanging the shit on. Now, the part that bothered me was that she was really cool about it. No, it's not that. I'm fine with it. He wants it over. I'm just fine with it. I'm like, what? Now, this kicked off alarm bells for me because I'm thinking about my reputation personally. It's like, I don't want this nigga mad at me for some shit I ain't did and wishing negative energy on my goddamn name. I don't want that. Point that shit where it belongs, but don't be pointing it in my damn direction. I don't need no more negative energy focused on me. I'm a black male already. I'm good. I got enough. Okay. And like Andre saying right here, 30-year-old Canadian Maple Leaf already know she must have had something lined up. Exactly, Andre, because this is what it kicked off for me. And whatever, I exposed some personal shit because shit happened in life. What it reminded me of was ex-wifey. Reminded me of that. Because when we had our little blow up with our marriage, and I admitted certain things to her, she got real cool and was really cool with it being over really quickly. Why was that? Because she was fooling around in the background. That's why. And she's been with that dude to this day. So hearing that from my friend, I'm like, she really cool with that? Y'all been together for, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm doing the psychology thing, right? I'm throwing it out there because I'm trying to get answers from her for what I want to hear and what I'm not hearing back. I'm telling her, you know, man, it can't be over like that. Y'all got way too much invested. Y'all live together and everything else. Y'all raising a kid together. The kid is only probably like 6 or 7. What the fuck? No, that don't sound right. No, it's cool. You want to whatever. Just, don't worry about me. I'm okay. I'm like, she probably was fucking around with somebody. And she comfortable with that nigga thinking it was me. Even though she know we ain't did nothing. I wouldn't. Even if she wanted to, I wouldn't. We ain't did shit, but she's comfortable with that nigga believing it was me. Because and she just gonna leave quickly without putting up a fight for that shit. To me, that means that woman was already fucking around. Now, I told the professor this story while we were at Bill Burr waiting for him to go on yesterday. And she said, out of her mouth, she was probably already messing around or had plans on messing around herself. I'm like, exactly what the fuck I thought. And I told her the story about, you know, ex-wifey. And lo and behold, the next Saturday, we were sitting at the show. Who did I see? Ex-wifey. Walking and holding somebody's hand that wasn't her husband. So I'm seeing this shit happening right now. It's like it must be time for another switch. Because understand around 2013, 2014, for me, my understanding from what I've seen, there was a massive shift in relationships. A lot of people split up, a lot of divorces, a lot of relationships exploded, imploded, whatever have you. A lot of women just cut free, right? And it was after hard economic times. Every woman I've met since then, since that time, always has the same story around the same time 2013, 2014. They got out of their marriages, they got out of such and such long term relationships, whatever, all around that same time. That's why so many of them out here right now talking about why these men don't approach and complaining about what they ain't getting from people. And like somebody is putting in the chat, Aquatech, he's putting in the chat right now about Kevin. Can't make this shit up, Kevin Samuels. Yeah, that's why he has so many people on his show showing up talking shit, and he had to keep telling them, why'd you leave your husband? Around the same time. It was like a massive shift. I don't know if it's psychological or in the water, in the air, or whatever. But right now, it's happening again. I see it happening again right now. And it's been like that for the last year or so. People are imploding shit. Now, right now, it's happening with people who are established relationships. But at least in my orbit of people that I've been graced enough to have my ping ding up in, they ran off with the people and got in a relationship with the people that they was messing around with. But apparently it's time for a change up again. 4 or 5 years. 7 years. Something is going on. Something in the water. Look, Jason Badge is saying 2014. Join the club. Join the club. That's when I filed. 2013, finalized in 2014. Year of fire. Excuse me. Filed in 2012, finished in 2013. Year of fire. Cut the grass and the snakes will show. And like I've told y'all before, the person you see before you today is not the same person that walked into that firestorm. This is what came out. This is what came out. The man in room number 5. And that's a geek reference for y'all who don't know. And if you don't know, here, I'll educate you a little bit so you understand.
The game that chose us. Pioneer started on my corner like the cold crush. Had smokers.
That's the man from room number 5. If you understand the geek reference. Citizen V. Or not Citizen V. V for Vendetta. That's the man that came out. So something is going on, something is in the water, and because she is unwilling to try to reiterate that shit with this motherfucker that ain't nobody did nothing, it makes me believe that she was fucking around on the dude. Because that's why I asked her that shit up front when she started contacting me again. That meant the motherfucker was fishing. A woman really devoted to you don't have time to be talking to no other dude. Now, she did throw in there, I found stuff of him talking to his ex or some other girl, and she younger than me and whatever. That's insecurity talk. There's a whole lot of people younger than you. The fuck that got to do with it? There's a lot of them. Why'd he pick her? Now, we ain't had that conversation, but she didn't want to talk no more when I start asking her my probing questions that will expose and get to, were you fucking around on him? Because I will ask it that bluntly if I need to. To me, that means she probably was. And what I saw yesterday, when I saw ex-wife, who looked like she's fucking around too. Fickle creatures. Go around the rosy and we'll be back here all over again. If you never worked out the issue that you had before, we'll be back again. Now, it looked like that to me. Kind of looked like that to the professor, but hey, I don't know what the fuck going on in people's lives. That's their problem, not mine. But that negativity focused in my direction, I don't appreciate. I don't appreciate that shit at all. It's like this motherfucker can turn around and be mad at me, spending his time thinking, fuck that nigga came along and fucked up my shit. I came along and did a goddamn thing. I sent this motherfucker a book rest with a card saying, I hope you enjoy it. That ain't did shit to your relationship, nigga. Don't be looking at me like I'm to blame for that shit. Fuck you. But if you want to have a conversation, we can talk any day you want to. You can see all my messages. That ain't about fucking. So my theory is this happens at times with women. Modern women are not made for long-term monogamy. That is my theory. They're not. There is too much in this culture that shames them about it. There's too much in this culture that tries to tell them they're missing out on something. There is too much in this culture, friends included and family included, that will push them away from having exactly what the fuck they say they want all the time, which is a stable relationship. A stable relationship to a modern woman is boring as fuck because stability is boring. It is. Think of it this way. If you could have the same job for 30 years in today's terms and make good money, do you think that would be entertaining or do you think it would be boring? Put it in the chat. Yeah, Aquatech, stability is peace. They don't want peace. They do not want peace. You know where peace comes from outside of stability? Well, we can take the same stability argument. The stability comes in your ability to be stable in yourself, in your mind, in your spirit. That's where that stability comes from. All the shit you went through in your life as a child, dealt with, shored up, some put to rest, some demons locked up in the corner, and you having to balance the fuck is that doing over here? Sorry, I heard a fighter jet flying overhead. We got an air base not far away, so I'm like, what the fuck is that about? They never fly way over here. I guess I'll have to watch the news. But that stability within yourself comes from balancing all of that shit and becoming a fuller person to where you're not looking for people to fill up the holes in you and blaming them for what you're not getting and complaining about what they can't offer you. You're not showing up with a fucking shopping list of things you want from the other person. You're showing up telling them what you can do for them, what you are willing to give them. And they are in turn doing the same for you. That is peace. Because peace comes from within, not without. If you project that from yourself as a man who has that stability within himself, you can have that kind of stability in the real world as well. Because men like peace. We can go to war, but we prefer some peace. So we can do what we want to do without having all this struggle and strife and shit talking. Modern women, and I generalize on this because I don't know all of you individually, do not seek peace. They do not seek stability. Nothing that is stable in this culture right now is championed. Nothing. History or traditions would be stability. What do they want to do? Tear down the patriarchy. Tear down the stability. Okay, you got fucking chaos. How's that working for you? Relationships, mating and dating is in a fucking uproar right now, and not the cool one like on music with Lil Wayne and nothing like that. No, nigga. It's in so much chaos right now because they will willingly self-destruct their own fucking situations just to go chase after another penis or 5 other penises. Because that's what their friends, their Instagram influencers, they talking heads on some channel is telling them they should be doing. You're chasing your best life, girl. What if your best life was actually just being a decent mother and a decent woman to a man? What if that was your best life? Because since you can't look through the fucking timeline like you fucking Kang the Conqueror and see where all these lines lead, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Your best life is being a whole hoe? Ask an actual hoe if that's her best life. 10 years, 20 years later, when she can't even count the number of peens that have been up in every orifice she owns. She can't even remember the dude's faces. How much of her soul she ain't gave up every time. Ask her if that's her best fucking life. Why is there a fighter jet like way over here? Did we go to war or what? Because there shouldn't that sound like a F-18 or some shit. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck is going on out here? Yeah, they do. I'm a geek for aviation. I've seen enough air shows in fighter jets that I like to know the sounds of them. I work in a place where I can be close to jets. I know what that shit sounds like when it takes off, and I know they don't fly over here where I live. The last time fighter jets flew over here where I'm at right now in Vallejo, 9/11 happened. That was it. Because they don't fly over this way. So if I'm hearing a fucking fighter jet right now circling and flying around, what the fuck is going on? And why ain't I got a news alert? Something is afoot. Because there ain't no air show happening right now. Fleet Week is a bunch of months off. I don't see see commercial in progress. I don't see anything happening on local news right now. On a commercial. He's showing the fucking Pride Parade in LA. Like, we give a fuck up here in California, dude. Why can't I turn this shit off? Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. They really got their nerve for putting all these commercials in front of the live newscast, and they won't let you turn down the volume and stop it. These fucking ads. I don't want to see this shit. All these goddamn commercials for food and medication. Jesus Christ, the world is fucked up. Yeah, that's why we go to war. Achieve peace. You know what? We can stop these motherfuckers from doing this shit every year if we wipe them out right now. You down? Okay. Oh my god. It's like 4 commercials back to back. And they're not short. I'm just trying to see the news. I do love how Pride Month has taken over Father's Day. Oh my god. And commercial for the Acolyte. Motherfucker, where's the news? Okay. They're not showing news. They're showing a fucking Pride Parade. So everybody needs to be distracted by this dude in the dress. Fuck it. I guess that'll be important once the world goes to shit. At least we know what position he'll be applying for. Point being, stability is boring for modern women. Now, if it's not all of them, good. It should make it easier to find them, right? But it's a lot of them. A positive relationship, be it with a man or with a woman, don't have any drama in it. You have your little spurts and stuff like that of regular, normal shit because you're people, you're human beings. You're not going to be at your best some days. And some days somebody want to deal with your ass not being at your best because they ain't going to be at their best. That just happens. That's just the nature of the beast. If you can fall out with your best friend for a couple of days, that motherfucker said something that you didn't like or was acting all in his goddamn feelings, it can happen with somebody you're in an actual romantic relationship with as well. It happens. Plain and simple. It's not the death of all things because it did. It's just you're normal. You have emotions. One of the jokes Bill Burr made last night that was very funny was about the fact that he turns 56 tomorrow, and he's just now realizing or learning how men are not allowed to have emotions outside of fine or angry. Even though they're human beings and there's a world of emotions in between there, you only accept men being fine or angry. That's the only 2 states you actually accept men in, and that's women. Females can have every emotion in between there. So he's with his wife, and he was home for a while off the road, and he said he was just sitting on the couch. And he was there for a couple of days. He understood what it was. It was depression. And she finally asked him, what's up with you? And he told her, I'm sad. He said the look on her face was priceless because she didn't know how to take that shit. Oh, okay. He said, what did she do? Okay, and just backed out the room and left. He's like, that's it? That's all I get. Didn't know how to handle that shit. Are not equipped for it. Why? Because they don't really know fucking men. I've said this before. Just because you know what side of a male's penis squirts don't mean you know shit about him. Don't mean you don't know shit. That's the basics. Between a certain age, yeah, she did the Homer Simpson fade Aquatech, and he said it himself. You know you married to a B-dub. You married to a black woman, got kids and everything. She just faded back. Left his ass to stewing that shit. There ain't no fault against her, but it's just the understanding that women don't really know men. And just because you know what a man's sexual appetites or proclivities might be, don't mean you know shit about him at all. Because if you did, you would understand and give him more grace on certain things. You would actually be able to be that helpmeet to him where he needs it. Because he can get sex anywhere. Any pair of open legs can happen. Especially nowadays with all these females who just think they want to be whole porn stars and they're not living their best life as that's not what's happening. No, they don't know how to handle men. They don't know how to handle or deal with men having emotions other than one or the other. Because as Bill Burr put it, men are only allowed to have those two emotions, being either fine or angry, because everything in the middle is gay. You can't be sad. You can't be super happy. You can't be melancholy. You can't be introspective. You can't be none of the rest of that shit because it all falls into between those two areas, and that's what people consider it. You can't tell somebody you feel weak one day. You can't tell a woman you feel weak one day. She gonna leave your ass. She don't want your weak shit because you sound pussy. But in the reverse, they get to have all of that shit. All everywhere on the spectrum. They can be that. And still be accepted. Like Chris Rock said, only women and children are loved unconditionally. Man's love is all conditions. All conditions. Some of them won't even go out on a date with you unless you meet certain conditions. How much you make, what you look like, what you dress like, what you smell like before you even open your fucking mouth. And before she's even shown you anything of her fucking character. I used to tell women I include sleepy and hungry in my emotions. Hangry is one of my emotions. Hangry is one of them. And when I start learning that shit myself, learning that it's okay for me to have a bunch of other emotions, I can be angry. I can be downright volatile. It's okay. Because that's normal. It's normal to have emotions. It is. It's abnormal to try to repress them all the time. You can't. You will drive yourself crazy trying to repress everything all the time. It doesn't mean that you need to be lashing out at everything, but you need to understand what the hell is going on with you and be able to speak to that, because then you understand yourself better and what you need. Like, you know what? I don't need you to talk to me right now. Don't talk to me right now. Well, that sounds kind of cruel. How do you think that makes me feel? I don't know, and I don't actually have to give a fuck right now because I'm trying to focus on what's going on with me. I need some space. I'm gonna go for a walk. I'll say nothing else. I just need to go for a walk. It's better if I do that. That's understanding yourself that it's okay to have emotions. You cannot be an emotionless automaton. You cannot. You weren't born that way. And no matter how life kicks you in your nuts, you will not be that. If you are, it's a problem. It is a real problem for everybody. That's why I like the idea of religious deities, because gods will give everyone that work. Yeah, gods are not sympathetic because they see all of you the same. You're not one above the other. You all the fucking same. That's why I says, Dad said, what do they say? What is the nature of being fair or equal? Right? It means everybody gets rained on. That's what it means. Everybody gets rained on. Nobody is above negativity or having to struggle or having to work for the shit that they want. None of you are above that shit. So nobody is supposed to be bringing you shit, because that's what's fair. Fair is you get shit just like you get grace, even as a woman. That's what that means. You don't have a life with no struggle. No, you struggle too. You might struggle in your way based on your advantages or disadvantages and how you perceive and react to the world, but you're going to struggle, motherfucker. Just like everybody else. No different. You don't get an easy ride. Fuck that. Because somebody want to have sex with you, your life's supposed to be easy? Fuck you. I remember one time I was not my delightful S of at work. And my female supervisor and secretary said I must be pussy a whipped. I always wondered if I could have won that lawsuit. Yeah, you probably could have. Depends on when it happened. Nowadays, you can probably win it. But men ain't usually the ones running the HR, because HR is full of fucking women. You ever notice that the companies in charge of really fucking men over are always full of women? I'll give you two. Your HR department and the child support family court department. You ever wonder why there's so many bitter women in them fucking spots? In position to really take shit out on you? Something to be said for that. That's a psychological thing. It's like a gold digger will always get into finance because they want to be where the action at. Or a lawyer, Ebony. That shit is a myth. Fair means you get your level of shit. And you're going to have negative happen. So like Bill was explaining, his life is pretty good right now, right? His wife, he got his kids, he got his son. He's touring, doing shows. Everything is really good. But he understands and learned from life is that if everything is going really good at home, it has to be compensated somewhere else. There has to be a balance, a stability somewhere else. And if everything is really good on this side, something really got to be fucked up on this side. So what is he dealing with? All his older family having all these issues and shit. His home life with his family is really good. his elders' family, it's really fucked up. Mother, father, aunts, uncles, passings, going crazy, losing their mind, having dementia and shit. It balances out. He's successful. Yes, he's getting his praise, but he's also dealing with his level of shit. Struggle is always going to be there. I'm in a visitation center right now after visiting my kids. Nothing but women here. Oh, yeah, I bet. And they all looking at you fucked up like you did something, I'm sure. Well, I hated child court and going down to the family court. Fuck you. That ain't no family court. That's an extortion center. You went to the mob. There is no sympathy. There is no love there because they have very little view of family. I don't give a fuck about no family. Yeah, and that's where you'll find the males, only in security positions. Bullshit. They just need the enforcers. So they can sit there and watch you like you some kind of criminal. And these motherfuckers wouldn't even exist if you hadn't skeeted into that woman. Wouldn't even exist. But you don't want to treat it like you doing something bad. You need somebody, some man to watch you. Fuck out of here. That shit is so. I'm upset that you're going through that, brother. I really am. I don't miss that shit at all. And in this day and age, with all this goofiness that they got going on, if I was a young dude, I'd be really hard pressed to want to have a child. And I believe dudes should have children, but I'd be really hard pressed on why. It'd be a really rigorous shit. At this day and age, knowing what I know now, if I was a young dude, a woman would have to go through some Spartan challenge shit to get my seed, nigga. She'd have to be doing a Tough Mudder or something like that. I got to see you on American Ninja, something. You got to be going through some fucking work to earn that shot. Because no fucking way. The level of bullshit you can bring down on a man's life on a fucking whim is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely. Hell no. You'll be getting draked and the old Chinese man that my boy Zach told me about all day. And if you want to know what the old Chinese man said, bitches get it in the face. And he ain't talking about punches. Hell no. There's too much bullshit out here. Too much. Yeah, no, it would be the fucking Hunger Games. It would be. Scorch Trials, Maze Runner, nigga. It'd be some diabolical jigsaw shit. No. You're going to have to go through some shit. No fucking way. In hell. Do they make reversible vasectomies? Because, nigga, I'll shut it off for a while. Told y'all before about the chick that got mad at me. Because I told her ass, if you ever popped up pregnant, you know two things right off the bat. You full of shit. You're a fucking liar. You said, well, the only way you couldn't get pregnant is if you had a vasectomy. Did you have a vasectomy and didn't tell me? What if I did? What I got to tell you about that shit for? She was mad because there wasn't going to be no happy accidents. I hadn't had a vasectomy. But she thought that. There wasn't going to be no happy accidents. No, there is no accident. I know where my shots hit. Always have. She was upset at the thought that I had a vasectomy because there was no possibility of a happy accident. upset. No, you're gonna be going through the fucking Hunger Games, fucking around with me. Battle Royale. No, this day and age, no, because that shit Dead Set is dealing with is absolute bullshit. Absolute. No, Aquatechy, no. Nah. Look, you know, one of the things I find fun is busting up people's game. I was talking to my old coworker Sean about this just in playing Magic the Gathering. You have some players who like to build up all this extra shit all over the board. I got all this stuff happening. I got this happening, all this shit. Man, I get in there and just fuck all of that up. I don't give a damn about all this setup you're doing, man. Fuck all that. We in here to fight and win, or we in here to fucking stroke each other and say, look what a big person I am. No, I will bust up people's game. I enjoy doing that shit. Because most of the time it don't take much, but some fucking logic. So if I get to be like Karnak in that bitch and just poking my finger into the crack and breaking it all apart, then your argument was bullshit. Your plan was bullshit. You were in fact bullshit. Look, yeah, some of that shit, Dead Set, they got some points on some shit. You can't let motherfuckers run amok. Males or females. You can't let them run amok. You cannot. Biological clock game. I'd watch that movie. It'd be a cutthroat competition. No shit. Well, I ain't even seen Squid Games, but what the fuck? Peace, Herb. Have a good one. The link is in the chat if y'all want to come up here, because I still ain't talked about geek shit yet. I did 2 hours not talking about geek shit. I don't feel bad. I'm just telling y'all. But no, I wouldn't. And I guess that's why the benefit is that you come to this kind of understanding and reality about life as you get older and not when you're younger. Because if you had this shit when you were younger, no, you would never have kids. This fucking society would fall a fucking apart if there wasn't enough dumbass dudes in the world. Or I shouldn't say dumbass, naive enough guys in the world to not keep this shit perpetuating and going forward like that. Falling into the bear trap, getting their lives thrown into the meat grinder behind trifling ass women and children. It wouldn't work. Couldn't have a child support department without that shit. It wouldn't. They'd have to close up. Everything else in your economy is shrinking, but your child support department can grow. Mm-mm. Yeah, you too, Troy. I haven't seen your daughter in 2.5 months, which was her birthday, and the only benefit of me being in the hospital was her mom brought her to see me. Yeah, because if you die, she want to make sure you got that insurance policy written out in her name, so she can become the beneficiary of that shit. I remember the coldest shit I heard from my son's mother. One time we were having a conversation outside of her house. It wasn't even an argument. It was just conversating. right? Because we went to school together. We know each other, right? And she said some shit that really fucked me up. I think I said it on here before, but she told me about, I'm thinking about if I passed or something like that untimely because I'm working construction. Construction is dangerous, especially the way I work. I work on high rises and stuff. You can fall to your fucking death, Negro, or get crushed by some shit. I was Spider-Man. I'd be the dude out on the side of the building because I'm not afraid of heights, working close to the edge or something like that, right? Well, we're talking about that shit. She says something like, well, if you died, he'd get your Social Security and all the rest of the shit. And I'm looking at this bitch like, we ain't even married and she already got this shit all planned out. My son is 5. The fuck this bitch know about my Social Security and what money my son is getting when I fucking pass away already? Already. I was so fucking disgusted and just looking at her like she's a fucking alien. Like she grew a tentacle right out the front of her fucking forehead. Like, what? That shit shocked me. That shit shocked me of how far this woman was planning ahead for money that she was going to make off of me. Even dead, she knew what she was getting off of me. This is the same reason why I was just telling you about the other ex that I fake told her I had a vasectomy and she got upset about that shit. Because that's the hook they want. As long as they can get your seed and have a baby by you, they always feel like they're entitled to whatever you make. Because they can get it from you. They can siphon it out of you by using the court system. That is a broke bitch and retirement fund. And that's why they always end up going back. When them kids age out, they turn 18 and shit like that. That's why they go back and have more kids. Yeah, they don't want to be a welfare queen, but that's exactly what they're doing without the welfare. They welfare. That's why you can't believe none of this I'm strong, independent bullshit, but I'm a single woman with a bunch of fucking kids. And you ain't strong and you ain't independent. Because somebody paying for them goddamn kids. You dependent, motherfucker. Not independent. Nobody on this goddamn planet is really independent because they all work off somebody else. Even your top 1%. If you wasn't buying shit, they wouldn't have shit to be 1%ers about. You can only earn on what you create if somebody buy it. And if they don't buy it, you ain't got shit. But a product nobody want to buy. Yeah, oops, baby. There ain't no fucking oopses. My other theory that sounds really cruel is women only get pregnant by men they want to. Because I'm not seeing a bunch of rape victims having a bunch of babies. You mean to tell me them women who sleeping with their students in class and got whole husbands and shit like that, and they end up pregnant by the little 13-year-old didn't want that baby? Even when they had it, they carried it for 9 months and had that bitch? You don't think that? What do you think it is? A fucking retirement plan. What up, Noir?
Doing good, brother. I'm taking a lunch break, so just wanted to jump in, and then have a conversation with you.
Okay, you swinging through. What you got?
Yeah, like what you were talking about before. I mean, you was hitting on some stuff that was very I don't even know how to describe it, but it was on point. Like seriously on point.
Appreciate it.
Like the last one you just mentioned, women only want to have kids with people that they want to, but then men that they don't want to have kids, and all of a sudden they're on the pill. I mean, you're hitting on a bunch of stuff that is really like touching home to people that I've grown up with, people that I work with, and so on and so on and so on.
Mm-hmm. And that's, like I said, that's just my theory. From what I've seen, what I've experienced, that's the only people they have it by. I don't see him having a bunch. That's why I never believe the argument that you got a baby daddy and he ain't about shit. Then why'd you have his fucking baby? How'd that work?
Yeah.
Because if he wasn't really about shit, your body, the woman's body, would have rejected his fucking semen every time he shot it up in her. That shit would have been sliding out like it was wet and waterworks. Like, oh my God, I don't know why this is happening. I just can't get pregnant. I just can't get pregnant. We might have to go see somebody and do some in vitro or something. I just can't get pregnant. She don't want to be pregnant by you, nigga. That's why. She don't. Her body is rejecting it. But I don't know about the rest of y'all, but if you've ever been deep enough in a woman, you can feel it when they open it up and they want that seed. If you ain't been that deep, grow up, son. You can feel it. And if you want to know what it fucking feels like, you know them little wish toys people make where you can open them like this, that, and the other? Put your finger in the tip of that shit and see what it feels like. That's what it feels like. You can feel that shit like a fucking octopus beak mouth pulling at the tip of your shit, trying to milk you in, motherfucker. That's real shit. Look, read a book, okay? Read a book or have some experiences, one of the two. But that's what it feels like. That other shit, no, she closed. She ain't trying to have that. So that's why I don't believe in the oops baby bullshit. No. I have a friend, my play niece. She fucking around with some dude that's fucking married. She ain't been on the pill forever. I know her ex-boyfriends. She ain't never got pregnant by them motherfuckers. She got off the pill. Oh, I just forgot to take it. Motherfucker, you've been taking a pill since you was fucking 15. You was raised by a single mother. She wasn't playing that shit. You ain't never missed a day. But all of a sudden, you got pregnant by this motherfucker. Oops. Bullshit. You wanted that baby. Get the fuck out of here. You thought that was going to keep him? Babies don't keep men. You know what keep men? Your fucking attitude. Babies don't.
What's interesting about what you said, because I always wanted to try to understand the, like you said, the psychology behind a woman trying to take another woman's married man away from them, or a married woman's man away from them. And I'm like, you know what you're doing, but then you want to flip it on the guy and then say sisterhood. Like, how the fuck does that work?
Women only join together with each other to fuck over men. I said this last night when we was at the show with the professor. We were talking about that shit. Women only click up to fuck over men. Because in essence, like BGS talks about this and Dr. T talks about, low boiling contempt for men. They do. And it's not just black women. It's a lot of women in general. Right? That's the only time they click up with each other. Any other time they're trying to fuck over each other because they like one-upping each other. They dwell in a world of so much insecurity, they're always competing with each other anyway. You think we saying something about like, oh man, she kind of overweight. Her boobs ain't big enough. They sagging and shit like, oh, he's body shaming her. Man, shut the fuck up. Y'all do that shit yourselves from jump.
Yeah.
If she don't develop, if y'all in puberty and she don't develop like everybody else and she's behind, she gonna be bored chested and all the rest of that shit. Little boys don't give a fuck about that. Yeah, boobs is nice to look at, but what the fuck you know about doing anything with them? Nothing. Girls is the one that give you each other them fucking complexes about that shit. Because they rank on each other. I told my ex-wife this shit before. And I think I've told the story on here before about going to Home Depot with my wife and little Asian woman. I go to this checkout stand. And this woman is trying to be all nice, sister girl, trying to be all nice and flirty and all the rest of that shit. And I'm looking at this bitch like, the fuck wrong with her? My wife was upset. Why? He said, you know her? Fuck no. I come in here all the time. This bitch is always having an attitude with me. I said, she is not doing that shit because anything is happening with me. She doing that shit to fuck with you. That's what that's about. Women do stuff like that just to prove they better than the other bitch. They don't want the man. The man is inconsequential. It's an ego boost for them. Because if you got what looks like a successful relationship, the best thing another chick wants to do is fuck your man. If she can get to having some kind of indiscretion with your man, it just makes her feel better that she's better than you. That what you had wasn't about shit. That's that Eve in the garden bullshit and Lilith, nigga. No. Just like seeing shit fucked up. They don't like seeing peace. That creates drama. Because you in a stable relationship is peaceful. But then it ain't nothing to talk about with your girlfriends, is it? When they sitting around the lunch table and want to bitch about all they indiscretion. I caught that nigga cheating on me again. Oh, he tried to smack me the other day. How's your relationship going? Shit, we going good. We going on a vacation for like 2 weeks around the Mediterranean. Oh, y'all ain't about shit. He ain't really that good. They're trying to fuck your man. That's why. Women like being cutthroat to each other. And you ain't got to believe me. I have enough female friends to know this shit as a fact, but don't ask me. Ask some other women. Because a woman about something will have very few female friends. And she damn sure won't have her hoe ass friends around you. Oh no. Because our hoe friends will try to fuck you off top just because. Not because they want you. Not because you hot. Just because fuck with her. Just to have one thing up on her ass. Told you he wasn't about shit, girl. I told his ass. Nails and clowns. Free nails and nail polish and clowns. Yeah. Look. And I say all that not to say I don't hate women. I just try to understand them. That's all it is. It's just trying to understand them because some of the stuff they do is backwards. A lot of shit that dudes do is backwards. That's why I don't have a lot of guy friends. Like I don't have time for that dumb shit. I don't. I get older, I get more selective. Like, nah, you on some bullshit that I don't want near me. But you can keep doing it. I just ain't gonna be near it. So, what else you got in the war? Because you say you've seen some of this in your life too.
I mean, you hitting everything on all cylinders. Even like I'm 44 right now, and I still see the same bullshit. Blows my mind. And it's like the thing is about me, and I don't say this just to say it, because just like you'll say, it is what it is. Mm-hmm. Like I'm not the person to be fucking around with because I'm a 0 to 100 guy. And then typically, if I walk away, it's just so that I'm not in the mood to go to jail that day. I've never been to jail, but it's like, is it worth me going to jail like right now? Mm-hmm. Like, I just don't have time for that shit. Like, I've seen too much shit in my life. I'm not going to go into details on some of the shit that I've seen dealing with my job, but it's like I've seen too much shit for people to be expecting privilege and some form of what's the other word? It's privilege and then
provision.
Entitlement. Yeah, entitlement. Like, here's an example. Went to go and see Bad Boys, the new Bad Boys movie yesterday. Going to this, I went to this movie theater that's in a certain part of town. Not the bad part, but a certain part of town. The way that people perceive me. Mm-hmm. And the issue is that I make people uncomfortable because I walk in with my chin up and all this type of stuff like that. Know what I want, right? Mm-hmm. And there's this one manager. She's kind of tubby. But she wears as tightest shirt, probably got a girdle on, the tightest pants as possible to have some type of shape. I walk up there. Say again?
I said sausage.
Sausage. Okay. Yeah. With the little links. Yeah, I know what you're trying to say. Anyway, oh my gosh, you got me fucked up. But anyway, already had a run-in with her until I kind of showed her my badge. And when she saw my badge, she tried to look down. And then I was looking directly at her and I was giving her the eyes. It's like, yeah, we can do this shit right now. You call the cops. I basically flashed my badge and then we'll see where this goes. And when I walked in there yesterday, she's like, cause she's the type of person I can tell by her body language that she wants to see who's looking at her. But as soon as I walked in, I can tell from the peripheral that she's rolling her eyes. because I don't give her that fucking attention. I was like,
Yep.
I'm not interested in you. You see
That's
where I'm going with that?
yeah. That's some of the funny shit that I see in behavior with people. It's like it's one thing to have somebody exhibit a behavior to you and you respond to it, right? It's another thing to see somebody exhibit a behavior to you, understand what the behavior is, what their desired response from you is, and not to give them that. Something completely different, right? Because they get frustrated. I had a person like that who will constantly, like, I'll give you a scenario. I'm in the office. A woman walks in the office. I don't acknowledge her presence at all. As soon as she gets past me, what do I hear? Oh. What do you think that means? What do you think that means? You just tell me. What do you think that means?
Oh, this motherfucker think he's somebody? That's what I get from that.
You're not going to acknowledge me? No, bitch. Because it's not, you could take it one way. You could take it as, oh, what's fucked up about me? Or mad that I'm in this motherfucker? No. It's that you won't acknowledge her. You won't water that insecure fucking seed in her that needs that kind of fucking attention. She's going to have to work for it. And she's lazy. So now she's frustrated. That sigh is like a little kid walking into the room. And you sitting there reading the script and okay, and my line is, what's wrong? No, I'm not doing that shit.
Hey, baby, is everything okay? I got
yeah,
you, baby.
exactly.
Hey, baby.
No, motherfucker. I'm not doing that shit. Keep humming. Scratching your throat, whatever the fuck you got to do to try to get some attention. Stomp your feet, light a fire. I don't give a fuck. Get the hell out of here and not pay no attention to your ass because you're troublesome. I don't like this shit. It's predictable. Like you said, it's like Neo blocking Smith's punches. Like, I see these motherfuckers coming, but they so slow. Wow, this is too easy. Yeah, fuck you. But same thing with that lady. She, look, low key, that tubby bitch probably attracted to you. And that's why she keep giving you shit.
She probably like that type of shit. She like that toxic shit.
Exactly. That's how you know it. That's how you find that shit, because they will give you what they want to get back from you, right? It's like a feminine woman to be hella feminine to you because she's wanting that, masculinity and niceness from you, right? A bitch will give you bitchiness because she's expecting that kind of response from her, right? It's reflective. What you put out is what you want to get back. If you put out some asshole shit, you want some asshole responses. I got somebody pissed off at me just for telling them that, reminding them that they finally gave help. And they looking at me like,
oh shit.
And I'm like, what?
Oh shit.
What the fuck you gonna do? Whoop me? What the fuck up, man? And this was a supervisor. But she likes her. Let me say something nice. She's shaped like the Stay Puft Man. Stay Puft Marshmallow.
Okay. Okay.
Married to a black dude. Married to her brother.
White
she
girl.
get all over her feelings when a black man say something back to her.
Oh. Okay, so she just explained what the type of relationship she has in the house. Okay.
You ain't doing shit for me. And I don't give a fuck about you. If you got a problem with men talking just to make it base, if you just got a problem with men directing shit at you, then you probably shouldn't work with fucking men. It's something as simple as, oh, now you're going to help. Get you in your, oh, you so shocked, like, oh my God, this motherfucker said something to me. You goddamn right I did. What, I'm supposed to be afraid of you? For what? Get the fuck out of here.
What it is, brother, from what I've seen, I've done a lot of observation. And well, I'll leave it at that. I'll tell you off script what I do. But anyway, done a lot of observation, and it's sad when you have to see it in your everyday life instead of at work. And it's like tiresome for me because like what you just said, I see that all the time. Like the person I was telling you about, this was a white girl with glasses, and I'm like, okay, I'm not even attracted to you. You're probably not attracted to me. But what the initial attraction that sparked it was the fact that I didn't give a damn about her, and I just kept on walking. And for certain people, it's like they demand because of the fact they put in so much work into that environment to actually build it up where they get their entitlements and they get their, the other word, you know what I'm trying to say. They get what they want. And regardless of whatever happens, they have already put in enough work, enough manipulation into the people in that environment. So anyone that new comes in, they're going to get it from those people.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the monkey in the water thing, the little project that they did, or the little science experiment, where they basically put the nut down, and every time the monkey goes in and picks up the nut, they spray him with water.
Right. He won't let it go.
I forgot. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm. He won't let it go.
Yeah, so that one, to the point where the one I was talking about was the one where they'll spray him in water to the point where at the very end, every new monkey that came in there, the other monkeys will beat the crap out of them because they're afraid of getting sprayed with water.
I gotta see that experiment.
I forgot what experiment that was.
I was thinking of a different one, but I gotta look for that one because that'll be funny as shit to watch. see that
I
monkey
can't remember
reinforcing the dominance in the area. Like, no, don't do that. Get me fucking sprayed.
Well, that's what I see what happens depending on where I go, because I'm my own man, right? Mm-hmm. And then, people always want to challenge it. It was like, oh, this motherfucker is going to walk up in here and think he's somebody. I'm like, it's like, yo, if I'm going to be approached in that way, which means it's do or die, then I have to respond in that way, or because I'm not going to get on my knees. And that's just the way it is. So if somebody's going to approach me with a life and death situation, I'll tell them. I'll dress it down, sit there, go through a script, and then say, you know what, based on my analysis, like, I'm ready to go to jail tonight. And then they will look at me like I'm so crazy. I was like, yeah, dude, like, I see what you're doing. And if you want to sit here and start a fight and try to become a victim, we can make sure that your victimization turns into a memorial. And that's why people think I'm insane.
You can get victimized. You can get victimized if that's the role you want to play. You can become a whole victim. But that goes into that realm of fuck around and find out, which was part of the conversation that I had with you guys last week about Neil deGrasse Tyson and geeks and nerds. It was like, yeah, through a certain age, geeks get bullied, but after a point, they don't. You know why? Because they learn some shit. Because that's what they do. They learn. They get tired of that shit. And they get to a point where they're waiting to unleash some shit on somebody. So you can find out what he's spending all his fucking time on. What he's been spending all his time on and why he is such a fucking beast right now. Because, that childhood shit, has effect. And they work on things often. So you can fuck around and find out. It ain't gonna be what you want to find out. I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's definitely a Pavlovian experiment. Dead set. I just haven't seen that one. So that's why I would look for it, because I get off on shit like that. I'm a nerd, nigga. Look, psychological experiments are so easy. You can make these motherfuckers up in your regular life and just do them. And then just judge the responses of people. That's how you understand that as much as people want to say they're so different and everything else, people at baseline are kind of the same. Yep, in a given culture, they're kind of the same in some ways. There's variances for your own, upbringing and shit like that, but there's a lot of shit that's just similar right off the bat. That's where you get your baselines from. And some shit you can throw it out there and just watch it happen. Like, and of course they would do this. How did you know this? Because I'm a genius? No. Because I understand people. And people will move in a certain direction, just like animals.
And that's the sad part right there, when you realize that people would rather be animals than intelligent beings. That's why I get irritated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because being an intelligent being is responsible. Means you're actually responsible for your fucking actions in some ways. Being an animal relieves you of a lot of responsibility because, oh, I didn't know I was doing because I was young, because I was dumb, I was under the influence, I was this, that, and the other. No, you know what the fuck you was doing. I've been under the influence. I still knew what the fuck I was doing. I knew it the whole time I was doing it. I should not be fucking this bitch with no condom. But you know what? This shit feel good. You know. You always know. You still making decisions. Get the fuck out of here. If you pass the point that you can make a decision, you're probably passed out already. No. Come on. Quit it. People do a lot of shit that they know is fucked up just because. They're looking for some way to diffuse that responsibility off themselves and excuses for a bunch of other stuff. No, you did it. You did it. That chick that you talking about, I bet money she probably attracted to your ass. And that's the only way she understand how to get some goddamn attention off of you. To be a bitch. Which is the worst way to try to get attention, I would think. You can be nice and you can actually get attention. Oh, it's you again. Yes, it is. I mean, like I just told you about the woman last night. I haven't been in that restaurant. I haven't been in that Nations in probably 2 years. But I came in there and ordered a small slice. She gave me a quarter slice. Why?
Okay.
Because she recognized me. That was being nice. I hadn't even said shit to her. I just ordered my food. She recognized me, gave me more than I asked for. Thank you. Y'all don't even get tips. Fuck you do that for? That was just being nice. She could have been a bitch like the other woman that was working there at the counter. What do you want? More coffee? Let me take my time and go get it to you. Look, motherfucker, if you put the coffee out here in the front like it's supposed to be, I wouldn't have to ask you behind the counter to give me another cup. Asshole. That woman was being a bitch. And she's always a bitch. But the other one who took my order and gave me the pie was being cool. They both got attention. Just one got that negative kind. The other one got the positive one. What did this say? Judges and politicians fully understand the lemmings effect. They do. And that's mostly what I see in society right now is lemmings. Like, who was it? Gerard, I think it was, sent me this video on Instagram. And it was Meg the Stallion and two other fucking chicks that I don't know of, supposed to be rappers, entertainers, whatever the fuck they doing. Just sitting there shaking their ass and twerking in like backstage or something. I was like, and he's like, this is all they got to offer. I said, yeah, and I wouldn't even want that. Why do I care? Why? I'm not giving you no attention for this shit. I'm not buying your albums. I'm not listening to your music. I don't care about the fucking video. I've seen an ass before. I know what it looked like when. Okay, who gives a fuck? Gives a fuck? Did you get your?
Why you have to put your hands together like that?
Yeah, you put your ass out my face. Nasty bitch. Dude, it doesn't matter. It's not that I don't think women are sexy. It's not that I don't like a big ass. I don't have to like they ass. And if that's all they doing to show, get attention for themselves, then you ain't got shit to offer nobody. But you can go out and be the whole hoe you want to be. Live it up. Have fun. It's a shelf life on that shit, though. Free always tastes a lot better. Sort of. I don't know if you can notice this, but I'm a black male. I'm a light-skinned black male. Free always tastes like it might be a string attached. I'm looking for the hook. I'm looking for the hook in the free. Like, Somebody go run out from behind and say, you took that. Like, nigga, it was free. No, not for you. Not for you, nigga. Everybody got to pay for something. Non-sexy red. It's a funny name. That should have been a fucking rap name. I don't even know who Sexy Red is. I wouldn't care. That's why I get amazed sometimes when y'all know who these people are. So who the fuck is this bitch? What? And why do you know? You got some proclivities you want to explain? You ain't got to explain it, but you might want to own that shit. If you think she hot, that's your business. I don't judge. Not professionally. I'm an amateur judge. My shit don't hold that much weight. I meant in the case of your pie. It wasn't free. I paid for it. I just got more than I paid for. And that was it. I just got more than I paid for. She gave me more than I paid for. I don't give a fuck. Thank you. I thanked her. She's cute. Whatever. And she got a husband and a couple of kids. Don't matter. But what else you got in the war? Since everybody else afraid. I know it's going to be Father's Day next week. I'm really going to have to go in for that day. I was thinking about it yesterday. Professor was doing for Father's Day. I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Probably nothing. I said, what day is that? Sunday? She said, yeah. I said, well, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm doing a stream on Sunday. It'll be Father's Day. I'll do a Father's Day stream. I don't know what it'll be about this year. I think last year I had my son on, which was fun for me. But I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
That'd be real cool.
Yeah, because shit, he doing it big right now. We're doing good for herself. But my kids are spread out. My daughter is living in another state. I guess she ain't flying back to do nothing for the Father's Day. Nobody give a fuck about Father's Day. They turned the whole month into Gay Pride Month. Only thing they advertise in this month right now is graduation, which father's supposed to be paying some money out for something, and Pride Month. I don't know why they got a month in Father's Day. Why didn't they get a month in Mother's Day? Why didn't they get that month? No, they just want to wipe away. Nobody gives a fuck about your daddy unless he running around dressed like a woman and clapping his booty cheeks.
Oh my goodness. I don't even want to think like that. I mean,
y'all just saw me trying to watch the goddamn news to find out why I got a fighter jet flying over my house, and all I can get is streaming video of a pride parade in LA. I'm in San Francisco. I'm in the Bay Area. I don't give a fuck about what's happening in LA right now. Tell me why this jet is flying over my house. Nope. We want to show you this. A dude in a tube top, dressed, sparkling, out there having a good time. Okay. I'm sure he has a kid somewhere. It's really proud.
You're reminding me of RuPaul, man. From freaking 80s.
And this dude didn't look like RuPaul. He looked worse. He looked like Ru Hell No.
Oh my goodness.
Ru Hell No. What is this motherfucker doing?
If you hear some crunching, like I said, I'm sitting outside of Chipotle. I had to get some food after you kept talking about freaking pies and all that. I'm like damn, man, I'm not trying to break my intermittent fasting just yet, but I gotta eat something now because only eat once a day.
Oh shit! So you about to be voracious?
Oh yeah.
Where she go? She looking for something. I'm mute. So I'm 2 hours and 30 minutes in. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. So let's get into actual geek stuff because I'm done with talking about female shit. I just got a picture for somebody who's supposedly out of a relationship. You want to be fishing that shit this way?
Hey, it's June. It's the beginning of freaking hot girl summer. So
springtime, yeah.
They find it.
Yeah, a lot of coochies open. A lot of coochies wet now. Trying to get out there and get on the merry-go-round again. Get on the carousel. So whatever. Leave me out of that shit. Well, no parts of y'all dysfunction, man. No parts of your dysfunction. Keep that shit over there. Don't be looting me into none of your bullshit. I plan to take my daughter to see Inside Out 2, but I also have to take her to my niece's birthday party. Go see Inside Out 2. That might be good. I'm interested in seeing that because I like the first Inside Out. It's all emotional psychology shit. Why the fuck not? It would be fun. It'd be fun.
What's Inside Out?
Inside Out is the first one was the emotions inside of a little girl, and you're getting the perspective of the emotions inside of her head. So when she goes through stuff, the emotions are actually controlling her body and how it works. So they go through their own the emotions inside of her go through their own little adventures and shit, right? Based on her memories and what she's going through.
Okay.
At the end of the first movie, she hits puberty. Which is fucking hilarious because their little control board gets bigger. There's more buttons and more levers and shit. And then new emotions start popping up, like anxiety and shit like that. I'm like, oh my God, I gotta watch this shit. This will be hilarious. This absolutely be hilarious. I don't care. I'm not looking at how much money it does at the box office because I don't care about that shit. It's not paying me. I'm looking at how entertained I am about this. And that should be entertaining. You've raised the daughter. If you had a little sister, if you deal with women, if you like women to deal with them, that shit is entertaining. I'm gonna watch that because I expect to laugh. Oh my God, like puberty. Oh my, dude, this is like the worst time in some people's lives. Trust me, for a reason.
I'm gonna look into that next week when I get off of work. Yeah, this week I'm gonna be busy.
Yeah, what's good, Desset?
Hey, what's good?
Good.
Just got home.
You survived again.
Man, I think I already told you about how it was challenging them. And that chick who challenged me was there today, and she was not happy to see me. But I was like,
fuck her.
Yeah,
be mad, motherfucker. That's your right. Be mad. If you wouldn't have done this dumb shit, you wouldn't have to be mad about it.
Man, look, that she's the supervisor there too. She was so mad that I was picking candy out of the bowl. And she came and took the bowl away.
The fuck she come and take the bowl for? Hey, little bitch.
It's like this woman, like she's probably in her 70s. So I didn't care. It's like, take this goddamn bag bowl of candy. Shit,
bring my own next time.
Yeah.
Some people don't need power, dude. Some people don't need authority over anything.
Well, she learned the hard way dealing with me because she came at me sideways, and then I reminded her that your people signed this contract, which states that I can do this shit. Back the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
That's right.
Following them damn directions.
Well, it's those women there.
Mm-hmm.
See, when you see the way the whole thing works, and you already know this, artisan. I don't know if you know this, Noya. But
nah, I've never been through that, but teach me.
Okay. Basically, since the two parents can agree, and because my ex-wife attacked my mother, who was the supervisor, they settled on a visitation center. Now, what that does is it puts me at a disadvantage because I only see them for an hour on Sunday. So when I go there and I see them, like if I get a little bit too fatherish, they'll step in and say you're being a little bit too hard, and then I have to give them the side eyes, like, look, this little nigga getting out of control.
Yeah,
yeah. And so I got to find clever ways to, number one, teach my children who are only interested in playing, for God's sakes, which is what children do.
Right.
And then the second thing is to get them to mind me as their father, because they just spent the last 6 days with their mother telling them that I ain't shit.
Yeah, that they're eroding your authority over your kids, and every time you are around your kids, you have to reinstill that authority. But now they got somebody sitting there trying to say, "Hey, you're being a little bit too much man right there. Tone it back. Fuck you."
Yeah.
I hate that shit.
So basically, when you start with the visitation center, it's basically a contract. You agree on these things, not to give them more than $10, or you got to show up 40 minutes ahead of time, shit like that, or the things that you can't talk to them about. Like, I've got to talk to these women at the visitation center to talk to my daughter about puberty, which she's starting right now. And when I did the contract, I crossed all that shit out. I was like, no, I'm giving my children more money than what y'all will allow. I will talk to them about anything that I want to, and I'm not showing up to this motherfucker 40 minutes early. 15 to 20 minutes is good enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So they came back And she says, we have to initial all these things. I did that. And that's all I heard from it. So I was showing up 15 to 20 minutes early for what's been about 8 to 9 months now.
Fucking hell, dude.
This bitch comes in and says, she says, I know we have this contract between each other, which states that you're going to come in at this time, but you are not going to dictate policy to us.
That's
And then I interjected. I said, that's your choice. And then she said, no, Mr. West, it's not our choice. You are not going to dictate policy. And then she walked away. I was like, we'll see about that.
You see about that shit? You want to buy by some rules too.
Oh, but here's the threat that they levied on me, that if I did not show up 40 minutes early, they were going to cancel my visits. And so I wrote them back because I had to make that shit official. I was like, this is an attempt to file a lawsuit. Number one, because you are an extension of the city, you are bound by the same laws that the city and the state has. You cannot interfere between parent-child relationships. Your duty there is just to make sure the kids are safe, period. And then I said, number two, we have this contract that y'all agreed to. So if you all do cancel my visit, I'm going to interpret that as interference. Obviously, they sent that shit to their lawyer. And you can figure out what happened after that. It's like, you got to take this shit.
Yeah.
Or
You better shut the
like
fuck up.
sue your ass.
So she mad.
She's mad.
She came and took the candy because that's the only power she had to do.
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons why I'm in this space. Because there are too many brothers who just sit there and sign on the dotted line without recognizing the fact that just because they lay a contract out in front of you doesn't mean you have to agree to all of the terms of it.
No.
That is just the beginning part of a negotiation.
Yeah, you negotiate. You have to understand this. You're negotiating at that point. You don't have to sign. We're negotiating.
So that goes for everything. Employment. Oh, we're going to pay you 23, 24 hours. So the hell you are?
No, I don't.
Talking about. Scratch that shit out and then put your own number in there. And then when they take it back, either they're going to accept it or they're not. That's it.
You have to, in some ways, you have to be willing to walk away from certain things. You have to know that's part of knowing your worth, is knowing what you can walk away from. Because I know in positions that you, especially black men in this country, you may really want a job. You may really want a job somewhere. May really need that shit. But you understand that's a negotiation.
Exactly.
It's a negotiation. Oh, it starts at such and such and such and such. Well, I have these skills and I'd like to start at this.
Yep.
White boys do that shit all the time and be some of the dumbest motherfuckers you ever worked with.
Tell me about it.
And getting paid more than you to be dumber than you.
Yep.
On the job. You started at base. They started above you because they just, no, I think I deserve 35. You don't do $35 worth of work.
Yeah. But Jordan Peterson talked about this, about being aggressive and being dangerous and going out there and pushing your weight around.
Right.
Because number one, like I started negotiating my employment contracts maybe like 15, 16 years ago. You'd be amazed. Well, you wouldn't be amazed, but for most men out there, they will be amazed at how many bosses actually respect that shit. It's like, is this what you're worth? Okay, prove it. I was like, okay, we're gonna put you on a probationary period. You better be worth this money that you're asking for.
Yeah,
that's it.
Worth more than that.
Yeah,
that's how you get shorted. I learned that self-contracting a lot of times, because one of the things I have a problem with was I didn't call it value on myself. I just called it putting a price on how much my work was worth. Right. I used to have a problem with that a lot. And so I would get into jobs where I wanted the job more than I wanted the money that I should have been getting. And I struggled on the jobs. I did the same work that I would do on any job, but I struggled a lot more and didn't make as much because I did that to myself. And it taught me that lesson that I'm doing this to myself.
Yep.
That's all it was, because my homeboy who taught me how to contract, he would always throw somebody out a big number. And I didn't understand how he did that. I thought it was unfair to the person to give them some big ass number like that. He was like, no, look, if they want work done, you have to be able to give them an amount. You have to be able to give them an amount. They tell you, hey, I want this room redone in my house and I want to do this in the kitchen and whatever. You can listen to all that shit. You tell them a number. They either have to meet that or walk away.
Yep.
So if you tell them, yeah, I can do that for 15,000, they're either gonna say yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you might not even been thinking about that job whatsoever, but if they want that work done, they're gonna come up with that goddamn money.
Yep.
That's it. That's all it is, right? So this was proven to me when I was an apprentice and I redid the fence in my mother's backyard, right? Well, the reason I did that was because the guy she talked to before was going to charge her like $800 or something to do it.
Mhm.
It's not that big of a fence. It's not like 12 foot of fucking fence, dude. Like, what are you talking about? I thought that was too much for my mother to be paying. So me and my homeboy did it for like $300.
Mhm.
You know how much grief I got over that shit for $300?
Really? Well, that's the problem with doing business with family.
I should have charged her $8.
Yep.
Because she was willing to pay that motherfucker $800. If I would have said no, she would have paid that dude $800
Mm-hmm.
and thought it was the best work ever, even though the shit that she was saying said he was gonna do was some. I was like, Mama, you're not trying to keep rhinoceroses out this bitch. What are you talking about? That sounds like some dumb shit. He just said some shit to tell a woman any goddamn thing.
Mm-hmm.
But he about to take his $800, spend $150 on the material, spend what, another $100 on getting his homeboys from the Home Depot, and be gone with the rest of the money.
Yep. And I ain't mad at them for it, because if you can get away with it, get away with it. Hey.
Look, make these motherfuckers pay for that shit. It's just what it is. And I know BGS has talked about in the space with men dating and stuff like that of making these people pay. No, you should make them pay.
Mm-hmm.
Especially nowadays. You should be making motherfuckers pay for wasting your time and your fucking effort. Because one of the things that was coming back to me this week, something that Kevin said, was about women are born with their value, right?
Yeah, that's true.
In a sense, men have to make themselves valuable.
Mm-hmm.
They have to. They always have to make themselves valuable. Every skill you learn, every accomplishment that you succeed at, everything that you push for and achieve, and then move on and go on to the next thing, that is all value to you. Any fucking chick getting with you didn't have to do any of that shit.
Nope.
So to have to listen to them tell you how much your ass is not worth or how much they are worth, and they ain't have to do none of the shit you had to do to be who you are, is to me a moot point. Like, you out of your goddamn mind. But that's older me now. Younger me might have been, well, maybe, she cute. Nigga, I'm so glad I'm not that person no more. I mean, if I could travel back in time and look at him, he would get a slap in the fucking face. Like, you sick, demented fool. What the hell is your problem, nigga? That's why you should have had a daddy in your house. Like, God damn. It's just, but the system works on people being ignorant to that kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
And not knowing their value. It works on that. Not knowing how valuable some of this shit is. Took me having my son to know how much one seed is worth. One shot of semen, I know how much that motherfucker is worth, and it's in the 6-digit category, nigga. So I'm a billionaire walking.
Yes, it is. But then when you look at that boy, it's like I was looking at mine today. He's smiling and doing all this little boy shit. You'd be like, man, this shit is priceless.
Yeah, it's absolutely priceless. That's why I like talking to my son. I like being around him and just seeing him interact with his child and stuff like that. Like seeing him interact with his daughter and how he talks to his daughter and gets her to mind and shit like that is like, does my heart good. It's like gold, dude, because he be checking her out. Like, Scarlett, no. Like, he be on her, right? Giving her that shit. Like, what are you doing? No. But he's a really involved father, too. Like, love to see it. What's good, A Bizzle?
AB.
What's going on, bro?
What's happening, man? It's been a minute. You came in from the neutral zone, huh?
Yeah.
Now you want
found that wormhole.
I tried to sit through somebody's special show, and I gotta watch the second episode again because I hardly pay attention. I barely paid attention.
So you talking about that crapolite?
Yeah.
Well, we can get into it. Look, this I'm not putting up a spoiler alert for this because there is nothing to spoil about this piece of shit. A piece of shit is smelly and is runny, and it's just what it is, dude. Like this shit is so ridiculous. I've been ripping this shit for like 4 days straight with Black Bane and a couple of other people. I'm like, that's why I'm like sitting up here like, do I want to talk about this shit again, dude? This is the jokes write themselves on this fucking show. It's like he's inconsistent as fuck on his face, just on his own.
Yeah, it's like a jumbled mess. It's all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, but the problem that I have with it is just that first fight scene. I was like, who turned this shit into a kung fu movie?
Yeah,
that bitch.
that's the first thing I said. Like, I'm like, okay, this is clearly ripped off from a kung fu movie. What are y'all doing?
Yeah.
Here's the first thing. Like, I have notes on this show, right? I have notes on the show because I watched those 2 episodes, and I told y'all I was not looking forward to this shit. I make no bones about it. I'm not lying about it. I was not looking forward to this show ever. I didn't think it would be made, but here we are. It's like, I guess miracles do happen, right? The Chinese curse prevails. Like, may you live in interesting times. This is pretty fucking interesting right now. And I'm not interested in watching the show, but I am giving it a chance to be at least entertaining. I'm not fucking entertained. I'm seeing the same dumb shit, inconsistent canon breaking shit I saw in Ahsoka, and I saw in Book of Boba Fett and Obi-Wan Kenobi, and it all keeps circling around the same vagina hat wearing motherfucker.
Yep.
Involved in it. I'm like, I'm really not liking this nigga. I'm really hating this nigga right now. Like, dude, I don't get fooled often. You fooled me, you little bastard. But my eyes are now open, motherfucker. You can't do shit on my watch. Sorry.
Look, I only watched the show for one reason. Stenberg. That's it. I like the way she looked. She cute. Cool. She got a nice little stocky build.
She does, which is disappointing because she non-binary lesbian or something like that. So I'm like, so how did that fucking work? How can you be non-binary but you understand you are lesbian?
Doesn't draw my attention. I'm just like, okay,
because being a lesbian would mean you understand that there is a binary, which means there is a woman, there is a man, and you only like the one. So fucking this is your life is inconsistent. Like, y'all don't understand language.
But of course, who is she friends with? Willow.
Oh my God. So what? Yeah, they can be friends. Like, who gives a fuck?
I mean, it's just like peas in a pod. They own that nonsense, and I'm like, okay, go ahead and be non-human together.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
They're experimenting.
Look, experimenting for us was, is it going to be a fat chick or a skinny chick or somewhere in between? That was it.
That was an experiment. Yeah. You know what? I thought I would try this kind of chick. I didn't like it. Experiment failed. I'm good. I thought I would be agreeable and see how that worked a little bit. No, didn't like that too much. No, never mind.
Because if you get with a chick and it feels like you rock climbing, she big.
Look,
man, you're about to have me say some wild shit, but I'm gonna leave it alone. Go ahead, brother.
I'm not supposed to be leaving it alone. You throw it out there, man. Look, I don't give a shit. I mean, not overly offensive, but come on, you got a thought. Let it out, man. People need to learn.
Let's just say that I'm offended at the fact that when I first moved into my neighborhood, I bought this house, and both neighbors, the one across the street and the one next to me, was trying to set me up with their daughters. And the one that was across the street daughter was it's like she's snoring, but she's not asleep. That's one.
Oof.
Two, she's built like a muffin.
A muffin with toothpicks in it.
Yeah, and 3 chins, right? And the fact that she tried to come at me and was indirectly trying to, I guess she wanted me to take her in the house and just, freaking just give it to her right then and there and she can walk out. I'm like, I was so disgusted and I was so offended. I'll just leave right there.
So you didn't like being looked at as a human hobby horse?
How dare they objectify you, man?
They objectify your peen game. I'll just keep it simple for you. Just take me in there and just bang it out and I'll walk away. Like,
see, y'all
looking for a happy accident. Oh
Yeah,
my
you
God.
turned into a great
Now
story.
y'all giving me flashback. I had to kick an old bitch out of my house because of that.
You got an old bitch in your house? The fuck you had an old bitch in your house for?
Man, what you trying to do? Injure her?
Yeah, exactly. Trying to get a hip replacement.
Yeah, you done knocked her hip out of place. Now you got to get sued.
Oh my God, AB. My doctor gonna call you.
I wasn't even trying to solicit her like that. She started humping on me. I was like, get off of me.
Time to go.
Oh, she just
Time
gonna,
to go.
she just gonna take it from you, huh? Like there's laws against that kind of shit, lady.
Slow it down now there. Slow it down.
All right, young man. Back in the day, I would have had three little men like you. I'm like, oh my God, get out
Boy.
of here.
What's that? Anessa from freaking Invincible?
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
took
yeah,
it?
she took it from her. I'm gonna wait to see if they get to that part in the show because Nissa did for real take it from him. Like Jesus, dude.
I'm glad you mentioned Invincible. I'm sorry, I didn't feel sorry for that nigga. He deserved that ass whooping.
He did. He was being a little bitch. You got to grow up.
I haven't caught up with Invincible yet. Not second
You
season.
can watch that last season because that
Last
season,
episode, I did not feel sorry for him.
Season 1, no, it was kind of rough. It was kind of rough. Season 1 was kind of rough. Season 2, there's some other shit going on, but he did catch another beating too. Because I look at Invincible like this: Mark Grayson is kind of like the Daniel LaRusso of this of this shit. He gonna take an ass whooping before he learn how to like tighten up. He gonna take that ass, and it's gonna be bloody, and he's gonna have to heal up and understand why the fuck am I doing this way? Because you're gonna have to get your ass kicked to learn. Apparently, Nolan did go soft on you for a lot of years.
Yeah, he did.
You waited till you was hit that puberty with 15, 16 and finally put an ass whooping on you. You should have kind of been putting ass whoopings on you a little bit up the way, so you didn't have to get one that bad later on. I mean, I'm just saying there's reasons. So to Andre's point, he said 3% of Disney Plus subscribers were watching it. You know what that 3% was? Fucking reviewers.
Exactly.
I told y'all. I don't think anybody was going to be watching this but people who have to review it. If you look on YouTube, everybody's reviewing this shit. Then we was probably the only ones who watched it. Because given the numbers that they doing on people watching them talk about it, I saw one video was up for 20 hours, 113K views. They wasn't watching that show. They didn't tune in because they watched that show. They tuned in because they didn't. I wanted to see what these motherfuckers had to say about it.
And that's funny. Funny you should say that, because one of the things that I really abhor is when I'm looking at a reviewer and then a guy, he slips and said, well, I didn't really watch it. And then he continues to review. I was like,
yeah, I told you.
What you talking about?
I can't listen to reviewers like that.
If you ain't watched it or played it, I'm not interested in your review.
Yeah. And it's not I did hear about Amanda Stenberg being in Columbiana, that she was the young Zoe Saldana. Yeah. My thing was Rue from the Hunger Games.
Yep, that's what I remember her.
Young Rue, I feel bad, man. She old enough? She old enough for me to be looking at it like that? Because she is stacked kind of nice.
Yes, she is.
She had some dumb shit out of her mouth, but she looked nice. I don't give a fuck about that Raggedy Ann braids. I don't give a shit.
She got great features. I'm looking at her. I was like, this is a pretty girl.
Look, she had on that. I saw that picture where she had on that Padme Amidala outfit.
Yeah.
I'm like, you making that shit work. You making that shit work, little girl. Look, okay. Look, it is what it is. You saying some dumb shit, but you cute. Somebody will listen to that shit.
Yeah, somebody will put up with it just enough to hit it, and then
somebody will put up with it. Reviewers and hate watchers. Yeah, I couldn't even hate watch this shit. I couldn't. If I did, I'm absolutely serious. If I didn't have to review this shit for you guys and put it up on my Patreon, I would not be watching this show. I didn't want to see this shit. I would not. But it falls into the realm of that it's too much attention focused on this show. Is too big of a show that you have to review it. Even if you don't want to watch it, you have to. And the people reviewing it and giving it hella positive reviews, and it's a blow for this and a blow for this, and it's the gayest show ever. I was like, this is a ploy, right? You know this is a propaganda ploy. They're trying to wrap themselves because they can't wrap it in black folks. They can't wrap it in black folks to give it some, minority deflection protection. They can't do it. They can't do it with the show. Nobody gives a shit. Not today, right? So they're trying to wrap it with the gay community. They're using you as their human shields to push this goddamn show because they want you to support it because they know y'all got some numbers. That's why they keep promoting this shit as the gay show. We're doing this for the community. They ain't doing that shit for the community. They doing that shit so they can turn a profit by using your ass to watch it. Like, I'll tell you, like, what I don't think is not a little known secret. There's always been gay folks in the comics, you dumb fucks. You didn't make them show up all of a sudden. There's always been gay people in the Star Wars. They didn't show up because you made this fucking show. They always been there.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck are you talking about? Y'all 30 years old. You just came to this shit, you goofballs.
Hey, Artisan, here's an idea. Why don't you make a show for the old fans, and then maybe you'll gain some new fans and make your money? I know, that's too much. I know I'm using logic too much logic.
Look, why don't my thing was this, because this whole new fan bullshit is basically their way of saying we want to kill y'all off. We're waiting for your old fuckers to die. Mm-hmm. So basically what they're saying is they're going after your kids. Because where are you making new fans from?
Yeah,
you don't make new fans. You didn't start anything. You're not starting over anything, really. So how can you base everything that you're doing on older material but think you're making new fans from it? There are no new fans because your groups, your rainbow groups don't have a bunch of babies, you dumb fucks. Mm-hmm. So you ain't making no new fans. This shit has existed before you showed up. That sounds like some of the dumbest thinking ever. We're making new fans. You know this existed for like 50 years before you got here, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but fuck all them. They old. Oh, fuck all them. They're the ones who actually made this something that you would want to buy for $1 billion, you goofy bitches. These are the people who did it. The new fans ain't paid all this stuff up there, up front. No.
Sure didn't. They're not even buy your toys. Oops, did I say that out loud?
Because they don't buy that shit. Yeah, because they don't buy that shit.
I think
they better money like that.
I think a better strategy for them would have just been continue the story. Start at a new age after the fact. What happened later? What happened after Luke? I mean, not that new shit with Rey, but let's think further than that.
That would have been. Go ahead.
Because I mean, the problem that I had with that Rey generation is that you didn't really get any real revolution or evolution of the Empire or the Republic. What you got was the same old shit. And I was like, damn, do the Jedi even grow? Are they coming up with new shit? How the hell do they stay ahead of anything if they're not doing anything new?
Because they can't. Yeah. Look, we all know. We all saw Force Awakens, I'm sure. You all know that Force Awakens was nothing but a new hope for a new generation.
Yep.
That's all it was. And you didn't make any fans with that shit because they would have to be fans to know what New Hope was to even get what was happening in this movie. You didn't reintroduce them to the Force or anything like that. All that shit was already pre-existing. That's why your story had to continue from where the last movie left off. That's why. Because you can't have your new shit without it. Now, I don't have a problem with them getting into the Star Wars universe and making up some new characters, further down the road, because that would be interesting. That's minorly the only thing this show could have going forward is that these are all new characters that we don't know of. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. But I'm not into the HR era. I'm not into that at all. I'm not into a place where there is no wars, dinosaurs, and everybody's LGBT all of a sudden, because I understand how much cannon breaking that they're doing when they go forward. Whatever happens in this show is basically establishing that what you saw in the prequels was a perversion of what was supposed to happen in this era. That's what it does. And
didn't they resurrect Mario Van Peebles as a young dude? I mean, I was sitting there wondering why Sonny Spoon was there and why is he the dumbest character on screen.
You saw the same thing I did. You old enough to see the same things I did, because I kept looking at this little goofball, and that's what I was thinking. Like Hollywood from Heartbreak Ridge.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is look like Mario Van Peebles.
If you say that,
Like, I
Ayatollah
know
rock
most
and
people might
roll.
not know who the fuck that is, but go back in time. This is New Jack City. Okay.
Yes.
It is always pulling out a lightsaber ass. Like, man, if you don't put that shit away,
Dumbest
you
guy.
ain't doing nothing.
And then that
Inconsistent.
with the Asian Jedi, I look at him. As
Oh,
soon as I
God.
saw him on screen, I said, "Big and goofy. He gonna be doing
Yep.
some dumb shit."
Qui-Gon Jinn. I call him Gon Qui Jinn.
What you mean,
I'm
Don
like,
Juan?
I'm sure he's a good actor, but I'm like, you look dumb as
Dude,
fuck, dude.
no
She was
presence
my
whatsoever.
student. She was
Go
my
ahead,
student.
AB.
She was my student. It was my fault. I was like, oh gosh.
I can see where he's saying because this is Padawan. He would have a connection to his
Yeah,
Padawan,
I agree
right?
with that.
Okay.
Okay,
All
fair
right.
enough.
Yeah, because Obi-Wan
I'll
did
find
take
it.
responsibility for.
But the fact that he wasn't mentioning that this bitch had a twin and they went and found her so quickly, I'm like, y'all some of the dumbest detectives ever. I said, I've never seen so many dumbass Jedis at one time. I was talking to Black Bane about that shit, and we was having a whole tear. Black Bane wrote me a whole fucking synopsis about this shit, this problem he was having. And we just going back and forth. Like it's half typing and half audio, or we talking into this shit, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We just was batting that shit back and forth with it. Like, God, man, what the fuck is this bitch doing? I'm a Star Wars fan. Wait, when? Where? If you was a Star Wars fan, you know this shit don't work. Look.
Wow. But you're right, George.
One of my main things that I hit on that I thought was stupid as fuck was the fact that you're supposed to be fighting Jedi with no weapons. Okay, cool. Since when is a kunai not a weapon?
Tell me about it.
Now, if you said we're supposed to fight Jedis with no lightsabers, that would make sense because you don't want the damage to show. If they saw a Jedi was cut down by a lightsaber, that would give a little indication that, there's some dark shit going on around here somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Cool. But a weapon is a weapon. Apparently a dagger is a weapon since it killed somebody. Okay? So I don't get this inconsistent weapon. Don't use a weapon talk. Don't use a weapon. It's like you use poison and a dagger. If I was playing Skyrim, nigga, my stealth would be going up right now. What are you talking about? I would be getting bonuses for that shit. The backstab and the poisoning. Like, what the fuck? Those are weapons.
Sandwich and all that. Yep.
It is something else that really bothered me too, because that whole weapon thing, and the fact that she was throwing the kunai, and the first Jedi woman was slicing them down. I was just thinking, I was like, haven't you motherfuckers ever heard of fiber blades?
Exactly.
Canon.
Well, that was the first thing that I got from this in the first fucking 15 minutes of watching the first episode was that it doesn't sound like Star Wars to me.
Exactly.
And it was hard for me to try to explain this, but it came up in the term when he's talking about we're taking off in 5 minutes. I'm like, did they ever use minutes in Star Wars? I don't ever remember Star Wars using minutes as how they measured time. That's our real world shit. Star Wars is not supposed to be our world.
Yeah, that's like galaxy far away. Long time ago
in a galaxy far, far away. We are not them. They may be the precursors to who we are, but it happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. They are not us. So they don't relate to things the same way we do. You can't sit there and give me all this dialogue and all this shit that sounds like modern day people talking in a Star Wars setting because it doesn't work. When you read Star Wars books, you understand what calf is. You understand what a flimsy is. You understand what Durasteel is and stuff like that because it's all put into the story to let you understand their world and what they're talking about, right? If they were using, he hit this concrete wall. He was drinking coffee. You'd be like, coffee? What happened to calf?
Yeah.
Like you said, he had a dagger. A dagger? You mean a vibroblade? There is a language to this world. You're not using it, which means this is not of this world. This is not in the Star Wars world. It's taking me out of it listening to you give this fucking dialogue. because like this is not right. They no 5 minutes. No, you don't take off in 5 minutes here. Okay, I'm forgetting what it is. I keep forgetting what the hell it is, but that's not how they measure time there. They don't measure it in minutes. Parsec, something else is something other than minutes. It's like, no, dude, something is way off with this shit. The inconsistency shows no bounds. Yeah, their lack of their lack of consistency is disturbing.
Yep. That's the real disturbance in the force.
Yeah, that's the disturbance in the force. And this is supposedly your show. Now, I give it not a caveat, but I just say this to you guys to understand. I've been tracking news on this show for about 3-4 years, right? Ever since before Gina got fired, they were talking about this goddamn show, right? This show has gone through so many rewrites. George came on to help rewrite this shit. John came on to help rewrite this shit. Dave came on to help rewrite this shit. Every time they came in to help rewrite this piece of shit show, Kathleen Kennedy ended up barring them from the set, and then they rewrote the shit again. This shit has gone through more drafts and revisions than the Lord of the Rings, far as I know. And what they put out on the screen still ain't fucking good. Now, I'm waiting to see which parts came from which people. Now, I can tell you this. If you saw the second episode, that ridiculous fucking fight where this motherfucker using the force to block her feet and shit like that, that's Dave Filoni's goofy ass. You know why I say that? Because I saw that same shit in that goddamn Obi-Wan show with Vader stopping the blade with his hand and all that dumb shit. I'm like, motherfucker, could he do it? Maybe, but that's not how he moved. That's not how that shit works. He wasn't doing that shit before. Fuck you. No. But since Force Awakens, everybody's been holding something with telekinetics, blaster bolts, stopping blades, all kind of this dumb shit. And I'm like, I'm not for that, really. Dude, this is dumb.
That bothered me too, because one thing I knew about lightsabers is that there is an element of force resistance to them, which is the reason why they use them. Exactly. And then the other part about that is like when you see them and they got their ropes on, they're actually using the force to make sure they don't cut their own goddamn legs off.
Exactly. That's why that was the whole point, that when Force Awakens came out that I was bitching about, that everybody can't use a lightsaber. Yeah, you can turn it on if you want to, but you're about to cut something off, because the whole point of the lightsaber, the way the energy circles through the blade and makes it look like a blade, the motherfucker is vibrating.
Yep.
That's the hum, motherfucker. It's just not a sound effect. It's humming. You have to be trained to use that without cutting your own fucking limbs off. That's why you start with little stun blades and shit, or dummy sabers and stuff. Because once you get to this real shit, you need to be skilled. You need to understand what you're doing, and it's hard to wield. It's not a baseball bat that anybody can pick it up and run around with the mop handle. I'm a Jedi. No, nigga. That's not how it works. No. You think the younglings at the temple are using real blades?
Hell no.
No, it killed them kids, motherfucker. They have a higher body count than Anakin going through there on a bad one.
And one thing that they did get right in like episode 1 through 3 is, remember when Count Dooku was fighting Anakin the first time, and it was just like Count Dooku, he barely touched him with the lightsaber and he put him down. I was like, that's the lightsaber I remember.
He gave him the tip.
He just gave him the tip.
Got that nigga in the thigh, like, stay down.
I'm like, rip your ass a little bit.
Yeah. Look, I don't have to say it because every other reviewer, bigger reviewer, has been pointing this shit out. But it's funny as hell to hear it said, like, apparently daggers are more lethal than lightsabers in this universe. Yeah, you goddamn right. I remember being shocked, like, that got her. I don't think that's deep. I don't think that's long enough to go through all that, garb she got on. Really, she does have some Party City costume on, huh? That got her. Like, that's not even, that blade ain't long enough to go deep enough through the robes, the 2-layer robes, and in the flesh and the bone, and into. It's not that big. Like, She gonna get up, right? She's about to jump up off the ground, right? Nope, you killed Trinity in the first one. Goddamn, Carrie Ann. What the fuck?
The way that she died in that part was so stupid. Okay, you died saving this dude from a kunai. Like, your ass is so bad of a Jedi that you don't know to get your ass out the way first.
Black Bane said, so Jedis don't know how to separate their attention anymore. I said, he's like, she been force pushing this whole time. She couldn't force push that bitch away and catch the other person at the same time. No, she's supposed to be a master, right?
Yep.
Yeah, apparently masters are really limited nowadays. Like, fucking hell. Now I see why this republic failed.
Yeah, this just bring back the empire, okay?
Wait a minute. Now,
Bring
to
the
be
motherfuckers back.
To be fair, they did call this the High Republic.
Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah, they real high.
California, boy, they're smoking some of that good green. Like, yeah, we gonna do the High Republic.
The High Republic,
awesome.
remember?
Yeah, you know KK from Berkeley, fucking mushroom.
That's what y'all call people from Berkeley, mushroom.
No, we call them berserk. We call it berserkly from out here, but Berkeley is where you can get a lot of fucking drugs.
God damn. But I'll be watching again because I just want to see Amandla. You know, maybe she wear some tight shit and make the show better.
Well, you watching that shit like I was watching Hera in the Acolyte. Like, I mean, not in the Acolyte, but Ahsoka. Like, yeah, well, I don't give a fuck about Hera Syndulla in this, but goddamn, I like the way she look in that jumpsuit.
Yeah. Ooh, boy, dude.
Boy, and they knew it. It was ass shots for everybody. You know?
Yellow pants.
Damn, girl, where you going? You going to court? I'm going with you. Camera stay
ahead of me right there, so I can just what you doing back there? Oh, you just mind your business.
Like, stay off the weed. Shit, they on some other shit. Qui-Gon should be salty about that. Man, they've been disrespecting Qui-Gon forever. Everybody came back from a lightsaber stabbing since these motherfuckers got a hold of it, except for Qui-Gon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, motherfucker couldn't come back. Any chick, she has got a +1 against fucking lightsaber damage. Like, it was a non-lethal hot item. So if nothing happens to you, you can just get up and shake it off. But a cold blade will kill you instantly. Okay, whatever, fuck ever.
Maybe they sprinkle some crack on the blade. I don't know.
Yeah, no shit. The other thing I had a problem with was second episode where this bitch just strolls into a Jedi temple and nobody senses her.
Oh boy.
I'm like, these are supposed to be people who are sensitive to the Force. They can't sense that shit. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you're on Patreon and you watch my review of this shit, I'm saying that shit while I'm watching it, like, and they don't sense her. I'm like, what the fuck? What happened to Force sensing? Nobody senses this bitch. She in there with murderous intent. Nobody senses that. You don't recognize this bitch.
Hey, artist, remember,
like, who are you?
Artisan, remember, artisan. The Force is female.
It's fee something.
If they'd have done some Harry Potter Occlumen shit, that would have been one thing. But they didn't do that. I mean, I could understand that. Okay, I've got this Force power that keeps me from getting sentenced. That shit, that would have been something at least a little bit interesting.
Yeah, you can, because in Legends canon, it's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Solo is able to do it. Luke is able to do it in his version of doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Jason could shroud himself in the Force. He is undetectable in the Force.
Oh, that's what's up. Now that we talk,
right?
Mm-hmm.
Luke could do it too, but how Luke did it, it's like a sun going really dim and really small. It's compressing his Force presence because it's like an aura in the Force. It's like a light.
Right.
If you're in the Force, because the Force is in everything, not just fucking females, because it doesn't have a gender, people can sense you. It's like stars. People can sense you. That's how you can sense somebody really strong in the Force and somebody really weak in the Force. Right. Fucking Sabine, dumb bitch. So Luke's version of cloaking himself in the Force is he makes his Force presence really small, really minute. He's basically drawing in all his energy so you can't see his aura. It's still there, but it's hard to detect. It's really hard to detect. Jason disappears from the Force. He like dropping down a fucking black hole. Like that, you can't sense anything. Like he just pulled the universe over his ass and he just gone. And he could be standing right there in the room with you. Now, they didn't say this bitch had that ability.
Mm-hmm.
So, even if she did, walking into a Jedi outpost temple and nobody recognizing your ass would be an issue. Who the hell are you? They don't know her. Her walking past and not having a Force presence would be an alert.
Right.
There is no way she's walking in there like that, just strolling through the front door past fucking Jedi. It's like, who is these motherfuckers? Do they even have the Force? Because they sound Keystone Cops. They look dumb as fuck. I'm like, what the hell is going on here, man? This would not work like that. And that's just consistency problems with the fucking show. That doesn't. How does that even work?
Mm-hmm.
The dude in a meditative Force state can't censor in the room. I'm like, that makes no goddamn sense. You're in forced meditation, right? Okay. You're in meditation and hovering. That means you are wide open to the Force. So open to the Force, in fact, you got a whole bubble around you that she can't get through, which is cool, but fine. Mm-hmm. That means you should sense everything. Absolutely fucking everything. If Luke can go into a forced meditative state and project himself across the goddamn universe, you can't sense somebody in a room with you with murderous intent?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you making this shit for? People who don't know it, right? Oh my fucking God.
That's the funny thing, because I understand that Force sensitive users can detect like people on the other side of the universe. The shit is, that's the one thing that, like, I remember I did read about the destruction of Alderaan.
Mm-hmm.
And who was it that actually vomited or got really sick when they first felt the presence of the destruction? I cannot remember the name of that character.
I can't remember.
It was Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan felt it, but it was such a blast to him that he I think he just like killed over and went ill. I can't remember that. It's in the comic book and I don't have it.
That's okay. It'll come to you when you're watching this bullshit again. Malika said, call CPS on the Jedi Order. They have been using real lightsabers with younglings. 20 casualties and 100 deaths were reported. Yeah. Bunch of kids with little wheels on their feet. Shit. Multiple amputees. Like, like also said, the power that's causing Jedis to be undetected is called IP inconsistent. Yeah, it is.
Yep.
I want to make this shit up as I go along. The first day on the job, artisan. Bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with that goofy motherfucker talking about I made Jedi 2 years ago. It's like, you made Jedi? What? Was there a ceremony or did you go through the trials?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because as I understand, that's how the fuck that happens. You go through trials. It's not you didn't make shit. You went through the trials and survived that shit. So,
I thought it was just
what are you talking about? That must have been a diversity promotion, right? Dumbass.
Yeah.
Master Torben's storyline was absolute crap show. Yeah, that was. Look, man, all these murders happening so early. Who was I watching that said that shit? I think it was Critical Drinker was talking about it. That defeats the whole purpose of the fucking show.
Mm-hmm.
You revealed the villain right in the first 2 episodes and killed 2 Jedis that we're supposed to care about in the first 2 episodes. So we've built no rapport with them or no give a fuck about them at all. They are non-entities. They are NPCs. Why do I care about Carrie Ann Moss getting killed? Mm-hmm. Well, the reason I care because it's Carrie Ann Moss. Like, damn, I thought I'd get to see you a little longer, Trinity. Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you out of this bitch. Who's next? Oh, Master Torben. He don't even get any lines, really. That motherfucker was in the show to have a couple of lines and die? Like, why am I supposed to care about this dude? I don't even know who he is. I don't know shit about him. Other than he can hover and make a force bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm still having a problem with because I'm like, as much money as promoted is spending on this show, which we already know is probably more for as many times they tore down sets and rebuilt them over these years, right? And how much money they siphon from other shows to put into this shit. Why couldn't I get no kind of, bubble effect or anything like that when you doing some of this Force shit? You know, some kind of distortion or something.
Mhm.
Nothing. You just get her. Like, that shit looks stupid, dude. Like, that must have been a fun day on set. Like, you couldn't put no kind of special effect in there? Nothing? I mean, goddamn. I mean, I can see Iron Man doing a blast, a uni beam, or anything. I can see people distorting stuff with their hands so you get the idea that they're using something in the Force. I can't get none of that shit from you on this.
Man, it would have been, they could have done something really easy, like something that you can do on software that you download for free, like a refraction or
Off the
something.
shelf. Yeah, some off the shelf software, right?
Free shit. We'll do that
Yeah,
nowadays. Hit film will do that. It's just like all these dudes, you got these like, you have like on YouTube, you got all of these people telling you how to do shit, really cool shit with free software. And we couldn't even get a simple refraction field from there's a little wave there when she's trying to hit, and there's where the bubble is. Oh,
exactly.
Cool.
No, you just, what's happening?
Okay. You could have done that in Blender, but you know.
Exactly. Free shit.
Free shit.
Yeah.
I couldn't get none of that.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, so fine. Whatever the fuck. Now, jumping the shark with all of this stuff about the twin thing and whatnot, and she has a revenge list that she's going over.
Mhm.
That ain't like Kill Bill to me.
Nope.
That's like V from Vendetta to me.
Mhm.
And I'm waiting to see if it keeps following that same trope. Because if you remember V for Vendetta, V was going after those specific people because they was all involved in the experiments that was going on him and the mother.
Exactly.
And he kept going after, taking them out one by one. And one of them he gave poison.
Mhm.
And he gave it to her because she was kind of nice. Gave it to her while her ass was sleeping.
Mhm.
And then just sat there and talked to her until she fucking died. Now,
Fox.
yeah. Now, the whole thing with his vengeance plot was it was justified for him for what they had did. The way they go on with this one is it's justified for some shit that these Jedis did.
Mhm.
Right. And people have been spoiling it all over the internet this week, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to talk about it. You can watch the fucking episode if you want to, because I like things fresh. But putting forth the idea that Jedis were doing something, you know, wrong and against the code, it's like, okay, so how interesting is the story you want to tell on this? It don't seem too interesting.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't. Most of this stuff is just there to break down what George built and try to own it for themselves. Now, I don't have a problem with new characters. I really don't. I'll probably be the only person to say this, but I would be willing to give Taika Waititi a shot at doing the Star Wars stuff with his treatment, because at least his treatment is a couple hundred years in the future with brand new characters.
I never heard of that treatment.
He mentioned that he was supposed to have a Star Wars movie before Love and Thunder it came out.
Mhm.
That was supposed to be one of his next projects, right? But since Love and Thunder came out and bombed, they pulled his Star Wars movie that he wanted to do. And his idea for his movie is he wanted to make some brand new characters 100 years or so in the future. And I said, well, that would be a good spot for it. Talked about it on this show.
Mhm.
Right? That would be a good spot for it because, yes, the Skywalkers are possibly dead, but the Force is the Force because the Force is just in the universe, right? It's just chi, right? So it's always going to be there.
Mhm.
These people discovering the Force or whatever they're doing, yeah, that could be interesting. I'd be down for that. I hated his fucking Thor, but Taika Waititi likes Star Wars a little bit. Yeah, fuck it. Let him do some goofy shit because it's further enough outside of canon where it wouldn't hurt anything. Right? These goofy motherfuckers want to jump in the middle of canon and start doing machinations. And I've been saying the problem with this shit since the beginning of that stuff. The problem they have with it is whatever they do there now changes everything down the timeline.
Yep.
Everything. It changes everything down the timeline. And that's why they made this era in that spot. Because Kathleen Kennedy ain't got no interest in doing no old Republic shit. She ain't got no interest in the prequels. But what she wants to do is remake what the Force is, remake understanding of what the chosen one is. Because understand, this show is supposed to be the one that Brie Larson is in.
Oh,
remember that Maeve character? This is the show that this character is supposed to be in. The true chosen one. That shit. This motherfucker got so much in it, dude. If it was an enchilada, I mean, if it was a plate of lasagna, it'd be 70 stories high. Okay, it's so much shit packed in this goddamn show that it cannot do anything but rewrite canon all the way through and try to make George's shit that he made not canon anymore. It's not the real Star Wars story. The Jedi perverted what we created originally. The real chosen one was this bitch. Was the Maeve character. It wasn't Anakin.
Oh boy. Good luck proving that.
We about to see it. We got 6 episodes to see some shit like that. You think 3 and 4 is going to be the ones that, really shake you up. There's still more shit to come.
How does it make any sense? This is the chosen one happened 100 years before George's story. Okay, prove it.
And originally for this show, if it's still in there, it's still in there. But originally for this show, this was the Star Wars show that Brie Larson was supposed to be on, and she was supposed to be a contributor on, to where she would just make up her own lies.
Oh, hell no.
For a script. And she wanted everybody else to be on that shit too. They were giving her a lot of leeway. And it wasn't until she started having difficulties with Kathleen Kennedy and Leslie Headland in Disney that they started trying to pull her ass out of that shit, because Brie Larson didn't want to be on an ensemble cast. She wanted to be the big star of this shit. And Disney was slow in pulling back on her ass because her shit was failing. They were getting too much heat for her, so they kept cutting down her role. So she may not show up until episode 8, is what I heard the last time they even mentioned that shit. But her ass is supposed to be in this show. This was her show. It was the 3 of them: Leslie Headland, Kathleen Kennedy, and Brie Larson. And they were going to remake all of this stuff, and that's where all that patriarchy bullshit came from. And the show was sucking so bad they couldn't get it done. That's why they kept having to call in John and Dave and George to try to help them on the set. And that's when George got barred from the set, and Leslie Headland came up with that whole bullshit about, well, you don't have to go to George to find out what Star Wars is. He's not the only person. Really, bitch.
Fuck, does that make any sense?
Okay.
Really, bitch. Because what was happening was George would come on the set and everybody wants to know what George thinks of this shit. And they hated that shit. They hated it. They didn't want to have to listen to George or have people listening to George and what he's saying Star Wars is. They don't want the patriarchy. The creator can't have a voice in this shit. So KK barred him from the set, and nobody's supposed to be talking to him. He can't come on set and see what's going on because it draws all the attention to George and off of these two goofy motherfuckers. And that's why they kept running out there with that shit that Star Wars don't just go through George Lucas. You don't have to talk to just him. Yeah, the fuck you do. You know why? Because he created this shit. I don't give a fuck who was working in the art department and made a sculpture or made a character. I don't give a fuck about all that. Who wrote the story? Who wrote the story? You gonna argue with your creator? You sound like one of these motherfuckers that, God, I made a mistake. I was really supposed to be a fish. I identify as a pescatarian. You're like, fucking hell, dude. No, that's where that shit came from. It came from the production of this fucking show that we're watching right now. So there's a lot more stuff in it outside of the LGBT is the red meat to get everybody pumped up. But like I said, they're using the LGBT to try to put a shield around this goddamn show. They're trying to use that. That's why they keep promoting it so much, because you have to look at who's promoting this shit. The people who worked on the show are the ones promoting it, because they're trying to get that community to come out and protect this show and pump up the numbers on this shit.
So is that why this shit came out during Pride Month?
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, look, I was just subject to the damn Pride parades in Washington D.C. yesterday, so yes, I just saw that weird shit, and I'm like,
yes,
put my ass on the train, I'm leaving.
I'm in the Bay Area. Yes, that's exactly why that interview that everybody keeps showing you, right? about Leslie Headland and Amanda Stenberg sitting up there laughing about the show, and the interviewer interviewing them talk about it's the gayest Star Wars ever. Well, he's obviously a gay guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he asked the question, is this the gayest show ever? What's Leslie Headland's response? Oh, am I gay? Yes. Nobody asked you if you were fucking gay. We know that shit, you dumb bitch. What he asked you was, is this show the gayest one ever? They're sitting there having a cackle to each other about how silly that shit sounds. But your responses are the things that are silly. Nobody asked you about who you were. But she's throwing that up there like a shield. That's why she's throwing that up first. That's why she's offering that, because nobody asked. Because nobody actually cares. Your big chin might as well be somebody's little munch buddy. I couldn't see that swallowing a saber.
Yeah, I got the Screen Geek interview up now. They're calling R2D2 a lesbian. Nerds are gay. Holy
These are quotes from Amanda Stenberg. These are her quotes.
God,
because they start going into it and ripping the show, talking about that C-3PO was gay, R2 was a lesbian, and some other shit. R2 ain't even a dude. It's a droid, but it's a guy droid.
Yep. Boy.
Well, no, they're definitely a couple. I was like, the eye that alters all. Don't be pushing your weird shit into everything else. Why don't we ask George if R2 and 3PO are gay and see what he says? Because he made the characters up, right? Mm-hmm. So he should know. So if he says no, that should be law. You don't get to change that.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's still here alive.
You know what, Artisan? I know I was supposed to drop my review of Darlene and the Franks, but I had to go back and do a rewrite. You were going to like that.
Good.
You were really going to enjoy it because, number one, it does touch on some of those things. And that anime says, because it uses the concept of the yin bird, which is a bird with one wing. And in order to fly, it has to find its opposite sex's counterpart with the other wing in order to take flight. This is old Chinese proverb shit. Mm-hmm. And it builds the show on that foundation. And so when you get into some of the shit like piloting that robot, which takes a male and female to do, this chick who is in love with another chick, she tries to get with a dude, and then the machine won't start because you cannot link with that guy. That's the kind of shit that I'm talking about when motherfuckers are honest and they come in and say, no, civilization cannot exist without these male and female pair bonds.
You can't.
Period.
You can't. You don't have to like it. It's just what it is. Because
Yep.
we didn't create this situation. And Andre, yes, I'm a huge lesbian too. That's what I was having when I was eating that chocolate cream pie yesterday. I was having the orgasmic lesbian experience, nigga. All tongue. Like, yeah.
Chocolate cream pie, man. I like me some brown sugar too.
Boy, that shit was delicious. That shit was delicious.
Put some sea salt on it.
I was fucking that shit up, dude. And savoring it the whole time.
Brother. Yeah, I'm just like I said, I wasn't going to watch it. Now I can go back and watch in a show that I really want to watch, which is For All Mankind. Good with that.
I'm looking forward. I want to watch Outer Range with Josh Brolin. That shit got me kind of interested right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna
watch that. I went back and watched Mad Max: The Road Warrior.
I bet you enjoyed that.
I had more fun watching that shit than I did this Acolyte shit. Mm-hmm. I watched the original Mad Max the week before that. Goofy as shit. Mm-hmm. But I had more fun watching that than this stuff. And that's how I judge it. I'm like, look, if I have to keep watching these Disney Star Wars shows, all I can do is compare them to each other. And when I see goofy stuff happening in each one of the shows, like I said, I'm going back and picking out what parts that each person that came in and tried to help this goofy woman with this script put in. Anything that actually makes sense, I'm guessing that might be George or John. Because all the rest of this stuff that doesn't make any sense, the kung fu fighting, the blocking the lightsabers with your hand and all the rest of it, That is her, and that's Dave Filoni. All this canon breaking BS inconsistencies, that's them too. Because John and Dave don't write like that. I mean, not John and Dave. John and George don't write like that. They don't. I can remember when it was happening. I was like, John, you ain't got time to be doing that shit. Why are they making you do that? Over there and help that bitch on that fucking show. No. Because you have to remember this too. They wanted this show to take the place of The Mandalorian. That's why they killed The Mandalorian show the way they did. So this would be the only thing on the Star Wars landscape. So you don't have anything else to compare it to necessarily because they think you're stupid. Or their new fans, quote unquote, are stupid. Spectrum crayon eating kids.
That's what I'm saying. They are.
That don't know anything about history or the past or the Force or legends or any of that. And I think I heard that interview where Leslie hadn't said it. Oh, you don't have to do any homework to watch this show. How? You didn't either.
Okay, we name.
I've heard allegedly that Disney's not wanting to do a season 2 of this show.
No, she got fired. For what I understand, weeks ago they mentioned this before the show came out that Leslie Helen was fired. They canceled the season 2.
Good.
They was firing her, and she was putting a lawsuit forth against them because they did that. Like, you promised me you were going to do this. Like they on some fucking divorce shit. Like, I need some alimony. Fuck you, bitch. Get out of here.
Promised Jonathan Majors some stuff too, but look, oops, let me shut up.
You know what? I had people promise me a whole lot of shit. I still ain't got it. Promises, motherfucker. Ifs and ands, pots and pans.
It's like I tell the government all the time. If you expecting me to pay for this shit, you will never be broke. Because you ain't never gonna get this shit.
Told the professor that about her gardener. She said, yeah, I saw him yesterday. I think he owes me $50. I said, well, you know what that means? You won't have to see him too often as long as he owe you $50. Those 6 years. So long as you know he owe you, you'll never be broke, like you just said.
That's what I heard, that they canceled the show, and KK is trying to fight it, of course, but you know.
Yeah, she's trying to fight for Leslie Headland because she wants Leslie to be the new person there. They was having problems with each other. I was like, these bitches, look, man. I hate to have to use so much profanity with this stuff, but it's so the show, the idea is so infuriating and insulting to my intelligence that it just frustrates me. That's what it is. It just frustrates me. So I could be respectful and not call them bitches and everything else, but why would I need to? They acting like bitches.
Yep.
I don't have a problem calling a spade a spade. And that's what this shit is doing. It's just meant to destroy this fan base. It ain't because it's a bunch of women in it. I don't give a damn. I like having sex with women. I don't care. The more women that's there, fine. If they in the dudes, it's cool with me. Like, we like the same thing, right? Not dudes, but vagina.
Oh yeah.
But I don't care about that. I just want a good story, and this is not a good story so far. It's only 2 episodes, but in 2 episodes, it's inconsistent, not good storytelling at all. So I don't understand people really praising this as it's good. Like, you are so much of a fucking liar. Where were they handing out the checks for this? Where were they handing out the money to give this a positive spin or review?
I don't know.
Because I would think some of you people were supposed to be more intelligent reviewers than me, professionals, no less.
No.
And I'm hearing reviews on this shit that are positive, like, oh, it was so great. I said, it's not Star Wars.
Wait a minute. They're probably the same people who are putting a positive spin on Doctor Who, because I can't even get past the first episode of that bullshit.
I ain't even watched that shit. I've heard too much about. I haven't watched. I'm a Whovian from back in the 70s, Tom Baker years, when I got on board with Doctor Who. I've loved Doctor Who for decades. I have not watched Doctor Who since after Capaldi. because I never understood why they made the doctor a female when when David Tennant years, he already had a clone of himself, which was his daughter.
Right.
So make that the goddamn timer. Who is this bitch?
Yeah.
So I was done after that, and it was a Caucasian female that told me not to watch that shit.
She told you right.
Yeah, she told me not to watch that shit.
Mm-hmm.
She is a geek. She'd come in the shop and stuff like that. She liked Doctor Who. Like, did you watch this? I said, no, I haven't watched it yet. Don't watch that. It's not good. I'm like, really? You saying that?
Look, if I put the Acolyte next to that and I had to watch the two, I'd be happily watching the Acolyte. That's how bad it is. It is.
Look, I always say they'll let you have a black person in the lead of it if the shit is really going down.
Mm-hmm.
They will.
Yeah, that's
I
how I
didn't
feel
need.
about Peter Pan and Wendy. That was some hot garbage.
Yeah, I didn't watch that show either.
Which one?
Thankfully, I can't watch everything.
Yeah,
They
ain't enough time.
remade Peter Pan and Wendy. That was hot garbage.
I kissed the girl and I liked it. Maybe I should write for Disney. What do you mean it doesn't count? Discrimination. Yeah, exactly. That's your lawsuit, Rainfire.
That's right.
Take it to HR. They got to back you. Right? Or try to protect the company because that's what HR is for.
Hey, Artisan, I'll catch you later. I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, me too.
Right.
I gotta roll because I can't stay for 9 hours.
Oh no, I'm not staying.
Yeah, I know. I figured, man.
No.
I got to write some shit for I got to write an ex parte. So we go again.
Vitriol. Peace, AB. That was the AB Media. Check him out on his channel. He runs the Coliseum on Saturday nights.
All right, peace out, brothers. And I'll try to get this shit up as soon as possible, but maybe today.
Yeah, get it done. I'm the only one to rush.
Yeah,
I don't want to be giving myself grief about this shit because I'm trying to follow this new stuff that dropped all the time. So you got time.
All right.
You got time.
All right, peace, y'all.
Peace, Dead Set. That was the Dead Set anime going through his trials and tribulations as a black father in America. And watching the Acolyte at the same time. That motherfucker's a glutton for punishment. Aquateki said the creators of the new Star Wars are consistently disrespecting the IP and the fan base. They have earned every bit of disrespect, vitriol, and some levy towards them. They have. And in some ways, it's almost a calculated move because, look, if you want somebody to pay attention to this show that they're not liking, that they already don't want to see, what would you have to do to get the numbers up on this piece of shit? Well, you're going to have to rally some people to your side or piss off some people who don't want to watch it. Because make no mistake about it, everybody reviewing this shit is doing more numbers for the algorithm than they can do on their own. That's what's promoting this show. We are. The reviewers are. Even with saying how bad it is, we're promoting the show. Because what does a YouTube algorithm work on? Mentions, right? A like or a dislike is the same thing. Towards the algorithm, it shows engagement, right? Okay. So if you hate this fucking show, you ratioed a video that it got so many thousands of downvotes. The algorithm don't give a fuck. That's traffic. It's just traffic. Everybody reviewing and saying how bad it is. It doesn't matter if it's bad or good at that point. You are promoting the show. What the fuck you're doing? That's why I don't understand doing multiple videos on the same thing all the time. I will do one and stop. I want it to die. I'm not going to keep talking about it every fucking day. Yeah, it might make me some money, but that's momentary gain, right? What's the long game here? That means you keep this shit popping in the algorithm forever. And everybody who didn't see it will now see it. Because it just got put in front of their face, even if they weren't even interested in this shit. You saw me not an hour or so ago. I turned on the news and there was a commercial for the fucking Acolyte. That's only the first one I've seen.
Jeez.
Andre put it in the chat. Look, only 3% of the Disney Plus subscribers was watching that shit. Yeah, everybody who had to review it. Anybody else I talked to outside of this shit, they wasn't watching this. They don't even know how to the what. Even my boy FD Steven, old boss Steven, he hadn't even watched that shit. I asked him to watch it with his wife just to get their fucking opinion. Just because I want his wife's opinion. He said, yeah, we weren't even thinking about that, but yeah, she'll give it a watch. She said she'll watch it. I said, please do, and let me know what she thinks. They weren't even didn't even know about this shit. That means they wasn't advertising it for nothing. We're advertising it, talking about it.
For free.
For free. Because they ain't paying us for that shit. They didn't have to. But that's what makes it seem like a pretty masterful step to me when I step back and look at it. They're protecting themselves with the LGBT. Because they can't protect themselves with the black chick. Because usually that would be the one that works. But Rings of Power already failed at doing it that way. Trying to protect a shitty ass show with a black woman. Oh, they're just racist. You tell me, you watching this show in the Acolyte, what's the difference between OSHA, which in California means Occupational Safety Health Agency, which not ocean, it don't mean water. It means there's a hazard somewhere around there, right? What's the difference between OSHA or her sister May and Reva? What's the difference? Reva, they really tried to push out there like that and protect their shitty ass show with that black woman, and it didn't work. It failed. The show failed. So, yeah, you got another black chick with a red lightsaber out there now, but they ain't pushing that like that, are they? No, they gonna use the LGBT to protect themselves this time, which is a ploy. They ain't really about that. It's just a shield to put around them, like Tobin sitting in his fucking bubble to try to deflect from the criticism of their shitty ass show. That's why that's not a talking point for me. I don't give a fuck who gay in this shit. It never mattered. It don't now. You ain't doing nothing. You didn't create homosexuality. And you ain't the first one to put it on screen. In the Star Wars universe or any other one. So what? What's the story? It ain't there. It undid itself in 2 episodes. You already know who the murderer is. You already know that they connected to some dark side shit. What else are you watching this for? To find out. It was all supposed to be all about the Sith. Well, I ain't saying they Sith. And you focusing heavy on Jedi right now. That sounds like a lot of false advertising to me. It's a murder mystery. You saw the murder and the mystery in episode 1. You must never have read any murder mysteries. That's why they can give you this convoluted answer by how much stuff is mixed up in this goddamn show. Because it's just whatever stuck to the wall became the show. By somebody you ain't got no experience writing no goddamn shows. The real murderer was KK. Yeah, she damn sure is. Osha's sister could be named FEMA. Yeah, that would have been better. Look, Aquateki, you just wrote a better name for a character that you didn't even create. Because that makes more sense. Because what would 2 parents, be they 2 mommies or 2 daddies, name a pair of twins? Something that complement each other, right? Osha and FEMA. She's May. It's kind of there. If you rearrange the letters and drop the F, you get May, the way they spell in May. M-A-E. That's it. Let's call her FEMA. Uncreative asses. I'm going to call her FEMA from now on. Credit to Aquateki given. So OSHA and FEMA, a bad game of Clue. Yeah, a terrible game of fucking Clue. Got a robot named ISO 900. Yeah, what the fuck? So, as far as what else, I mean, forgive me if I seem like I'm talked out about this shit, but I'll say my blow by blows for the reviews. But I did want to talk about the show and the fact that it was stretching it to me. In some ways, it seemed really cheap as shit. Some of it was really dumb in some spots, like the second episode where they have fucking Yord standing across the street with a pair of binoculars looking in the apothecary. I'm like, dude, you're in visual eyesight. You don't need a pair of binoculars to see 10 feet. Like, what the fuck? Him forcefully trying to rip information from somebody's mind on purpose without permission. Like, that should be against something. Padawans talking shit to knights, knights talking shit to masters. I'm like, that's not how that works. You're against the patriarchy, but you don't understand a hierarchy. You still want to use that system? That makes no sense. I mean, I don't know. I'm just watching it at this point. And waiting for it to be over. I'm trying to be fair. I really am trying to be fair with it. If it has some good points, I'll list them to you, but I'm not seeing any. In 2 episodes, I'm not seeing any. And that's divorcing it from all the outside criticism or attacks. Criticism of the show or attacks the show and the showrunners are given to the fan base. Absent of all that, what am I watching in this? What am I seeing that I'm liking or disliking? It's more dislikes on that scale. It's more questions. Even the last episode, the finale, the sign off for that show was underwhelming as fuck. It may be interesting to me to see a Wookiee with a lightsaber, but it ain't as interesting as they made it depicted in this shit. It's not. So maybe next episode I will see the Jedi stealing children or something like that, which they have done for millennia. Because they had that thing that these people in the Jedi Temple didn't use, Force sense. They could sense people in the Force. But I don't know. I'm waiting to see what they ripped off from, because I think it was Andre or somebody else told me about this whole twin story that they have, and this was ripped off from Arcane, the 2 separated sisters, or Frozen. Anyway, I think Leslie need therapy and not a show to run, because I'm not interested in your family squabbles. But if you want to show the power of sisterhood prevails, okay. But when it's over, I want you to go away. I'll listen to it. I'll watch it. When it's done, so are you. Because I can't proudly call myself a Star Wars fan right now. I can call myself something, but I can't proudly say I'm a Star Wars fan. Can't. Because it's not really much to be proud about right now. Not of this new stuff. The pride comes from what was done before these people, not what's being done during their reign of tyranny. Just sending me more pictures. Yeah. Anyway, you got something noir truth you want to throw out there?
Yeah, I mean, I will have to like go off of what y'all reviewed because when I looked at the commercials, I was like, I don't know if I can watch this just because of the limited time that I have for work and stuff like that. To sit down and actually watch that, it kind of gave like a tiny bit of Crouching Tiger, Hidden or Crouching, whatever that movie's called. It kind of felt like that.
No, this should look more like Kung Fu Hustle.
Okay.
Thankfully, and this has been the brightest spot I've heard in this whole shit about this show. Thankfully, they're only 30-minute episodes.
Really?
I'm serious. That made me happy to know. It's like, oh, thank God. Ever since I heard that, that's been my saving grace on this show. It's only 30 minutes long. Thank God. A cartoon would be the same time. So they're not spending much time in these episodes whatsoever. So they'll be over pretty quickly. I'd have preferred if they dropped 2 every week just to get it over quicker. But if you want to give me a 30-minute episode this week, okay, I will take a quick shit and then move on to the next one next week. Because that's what it's like to me. But Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, no, it is not. It's trying to do some wire foo just because I guess they didn't have the money to get actual people to train them how to fight with swords. Because, you know, in the KKHR era, Jedis don't really, you know, go to war. So they ain't using a lot of lightsabers. Andre said, don't do Kung Fu Hustle like that. You're right. That's an insult to Kung Fu Hustle. Because Kung Fu Hustle is fun. This is not.
I mean, the more you go into the story, I mean, I'm not trying to listen because I do actually would like to watch it, but like I said, I'm just not getting good vibe from it at all. Like at all.
You can still watch it. That's why I've said very little about. I haven't given you any play-by-play of the story, right? I've mentioned parts of it, but I'm mentioned them out of order from different episodes, right? So it's not like I'm trying to spoil the whole thing for you because people still need to have their own experiences in my book. You still need to have your own experience with the shit. I didn't like it. Maybe you watch it and you do like it. But that's why I ask other people to watch it so I can see what they're feeling and what they're not. So I can ask them what they liked about it and what they didn't. Because I might be jaded. I am an old Star Wars fan from my youth.
Same here.
My youth with the first movie. I know this ain't the Star Wars that I know. And maybe this ain't the Star Wars for me anymore. Maybe it's not. But you ain't going to tell me this is what it's always supposed to have been. No, the fuck it ain't. No, it's not. You can't tell me that. I got too much history on what Star Wars is supposed to be. I got too many books sitting in my living room of Star Wars and what it's supposed to be. To sit there and listen to you tell me that, all that was wrong. This is what's right. Really? On what planet? In what galaxy? No, what you're doing is a perversion of something a man poured his whole life into. And you trying to glom onto that and take it for yourself and destroy it all in the same go. Modern women do not like peace. They like drama.
That's the thing about what you're talking about. Like, I mean, we're from, like I said, I'm a Gen Xer, but you're a little bit older than me.
Yep.
The thing that I'm seeing, right, and I keep saying this, and then now I just reached the point where you heard me earlier. I just don't give a fuck. Like, you want to come at me 0 to 100, that's it. Like, you're gonna pay the price, because what's happening is there's no respect for history. There's no respect for previous generations. So when someone comes up with something, the way that, and I mean, you can use your psychology in the way that they're doing it, based off of the behavior, based off of the action, not what they're saying. It's like, oh, you think you have this privilege and this entitlement to change something and then claim it, because that's what people do. You know, they try to repackage it and then claim it as being the first, so that they can have their time of rule, you know, in that idea.
Get some accolades for something that they didn't actually create. Well, I did the first thing. Isn't this historic? No, because you didn't do it first. You can't do shit first if everything you do is a copy. The 2 episodes of this show was copied out of other shows, other also bad shows, which lets me know where these ideas are coming from. They're not well thought out. It's revisionist history in some ways. Now, all the insulting stuff that they say is just to whip up the fan base. I mean, make no mistake about it. If you walk up to a beehive and smack it with a stick, you're going to expect some shit to come out of there pissed off. And then you can scream victim when, look, all these poor bees are attacking me. Somebody save me. Yeah, you can act like a whole victim. You can. That's what they're doing every time they get out there and talk shit about the fan base. He's smacking a beehive. They know what it's going to do. But it's to help them get more eyeballs on their shitty ass show. They know it's shitty. If they didn't know it wasn't shitty, they'd have been advertising this motherfucker for months on end, back to back. You'd be seeing it like Deadpool and Wolverine commercials.
And I even see them, and I don't have TV.
Exactly. And that's how you know how hard the advertising is going on that shit. If you see commercials and you ain't even watching TV, they got you covered, motherfucker. They ain't gonna make sure you see this shit. They can't wait for you to see this. Like they know this about to bring you some money, man. You about to get this advertisement. We're gonna put it in the paper. We're gonna put it in the print. We need an internet ad. We need a pop-up banner. Wherever they go, they better be looking at this advertisement.
I mean, you ain't wrong.
You barely see any advertisement for this motherfucker anywhere. That was trying to watch the news. The first commercial I saw for this damn thing, and all that commercial was about that it was already out.
You know what's funny?
Already out.
If it's already out and they have to do advertisement like that, that shows that they're hurting real bad.
They are. You don't have to advertise it after it's out. People were watching it, right? No. Jennifer Lawrence claiming she was the first female action hero is the other year. Yeah, whatever. Jennifer Lawrence. She could be the first female action hero on my Johnson.
Oh my goodness.
Get hungry for this game. Okay. But no, you're not. But okay, you can think whatever the fuck you want to. Because I remember a lot of movies before Hunger Games.
Jennifer Lawrence is the first. Hold on.
Look,
my bad.
Did anybody else see Ultraviolet?
I did. I think I still have it. I have it on DVD.
Yeah, it was a whole comic. Before it was a movie. It's a character. That's that female action hero, Mila Jovovich, who wasn't even an actor at first. She was a model. I like Ultraviolet. Ultraviolet was cool as shit. That came out before Hunger Games, right? And that did star a female, right? Okay, so why are you listening to Jennifer Lawrence? She blonde and country.
So let me turn this fan off.
She good to look at from the top up. Okay. Let's quit it. What up, Rainfire? I like that dragon. Oh, you got some Magic the Gathering shit happening on that bitch.
Well, it's not a dragon. It's a three-legged bro.
Oh, okay, it looked like a dragon to me. Okay, my bad. I'm projecting. I like dragons.
Yeah. I gotta be different.
So what you got on this?
Well, I don't really have much on the acolyte, but it was just funny because, like I said, like what Nora was saying about them, we just trying to basically erase everything that came before and either claim it for themselves or just do something the complete opposite, not because it's better, but just because it's different. And it's frustrating as hell because I have, once again, younger relatives and siblings. And they want, they're pretty much the attitude I get from them all the time. It's like, well, that's old and it was wrong because it was old and everything y'all did was wrong. And it's like, okay, what you talking about ain't better and it's not fair either. It's just not what was going on before. That's it. And, I got a nice one.
Yep, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Yeah, I got that one.
The original DVD. I'm trying to find Ultraviolet.
Yeah, the disingenuous comment I heard was that I think it was Kathleen Kennedy or Leslie Hedlund was saying it, that it was about time for Star Wars to, you know, champion women and diversity and all the rest of this shit. And I'm like, you must not have never seen one of these movies. Who is Lando? Who is Captain Panaka? I mean, there's been women and diversity all in this bitch forever. Seven Swords, there you go. Seven Samurai story, another version. It's been diversity in this forever. You just want the sex in it? Well, George wasn't focused on sexuality because he was making this for fucking kids, you pervert. So I don't think that's an improving anything. You know what I like sex in? My bed. Not in the show that I want to watch with my child or my granddaughter. Why do you think I asked my friend? There you go, ultraviolet right there. Why do you think I asked my friend who is in this demographic that this show is supposed to be pitched to watch it? She said she was going to watch it with her daughter. I said, oh, goody. Because I want to see how you take this shit as a single mother with a young daughter, and this show is putting out all this lesbianism in front of her. That's supposed to be the main thrust of the fucking show. I want to see how you feel about that shit. I'll be really curious to see. Because if you ain't putting out a bunch of heterosexual sex, why are you promoting the lesbian stuff? What are you really saying? Look, man, these people couldn't be alone with my children. They couldn't be if my children were young. No, because it sounded like you want some bullshit. Yeah, Mon Mothma. Who was Mon Mothma? She was running the whole shit. General Leia Organa. General? And he ain't progressive. I don't think you got a female general right now in real life. Goofy motherfuckers. Even Jen Erso. Yes, all characters that we love. The fan base loves these characters. Love them. But y'all must have missed that. Because it didn't fit your propaganda push. Because you want to push the sexuality on them, not the femininity. Okay, I got you. What about Elektra? Fuck. Elektra to Daredevil is like Catwoman to Batman. It's a compliment. Little different role, but a complimentary character. And you like seeing them together interacting with each other. You do. Because she adds something to it. A value add, not a value take away. What's good, Malika?
What's up, y'all?
Me, Bane, in the building.
Whew. Just got off work, man. Oh.
Congratulations, you survived another day.
Yeah. Oh, so you're talking about the Crapolite, this wonderful series that Disney has brought upon us.
Yeah, like an opportunistic infection.
Yeah. In the ass crack of hell.
You got super gonorrhea.
I had put in the chat just making a joke on how the way the acolytes or how the way the Jedi and the KK generation get their powers or they get their Jedi training is through Phoenix online courses. You know,
the UOP.
1 to 3 months, you become a Padawan. 3 to 4 months, you can become a Jedi Master.
I just caught that. Wow.
You fucked up. So you saying it's a for-profit temple?
Hold on. And 1 to 5 years, you can be a Grand Jedi Master. The only backlash is you will have high-ass student loan debt. But you will get a certificate.
DeVry.
But here's only one problem. Financial aid doesn't cover the kyber crystal on cost.
You got to spend your own money to get your kyber crystal.
You got to spend your own money for the kyber crystal.
You ain't shit for that. You was not shit for that, dude. You are not shit for that.
I just saw it online. I went to Phoenix. Jedi training, Jedi advanced training.
Kaplan, what is it? Kaplan University.
No, Kaplan University has the Sith training.
Oh my god! I could take and say ITT Tech Jedi. Oh shit! But I ain't got their lightsabers yet.
And I heard DeVry is working on an X-Men training program.
Oh Jesus! Here we go.
That's what I said, DeVry. I was like, oh my goodness. Did you say
DeVry.
Sans the
DeVry
school
did I.
leader?
Yeah, DeVry did I. DeVry Jedi.
Oh my goodness.
And when
I
you
might get
graduate,
smoked.
you get a complimentary blue and white X suit with the flight jackets, come complete with unstable molecules.
Nah, you got to send away for the unstable molecules. You can't get that shit free.
Or you just got the regular generic jumpsuit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wait, we talking Star Trek now?
No.
Fantastic Four.
Oh, okay.
No, we were talking about X-Men.
Yeah, but the unstable molecules is a Reed Richard creation, so you'd only want to be having unstable molecules.
But he gave it to the X-Men too. He gave the patent to the X-Men that where they can use their powers through it. He did it for them too.
Harder to destroy. So, did you watch this show, Malika? You see these goofies? I got that dude from BET commercials promoting the school. No, my brother, you gotta buy your own.
No, sir, I am not interested.
You're gonna save yourself, huh? Gonna save yourself?
Yes.
It's good for you because you don't need to watch this shit.
I got enough brain damage.
I got enough trauma in my life. I don't need to add to it. You know what? I've been through enough shit. I've survived enough. I don't need to survive that. That was a good move.
Making me sit down and watch that is like, you tie me to a chair. Be like Malcolm McDowell and what's his name, Clockwork Orange.
Yep.
He's got the pins in his eyes and they're putting the eye drops in. You're gonna make me watch that.
Yep.
Watch the old Color Purple, the new Color Purple, Captain Marvel, the Marvels, She-Hulk, Mystic Pizza, the whole 5 or 6 seasons of Insecure, Girlfriends, and any other rendition of the vagina monologues. You did just kill me, dude. Just let it just kill me slowly. God, no.
Hey, hold on. I got my pen and paper. Hey, what was that list again? Man, I'm fucking with
you. Oh, wow.
Oh, and let me throw Juno in there. Make me watch that again.
Here you go. Joe ain't here. You gonna hear this shit on the playback. I'm like, oh, Michael, Juno again. Yeah, Juno again, motherfucker. Juno again. Okay, let's put this in for tomorrow. Day off tomorrow. Gotta do some business.
So how's the book so far? How far are you into it? Because I got to catch.
Still almost done with it. I stopped at the part. I was too busy at work Thursday and Friday, and then I went out last night and get home till 3 this morning, so I didn't read any today. I did talk about it a lot, but I haven't read any more of it since Wednesday. So
you talked about it with your friend?
Yeah, because I got her to watch it. She was the one I was trying to watch the movie with, but I'm not watching the movie now until I finish the book.
Okay.
Right. So I can compare and contrast. And she doesn't even remember having seen the movie. But she's not sure if she wants to read the book because of what I was telling her about the book, what it gets into. She's like, I don't know if I want to read that. That might be PTSD for me or something. I'm like, well, I don't know. It's up to you. You're grown, so you do what you do. But I'm watching it. I'll finish it. And what she suggested was, it came up, is the whole comparison between that and 50 Shades.
Yeah.
That would probably be good to put in there about how these stories were actually different or how they were the same. Because I was trying to explain it to her that it's basically this woman that wrote 50 Shades just ripped off this. She just did her version of it. And it was very simple how I told her. I said, in this story, in the original 9.5 week story, she ended up leaving that dude because she was losing herself. In the modern interpretation of this story, the girl ends up turning him into her ideal boyfriend and marrying him. It's like it's fucking delusional.
Yeah, because when I heard that, I was like, huh?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, a story for the millennial, the modern woman. Yes,
for the modern woman. Yeah, I changed him. He can be healed. Right. And that's what she did. She basically, Anastasia actually got him to be what she always wanted him to be.
But then
I
also,
told her, I read all the 50 Shades of Grey books. I read all of those. I've seen the movies, right? I'm a psych student. Why the fuck wouldn't I read some shit about some dude having some fucking traumatic childhood and being abused to the point that he has to find control in his life and doing these weird ass sexual acts and shit? Christian Grey is a fucked up character. I ended up identifying with Christian Grey more than I was hating his ass. I didn't give a fuck about he had sex. What the fuck was wrong with his mama? Drug addict, leaving him with stepdaddies who put cigars out on his ass and shit like that. And then his adopted parents, they mother's friend ended up taking him in and making him her sex slave.
So we got trauma on top of trauma.
Trauma on top of trauma. The fact that he came out of it just having some weird proclivity with sex and being rich as fuck is something masterful. Like, dude, he learned how to control his anger, but this is what it cost him. Like, Jesus.
But you know what it was? And here's the funny thing. It's still not a happy ending because Christian Grey still wound up in the end being a victim.
He was victimized.
Even into the end, because now he's the perfect quote unquote boyfriend. How the way she wants him to be. You know what I mean? So who's the real villain?
Sir.
Yeah. So
he was already kind of broken because he brought Anastasia into his world.
Yep.
And Anastasia instilled her world logic into his world and kind of fucked up some things. Kind of broke him down. She basically subbed his ass again. Basically what happened, she just became the dom. She subbed him out again. He reverted.
So there's no real win-win.
Not really. She got what she wanted. He got what he wanted. But it took him being a little lesser of himself to get that shit. It's not like he was the Grinch and his heart grew 3 sizes bigger and he fell in love with the chick. No, he just figured out a different way to do this shit.
And that's funny, but at least, and I had to tell a young person because they were trying to sell me on this, and I said, what was what was the demographic that 50 Shades of Grey was geared to? And she said, she said, I read it when I was like 16 or 17. I said, exactly.
You wasn't supposed to be reading that shit. Unless you're gonna find you some old rich man to go be laying up under.
I said, but also a demographic for women in this era, modern women, because somehow you're having this idea that you got this guy that is broken. He's extremely broken. So you think somehow this woman has the power to change him. First of all, you can't try to change anybody.
You can try, but you don't have the power to change them.
Exactly.
They have to change themselves.
If they want to change themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And I said that when I was telling her about 9.5 weeks, I said the same thing that you said. I said, Elizabeth lost herself within this guy because there was a point where she says, I know nothing about this guy.
Mm-hmm. Not really.
And what she's realizing that, how the way when we were talking on the phone, he was slowly grooming her. This little thing, seeing how far he could push her.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he was grooming her. He was just pushing her boundaries. That's all he was doing, was pushing her boundaries. Every time she wanted to be firm on something, he was just exposing her to more shit that she was into. And that's why I gave credit last night when I was talking about this. I gave credit to the woman who did the foreword in the book. But because she broke down the time frame really easily, because understand the book came out in 78. Right. So this is after the free love 60s and the 70s and shit like that. Right. So understanding that women are now into the workplace and trying to have some power for themselves and feeling that little bit of independence. And this is how I explained it to the professor last night, is that, yeah, women thought they were, being more and getting them to have this more entitlement and authority and stuff like that. But secretly, they still wanted this dominance. That's what the story tells you about. That yes, I'm empowered. I can be a woman in industry and be in charge of my office and all the rest of this good shit. But at the end of the day, yeah, I really do want to be handcuffed to this table, getting forced to suck this dude off. I enjoyed it. I was like, he wasn't taking advantage of her. He wasn't. She was there willingly. She gave up that control because she liked it. And when she stopped liking it, she fucking walked on because she didn't know who she was. She didn't know how to do shit for herself because he took care of everything.
Yep.
She didn't have to do shit.
And
she lined it out. She lined it out. Everything he did, cooking meals, feeding her, washing her, bathing her, doing her hair and all, buying her clothes, all this shit. What did she have to do for him? Not a goddamn thing. Nothing. All she had to do was follow his direction. Plain and simple. So if he say lay on the bed and spread them, she was laying on the bed and spreading them.
See, that's what I was telling people. The book is more in depth.
Yeah. And I was explaining last night, it don't get graphic about some of the rougher stuff in there, but the one scene that I did describe to people, which I thought was interesting, that wasn't in the movie at all, was I think it's the first time they actually had sex or something like that, and he smacked her on the face. He smacked her on the face and then went to the bathroom to get a mirror and came back and laid on the bed with her and looked at the mirror with her and then just traced the lines of his hands swelling up on her face in the mirror with her. And they had sex that night. I'm like, fuck out of here. What the hell is this shit? Like, wow, bro, this is how you gonna start? That's some hell of a foreplay.
That's psychological like a motherfucker. Damn.
And she was with that dude after that. Now you have to remember this shit. This is a true story.
Yep.
This is a woman wrote this. This is her story in her relationship. So it is a true story. She didn't run away. She didn't call the cops and no shit like that. No, she laid down there and got it beat up for a minute and was happy and stayed in a relationship. So don't tell me about all this empowered and this patriarchy bullshit. No, y'all like chaos. There's nothing wrong with saying that shit. Just admit it. Stop bullshitting yourself.
She got flack for that. She said because a lot, it wasn't feminist groups. It wasn't even feminist groups, just women and other women who, I guess, that were victims of abuse. And they were saying, how could you say this? How could you do anything? She was like, chill out. It's a memoir of what happened. And I'm telling you, when she said it was a cathartic experience for me to get out, it was very hard to talk about this, but this was a memoir of how the way for these 9.5 weeks I was with this guy and how he had control. And like how you said, at this time in 1978, when this book came out, a lot of tongue-in-cheek sex books were coming out. The O book, which stood for the orgasm, that came out. That was real popular back then.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go deep into it, but yeah, you can throw that part in there.
A lot of these other books were coming out, and that book at the time, like 9.5 weeks at the time, came out. It became a part of what they called it, erotic, one of the erotic novels that came out at the time. And she said it really wasn't erotic. She was just writing about the events, what had happened. And she was just telling, it might have been in detail and graphic detail for late 1978, but it got lumped in with erotic novellas and stuff like that. So
Yeah, because it's mostly on, I look at it as a dominant relationship, right? Dominant sub relationship. That's what I look at it as. And make no mistake about it, this woman was not a victim in anything that happened with her. She showed up every night to that motherfucker's house for that shit. And she knew what she was going to get from what happened the night before. It was very routine. She knew very little about this man outside of what he told her. And he had some code on himself about how he conducted things. His last name is Gray. That's the indication that they took this shit to make the 50 Shades of Grey. It's just a different character. It's John instead of Christian. Most of the clothes he wears all just 2 colors or 3 colors or whatever. It's a very controlled man who has very, very high standards for what he wants for himself and what it's about. And the other standards he had was what he wanted from women. The woman that's with him. And he would take care of everything. He would. Because in a dom-sub relationship, that's your job. It's not about having no control. It's about you have to be in control of everything. And you can't get that kind of submission out of people if you don't have control of everything. If you don't have control over yourself and your situation and shit like that, how you going to get somebody else to submit to that shit? That's what she was signing up for. She wanted that shit. So I'm not reading the story thinking, oh, he was just a terrible man. He was a victim. He was fucked up in some ways. But the fucked up part is how he became this way. She signed up for the rest of the stuff. So the last part that I read was about him buying her the clothes and having her dress up like a man and go into the gentleman's club and smoke cigars and shit like that.
Like they had in the movie.
That's what it was about. He paid for all of that shit. The hotel, the clothes, and the directions and all that shit. All she had to do was get her ass off of work from being the boss at her little job and then come there and let him tell her what to do. And he wasn't telling her to do no fucked up shit. It wasn't like he was telling her to do some shit that she had never done. But what happened is it kept going further. It kept going further because he had some other shit he was into. And when it got to a point where she was like, no, I'm not going to do this. Oh, really? Well, you getting the fuck out today. In the next hour, your ass will be out of here. Because this is not what the relationship is. And you have to cuss at her for that shit. You didn't have to do none of that shit. It's time for you to go then. She chose to stay. Just like she chose to leave. So she is free to do whatever the fuck she wanted to. So I'm not looking at it like it's some victim story about abuse. No, she got her ass kicked, but she liked that shit. Because one of the parts that you read about it where he had handcuffed her to the wall or some shit like that for a while, had her standing on her fucking tippy toes. She was so wet for that shit. He finally did just ravage her ass. I was like, this is fucking you into this, bruh. I know these things to be true. Y'all get into some different shit, okay? You talk all that shit you want to about the patriarchy and dominant men or whatever. That's the shit y'all like.
But that's the funny thing.
There's a reason a lion grabs a lioness by the back of the neck and growls. The reason for that shit. She's like, yes, take it, King. Take it, King. Come on, man.
It's that hybristophilia.
Yeah, forget it. Talk that shit if you want to. We are animals. We are still part of the animal world. We're just a little bit further evolved. But there is still an animal nature in us, and it's never going away. And you can see it with how people act. You can see it. It comes out. What is, when I was talking about earlier, Megan Thee Stallion, Sexy Red, and whatever the little goofy bitch's name is, sitting there twerking back room and shaking her ass over. What is that other than acting like an animal? Trying to entice somebody to jump in your booty. Come on, man. Dumb shit.
But But that's
I
cool
don't know.
because I'm gonna get the book this week coming up, and I'm gonna try to catch up. So at least, like you said, we got this discussion about it and see where it leads. But I think I might.
I'm going to share something with y'all. Let me say fair use, fair motherfucking use. You got to fire unless that's incense noir. You got to call the fire department, man.
You said what?
I'm gonna share this clip with y'all and claim my fair use. So this clip is from the movie A Dangerous Method. And if you've never seen it, it's Michael Fassbender, Viggo Mortensen, Keira Knightley. And it's about Carl Jung and what's his name? What's her name? Spielheim. I'm forgetting her first name right now. And how he develops his theories on personality and shit like that, and working with Freud and whatnot, right? So this point in the movie, he gets down to where he has split off from Freud. Jung is split off from Freud. They have their little falling out and shit. And this woman that was once his patient, she had this weird thing about her, right? And what it turned out to be is she got off on being dominated or spanked or some shit like that. He ended up having an affair with this chick, right? Got himself into a bunch of, trouble, foul looks and shit like that. But she ended up becoming a psychotherapist as well, right? Now, they had this affair and broke it off, but they're still friends and colleagues. He comes to visit him at his house. His wife has been with him this whole time, knew about this chick fucking around with him and everything, right? But she comes back and they have an interesting conversation to me. And I say this because I watched the movie again recently, like 2 weeks ago. I watched it again. I thought the conversation was really interesting because it shows you personality, how people's personalities can be, I wouldn't say inconsistent. It can be more complex than just one way, right? What you like is what the fuck you like. It may not make any sense to anybody else, but it is what it is. So, what is this, like 7 minutes? I guess I have to stop it at some point. But I'll say fair use putting this shit up there. And if not, I'll just cut it out later, so don't worry about it. YouTube, know how y'all get. But that's the conversation. It's Keira Knightley, and I'm forgetting the damn chick's name. I just know it's Spielheim at the end. But this is the chick he was having an affair with, and she's sitting down with his wife. And she's coming to visit him to see how Carl Jung is doing. Oh, and as a side note, just know psychotherapists they weren't twisted, but they was into some different shit. All of them was into some different shit. If you thought Wonder Woman's origin was funny, trust me, you read about some of these other psychotherapists and stuff like that, you'll find out they was into some different shit. They was always working out their own personal demons.
No one can help him more than you.
Now she had left, and he finally broke up with her, and she moved on with her career. He moved on with his career. She ended up finding a husband and getting pregnant, and is going to have a baby. And this is her coming back to visit after some time away from him. And this is Young, how he is now. And you find out what's been happening with him since then.
Your children are beautiful.
So you're married?
Yes. Yes.
Get right to the shit. Oh, so you're married, bitch.
He's a doctor.
Yes, his name is Pavel Shefter.
Another psycho.
Yes, a Russian Jew.
What's he like?
Kind.
Good. Good.
Are you all right?
Yes. I haven't been sleeping very well, and I keep having this apocalyptic dream. A terrible.
So, just to context, he and Freud's falling out was over this idea of dreams. He pushed on Freud that everything wasn't about sex, right? That there's something deeper, subconscious stuff like that, existential psychology, right? Freud didn't want to hear that shit, but this chick went behind his back to try to work with Freud, and then end up exposing all their shit that they had going on. And Freud was somebody Jung revered, right? Freud was looking at him like he was going to be his successor. I mean, there's a lot of people around at that time, a lot of different psychologists where they're starting the field, and people were really trying to vie for that position. Freud and Jung were really close, but there was a couple of them around at that time too. So she did something out of spite because he wanted to stop fucking with her that really cost him his relationship with Freud. It helped fuck it up. Right. So one of the issues that they had was coming down to this dream analysis shit. Right. Where Freud would analyze Jung's dreams, but he didn't want Jung to analyze his dreams. Because he felt like, well, you're the son and I'm the father. He didn't accept that shit. He didn't. So it ended up causing a rift with the two of them. So that's why he's talking about this dream that he's having, and she's going to do her psychoanalysis on his fucking dream.
Blood from the North Sea to the Alps. How is it? Eventually it comes crashing into the lake in a great tidal wave. And by this time the water roaring down like some vast avalanche is turned to blood. The blood of Europe.
And this is before the First World War.
I have no idea. Yeah. Unless it's about to happen. What plans?
We've been thinking of going back to Russia.
As long as you leave Vienna.
I spoke to him last week. I can't believe there's nothing to
There's
be
nothing
done.
to be done. The day he refused to discuss a dream with me on the grounds that it might risk his authority, I should have known. After that, for me, he had no authority.
So that's Freud he's talking about. That's him and Freud. They having a heated fucking what do we call it at work? It's not hate mail. I forgot what it was called, but they were sending intelligent but fuck you letters to each other. Show bullshit. It was crying. It was wild.
It was a blow when I discovered he'd chosen his side.
It's not a question of sides. I have to work in the direction my instinct tells my intelligence is the right one. Don't forget, you cured me with his method.
What I'll never accept is that what we understand has got us nowhere. We have to go into uncharted territory. We have to go back to the sources of everything we believe. I don't want to just open the door and show the patient his illness, squatting there like a toad. I want to try and find a way to help the patient reinvent himself, to send him off on a journey at the end of which is waiting the person he was always intended to be.
So that's me with cognitive behavioral. Why I lean that direction, because I want to fix problems. I don't just want to have you there in therapy for fucking ever. That's not the goal. You should be better at moving in a direction that makes you a wholer person, as opposed to just knowing who to point the finger at. Stupid. It's not doing anything.
It's no good making yourself ill in the process.
Only the wounded physician can hope to heal.
That was the line that got me. Only the wounded physician can hope to heal. What did I say earlier in the stream? Why I didn't think people should be marriage and family therapists who ain't never been married and don't have no kids? Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You haven't gone through any of these trials and shit like that to know how to successfully navigate them. That's the line that solidified that shit. Because she was in his institution. She was considered crazy. She couldn't even sit there before like this without twitching and freaking the fuck out and stuff like that. And through what they was doing, she gained some sense of herself, some control over herself. So his line is a barb to both of them. He's saying he's not perfect, and he's telling her, you ain't perfect either. Trying to be a therapist and help people. You know that.
I'm told you have a new mistress.
And now she's going to be salty.
Is that right?
What's her name?
Tony?
Is she like me?
No.
She's an ex-patient?
Yes.
Jewish?
Half Jewish.
Training to be an analyst?
Yes.
But she's not like me.
Of course, she makes me think of you.
How do you make it work?
I don't know. Emma, as you've seen, is the foundation of my house. Tony is the perfume in the air.
Complex relationships. So she made a mark on him. She made a mark on him, so much so that as a psychoanalyst, he understands that, no, this woman is not like you, but she is a reflection of you, because he found somebody exactly like her, because it affected him. He actually did love that chick.
She was an imprint.
But she didn't describe, yeah, she was an imprint. She didn't describe her husband to him, but I bet her husband, because he was a therapist too, he was like young. He was like young in some kind of way.
My love for you was the most important thing in my life. For better or worse. Made me understand who I am.
Yes.
Sometimes you have
See?
to do something unforgivable.
And the unforgivable thing he did was broke it off with her, even though he loved her ass. He kept his fucking family and everything else, his practice and all the rest of that shit, and damaged his relationship with Freud and stuff like that to get that bitch away from him. He had to. She was crazy. But that's what happens when you sleep with your fucking patients.
Yeah.
But the dangerous method, that's what's from the movie A Dangerous Method. The method that he found was she liked to be dominated sexually because of the shit that happened in her childhood. And that's what she got off on. And learning that with her and exploring that with her is what got her to get control of herself and be able to become a psychoanalyst and stuff like that. So it's the same thing with Christian Grey. His weird sexual proclivities gave him the focus to be able to do the great things he did in his life. Same thing with John Gray in 9.5 Weeks. His weirdness sexually gave him a degree of control over himself to do what he did. So psychologically, it's interesting how he got to that point, but it's more interesting what made him get to that point.
Exactly.
And what comes out of it, which is the more fascinating part. It's like, okay, what the fuck? Yo, this is mean. This is abuse. These are victims. These are not fucking victims, dude. People figure it out themselves in some senses of the world. So it's a different movie. Like I told you, I watch a bunch of shit. I'm a cinephilic dude. I'm a cinephile. I watch movies and not just geek shit. I watch all kinds of stuff. This is not something that you would think that would be any interest to me because they talking about 20s or whatever, Vienna and stuff like that. I don't give a shit.
Post.
Yeah.
Pre-World War One.
Pre-World War One. So it's more interesting what's happening because contextually, like he was having this dream. That was about the war happening. And if you understand who Carl Jung was, he did a lot of stuff into what do they call it? I'm forgetting the word now. I just said it. But he would dive into himself, basically. Right, where he developed his fucking theories. And one of those is having that, that astral plane understanding of what's gonna happen. Right? Because he'd do drugs and shit like that. So it was a bit interesting. The movie went into some shit, but where was this part? Let's see. I can show this part because it's just fucking words. Don't mean shit. It's just words and motherfuckers don't read nowadays anyway.
This came out in 2011. Okay. Got me interested. I might check this out.
Otto Gross was another psychotherapist dude. That is weird. Yeah, 1930s, 1920s, 1930s. Sabina Geheim. And she was killed in Russia in the 40s. It was World War II. Yeah, the crazy peace leave hits different. Oh, wait a minute. I missed the part. Andre right about that. It does hit different. Especially when they poke you with a knife.
Huh.
So Paul Young suffered a prolonged nervous breakdown during the First World War, from which he emerged to become eventually the world's leading psychologist. He outlived his wife Emma and his mistress Toni Wolff, and died peacefully in 1961. I thought I lived a long time. That was the clip from A Dangerous Method. People was weird. Crazy peace leave. I try not to call her my crazy ex, but that's what it was. That shit was crazy. I had to pull myself away from it. I really did, because that shit would have me in all kind of shit, dude. I really did. It was tough. It was tough. Felt good. It was tough. Can I have somebody fucking with my dark side like that?
And that's kind of funny when you talk about a person like, male or female, you're not the victim because you chose to stay. Because okay, when you're going past the point of no return, or you're getting the hackles on the back of your neck standing up, and there's a problem, but somehow you decide to stay. You're kind of like in El Mariachi, where Antonio Banderas is telling the bartender, "Hey, if you want to go, go. But if you want to stay,
you want to go.
You want to stay." And that's when you say, "Okay,
it's on now, motherfucker. Look, you went for the shit.
You invited the vampire into your home now. Okay."
Well, you're gonna get what you get. That's why I don't fully believe in a lot of this victim narrative, because you can be a victim of your indecision or your bad choices too. Victims for me are children because they don't really have a choice. They get subjected to things, right? Because they have no control of the situation. Adults, in some senses, can't really be victims. To me, in some senses, like if you in prison and 5 dudes come in and kick your ass and take what you thought was your manhood from you, you was victimized, motherfucker. You was victimized.
I mean, if a person's if you have an adult that's a weakened state, like elderly, or a person that has a mental disability or physical disability that they cannot defend themselves. But if you know right from wrong, hot from cold, up from down, all right, come on. Really?
Yeah. So when we talk about how this relates to geekdom and stuff like that, these people using other groups as shields for their shitty projects, they're victimizing those people that they're using as shields. They are. They're taking their agency away from them because they're trying to tell you where their ire or where their protection should go. Nobody gives a fuck about Leslie Hedlund being gay. Nobody cares about Amblin Sternberg being non-binary lesbian. Nobody gives a shit. That's why they keep throwing it in your face so much, because nobody asked about it, because nobody cares.
You know what the funny thing is? Bo DeMayo put out an amazing season. After a while, him being gay, it was just an afterthought. It was like, oh, you know what it was? Here's a funny thing. Elton John, George Michael, Freddie Mercury. These men all came out of the closet. For a hot 5 minutes was controversial, but before they even came out that they were gay, they put out great music. Afterwards, they put music out. 2 of them are dead, 1 of them still alive, and they still created music. 2 of them still created music to their death. 1 is still creating music now, and the man's in his 70s. So we just want to hear great art from you. After a while, people don't care. It's like, oh, I remember somebody said, oh my God, man, you listen to Freddie Mercury, he's gay. I'm like, so I'm not supposed to listen to somebody who's gay. I said, there are a lot of people that you realize that. I said, answer me this question. If a gay guy you knew built your house, you're not going to live it because it's gay, because somehow he put the gay virus in it because he was building the house, because he tapped on the nails and he painted it a certain way.
Look,
a gay plumber put the plumbing in. So what do you think? The gay virus is going to ooze in through the pipes and come out?
Yeah, the pipe goes sideways.
Yeah. So if I like Elton John's greatest hits, somehow I'm just going to turn gay.
No, I like Elton John music. I like George Michael music. Freddie Mercury can kill it. He can sing. I don't give a fuck if they gay. Look, they not into me and I'm not into them. Exactly. That's not why I'm liking them. It's not the main point. It's not the main focus of who they are for me. It's not.
Exactly.
I don't think it should be the main focus for them. But if that's your life and that's how you have to identify with your life, that's cool. That's your business. It's just not that for me.
And the funny thing is, and I hated that because it was projected that he was gay. I was like, okay. And like for a while, because before, and I'm talking about Bo DeMayo, before X-Men 97 came out, because he got fired from Disney. And then the OnlyFans thing, I'm like, okay, Dad, what happened? Like, we were all making jokes. What did he do? Was it this? Was it that? And then they showed him, and people were making jokes. Oh, he's one of them big, buff diesel, masculine-looking gay dudes. I'm like, really? Now we're gonna go down the gambit of everything, and it's not like, okay, before he even came out, now he's just the gay writer of X-Men 97. Oh, he's going to put in a lot of this and a lot of that, and then all of a sudden he puts out a masterpiece. Then I'm like, all right, where are all the gay jokes at?
Well,
where's all homosexual innuendos and whatever is going on. No, he put out a great product.
Yeah, and that's why most people didn't review it till later, because they walked away from it just because he was fucking gay.
Yeah, and I was like, really?
Oh, it's a black dude and gay? Yeah, I'm out of there. Well, that's like I told you guys, we'll watch these reviewers and see what they walk away from and what they stay for. So usually you can predict what they're going to walk away from really easily, unfortunately. So they weren't even watching the show. And when it hit, all they could tell you about, well, who ain't watching it?
Exactly.
Which I thought was the funniest thing ever. Like, you never done that for any other show.
Because my thing is, you just want to be on some shit and create controversy, like a little
Yeah,
bitch.
you got to pivot because it's good and the fan base likes it, and you was on the opposite side of that shit. You thought you were leading them in this direction, and they went the other way. You was like, well,
we got to regroup now. What can we do?
Yeah.
What can we talk
How can we
about?
salvage this? How can we spin this? Well, more people would be watching it if you hadn't done all of that bullshit. Shut the fuck up.
And the funny thing is, like, more people? I said, man, get the fuck out of here.
Whatever, man.
That was one of the best high-rated shows that Disney had. People were the first two shows were great. When people kept saying episode number 5 was the best, and it was breaking down, like when it first appeared, people were like, yo, no, you got to see this motherfucker. No, I ain't telling you shit.
Well, you know what the funny part about that whole thing is, Malika? You know what I never heard from anybody complaining about? I never heard them complaining that they killed a white boy. One character died in that shit, and nobody said shit. Nobody complained about all this is racism or any of this other shit because they killed the one cool white boy on the squad.
Exactly.
They didn't say shit. Not a damn word. Like, I thought y'all that was a big deal for y'all. If they wasn't put up there and promoted, they kill them off. You didn't say nothing about that shit.
No Cajun fundamentalist groups came out.
Nope. No tiki torches, none of that shit. Nope. They killed a Southern white boy and nobody said shit.
No voodoo and voodoo. People from New Orleans came out and wanted to cast spells on Disney. No, nothing.
Nope.
Nobody was getting tilted with crawfish and gumbo and jambalaya. Nothing.
Yeah, no, they didn't do shit. They said nothing about that shit. It was just, damn, that was a good show. Yeah, it was, because shit like this can happen and still be good.
You can see well-wishers put leather trench coats and a bunch of playing cards and cigarettes.
No memorials, no vigils.
Nobody spray painting Remy lives forever. Hashtag for Remy. None of that. Nope.
Yeah, exactly. Hashtag
for Remy.
I don't know. They might have did something because the price of crawfish went up this year to damn near steak and lobster price. So I don't know. They might have did something on the line.
And it's the same ones they've been pulling out of there the year before. But the water gets spicy. What happened?
No, that's your president, President Biden.
Yeah,
that's him.
Nah, they said something about this a shortage, and so like the price went up like $5 a pound to like $15, $16 a pound.
Ooh,
fuck you!
I'm skipping this year. I would not have no crawfish boils or nothing this year. I will be chilling.
Yeah, fuck you. It's the same crawfish that was there before. Did y'all produce? You got a shortage? Why? Did you produce less of them? Artificial inflation?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, they saying something happened to them this year. I don't know. I ain't.
It was funny that there was a lot of jokes. Bill Burr last night was making some jokes in Berkeley about Biden and politics. The motherfuckers was taking that shit and laughing. I was like, good. You got the right mind state then, because some of this shit is ridiculous. He said, what do? We have a dementia patient and a felon running for president. I was like, bro, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
That's fucked up.
But he pointed it out. He's like, look, if you have a dementia, I told you what did he say? I said, I tell you that my mother is experiencing dementia and you feel empathy for me. And in less than 30 seconds later, when I say something about our president, now y'all all tightened up all over again. Now it's like, oh, fuck that dude. Like, damn, empathy comes and goes really quickly. Oh my God, that shit was messed up, dude. It was true. I mean, what the fuck? That's the best jokes.
I would have said, wait a minute. So, all right, you got a president running for that you're saying that's a felon. Okay.
Mhm.
This country was founded by criminals, man.
Thank you.
So I mean, that don't mean nothing. Why are you tripping?
That don't mean shit. Look, I've talked about it. I don't like talking about politics too much, but I said it before. These motherfuckers are so scared about this motherfucker getting back in office again. And since he has made statements, the interview I was hearing him talking to Dr. Phil about what he can do to stop this motherfucker from actually, if he gets in there carrying through on the threats that he made, like he gonna go after his political enemies. I'm like, the fuck y'all doing right now? What have you just done? You just did that. You brought that on yourself, man. You better hope he don't get in there because he coming. He coming. He gonna be looking for you, motherfucker. And that's just what you brought. You should have left that motherfucker alone. Let him run his campaign and lose if he was gonna lose, and go about your business. But no, you want to keep fucking with that dude. Trying to embarrass him and keep him from being able to be on a ballot. Like, motherfucker, you can write anybody's name on that bitch. And if enough people write your name on it, Leica can be the president. Just it's just the way it works. So all your efforts can be for naught. So you better hope you don't win. Because he will be coming after your asses, and I wouldn't be mad at him for doing that shit. Yeah, it seemed petty as fuck, but it seemed just as petty as crawling through all the shit. And the only thing you came up with was some chick, and he didn't do this. It's like, really? That's all you got? That's all you got? The whole government up this man's ass, and that's all you got? He paid a chick not to say something? Get the fuck out of here, dude. That is the lamest fucking case I've ever heard of. Jonathan Majors should be standing up and saying that shit is lame.
Politicians been doing that since the beginning of time. Come on, man.
Oh my God, dude, this is the lame.
Yeah, if you ain't stealing money or you ain't got side chicks, you shouldn't be in the presidency.
Well, you shouldn't be in politics, period.
Politics, you're doing it wrong, apparently. Like, you are not effective because ain't nobody offering you no money, no backhanded deals, and no bitches. So you obviously ain't an effective politician at all.
Nope.
You don't swing no vote on shit. Not McDonald's or Burger King, not what ice cream you want, nothing. They don't care. You are ineffective. Excuse me. Stop poking the bear. Pun absolutely intended. Yeah, that bear shit keep coming back on these motherfuckers. I'd rather be a bear than a man. Okay, then go get mauled. Go get mauled.
Then they go.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
Would a man rather talk to a tree or a wall instead of a woman?
We always talking to a tree. Unless you're talking to your homeboys, you're probably talking to a brick wall. Some of the shit don't resonate. The best joke that I heard, and I'll close out with this like he closed out with it, was from Bill Burr last night. He was talking about his son. And understand he got some mixed kids, right? He a ginger and he with a black woman. Nice looking sister. So he got some ginger mixed kids, right? And he's talking about his son is like 3 or so, and he's using the bathroom, and he's in there when he remembers potty training him and stuff, right? And he says, son's using it, gives him a napkin, and says, okay, wipe your pee-pee or whatever. And Bill Burr said something I didn't realize, that he was abused. He was molested before, right? So he gives his son baths and stuff like that when he's little, but he never touches his penis and all that shit. He don't do that, right? So he gives him a tissue to wipe off his, wipe your penis. And the boy, when he's little, he was going underneath his shit and like wiping like he got a vajayjay, right? It's like, no, what are you doing his balls, right? So he gives his son this napkin, telling him to wipe his pee-pee. He said, and my balls. And he's like, where did he learn that word? But then he thinks about it. He probably learned it from him because when he was potty training him, that's what he told him. Like, no, he's just fussing at him. Right? No, you're going wrong. You're touching your balls, not your balls, your pee-pee. Right? Trying to tell him where to go to wipe this shit off, right? But now at 3, he's actually proud of that shit because it shows that his son was listening. Son listened and learned. And he knows, yeah, you got balls. You got damn right. You got balls, man. Yeah, boy, let's get up. Right? That it's those simple things that make men happy to understand that people listen to what the fuck you saying. They respond to it. They learn from it. Most of the time, everybody else, you're talking to rocks. You're talking to brick walls because they're going to think what they're going to think most of the time. Leslie Headland, KK, Amanda Stenberg, they're going to think what the fuck they want to think because they are pissing in the face of people who made this franchise a franchise to be worth buying. And it don't matter what the fuck you tell them about. This is not Star Wars. This is not the Force. None of that shit. They ain't listening because you are talking to a brick fucking wall. If you know what Gumby is, you know what the blockheads are. Okay, it's the fuck you to the back of a bunch of blockheaded ass chicks just wanting to do what they want to do. Well, they're gonna have to have their way with it and destroy it. I'll watch this next episode of the show because right now I guess I need to buy a bag of marshmallows too and watch the weenie roast because I didn't drink last week because I wanted to go to work. I should have had a drink. I'm not gonna have a drink. I can't promise I'm gonna have a drink this time. I'm not. But I will watch it, and if I need one afterwards, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. It's just gonna be what it's gonna be. So I hate politics. Everyone's lying to themselves. Yes, they are, and trying to fool you and believe that you're stupid. I dislike politics because it's not about, to me, can't say this for sure. It's not about, it hasn't become about really doing anything for the populace. It's really about extracting money from your ass, extracting your resources from you, keeping you as broke or poor as possible to get you to support these causes that ain't really about shit. We got something going on in California right now around my job that there is a group of people out promoting and trying to get petitions for this thing, for this bill that they want to put forward about making this new affordable housing around my job. They're pushing that hard, right? Random people sign this petition. But what most of these motherfuckers don't know is that this thing that they're trying to make sure happens, no, it's for housing. It's not for fucking housing. This company that's saying they doing all of this for housing is a shell company amongst other shell companies for the Chinese government to take up and buy land around military bases. That's not okay. But your government is pushing that shit like it is a good thing. No, they ain't trying to build shit. So
spies into
exactly trying to get close enough to see what the fuck is going on. So no. But they're so useful as idiots, they're gonna push this shit and try to make it. No, you're just against housing for people. We don't need no fucking housing. We got enough fucking homeless. You ain't making houses for them. And who can afford this?
I saw one of those houses the other week at Lowe's or Home Depot. They got them for $10,000.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
The concept of public good left the building a long time ago. It did, because it's never about the public good. That's why I say I'm an independent and I don't vote for tax increases because I don't believe in fucking myself. I don't. I'm not going to turn around and bitch at somebody else for something I voted for that's going to screw me because I couldn't see further down the road to understand this is not going away and this is going to keep increasing year after year. And I'm going to forget about it in the next 4 years. And they're just going to keep running that shit. Why is this so high? Why is this so much? Because you voted for that shit, you dumb fuck. It's still there. It ain't going nowhere. It just saying it's a puppet show. And you got to be a kid to not see the strings. It is. So that's why I engage in it differently. I'm engaged in it for my benefit and the benefit of my family, period, the end. And whoever talking that good shit, that good bullshit, like paying a prostitute, tell me it's the biggest dick you ever seen. Tell me, bitch, I'm paying you for it. Yeah, I know it ain't, but you can tell me what I'm paying to hear that good shit. Tell it to me. Oh my God, that is the biggest I ever seen. I never had one. Yeah. Whatever the fuck. I want all that shit. I want the whole sales pitch. So I don't believe. I can't believe him. I know better. I can't. And that's where I got to with doing my political studying and shit like that back in my 30s. That's where I got to. It's a fucking puppet show. I can't be arguing about this shit. It's hard to take it seriously if it didn't affect my life in some kind of way. I would not be able to take this shit serious at all. It would be like watching these fucking acolyte show. It'd be no
comparison.
Bunch of screaming harridans. Come on, man. No, the world has kings still, and they are behind the scenes making all the decisions. It's always people. Here's the thing. I don't even get mad at that because there's always some people, a small group, making the decisions. You know why? Because it ain't fucking committee.
Nope.
It's not a community meeting. Everybody don't get a voice in this shit. They don't. You got a household. You got 4 people in the motherfucker. Who has the most say? Your kids? The dog? Your wife? Or the motherfucker who's gone most of the day doing the fucking work and earning the money? I'm sorry, that's just how shit works. Hierarchy has a pyramid. And any pyramid is smaller at the top. You can't have it the other way. It don't work. You can't have a whole base controlling the point. It'll never get anything done. Never. You got 2 chicks over in Star Wars giving the whole fan base the middle finger, and they trying to run shit. But they the ones in charge. That's why they got this dumbass show that none of us want to watch.
And that's why the foundation is crumbling, because they didn't build it on a good, solid foundation.
They don't even have a foundation. They building their bullshit on what somebody else did.
And they're destroying that foundation.
Without even using the same amount of research, introspection, and writing that George Lucas did to make this shit. Without doing none of that. But they think they're doing something. But they in charge. They getting to run this shit into the ground. Yeah, a few people, but they the ones in charge. Don't like it? Get them fired and take their job.
That's kind of like in conjunction, like when you were talking about the Wachowskis with Sophia Stewart, like you said, any IPs that the Wachowskis did of their own, besides them doing the first movie. What was the first movie that they did? With, when they did Bound, that was cool because it was an introduction to them and it was all right. But it's kind of ironic, and I think it's karma for them because when they did the last Matrix movie, it's like, okay, what's this bullshit that they put out? Oh, because they're on some other shit. And they had to try to be creative. And now, because they have chosen alternative lifestyle and the mindsets are different, and they become Hollywood, they don't have anything. And like I said, they might have not been that really original and creative from the start. Because like you said, let's look at all of their other movies that they created and that they done. You know, okay, they chose other comic book movies, other cartoons, other different IPs, and it was some was all right, and some were like, really? Ugh. I just wasted 2 hours and 30 minutes of that. Ugh. Wow, they gave them 50, 60 million to make this shit. Okay, but now you realize was there really any strong foundation for them from the giddy up? And Now, take a look at what we got now with how the way we see what the Star Wars IPs are going.
Oh shit! I forgot they did that movie.
What?
I was pulling up the filmography. I forgot they did the movie Assassins with Sylvester Stallone and Antonio Banderas.
They
I like that
produced
movie.
that or directed that?
I think they directed it. It's 95.
Well, now you got me interested. Okay, hold on.
No, it's directed by Richard Donner.
Okay.
Maybe they did a screenplay for it or something like that.
It says
Either
they
way.
All right. So
Here, I'll show it to you, but I want to get out of here in a second.
I'll check it up on my own, man.
No, I'm showing it to everybody else, not just you. There you go. Matrix, Cloud Atlas, Matrix, Jupiter Ascending, Bound, Matrix, Speed Racer, Animatrix, V for Vendetta, Assassins. Second Notice, Ninja Assassin, original property. This is just still Animatrix. Disclosure, I never saw that shit.
Really? You never saw that joint?
Matrix. Well, this is Disclosure 2020, so that's just recently.
2020, not the old.
Yeah, it's not the Disclosure with what is it? Demi Moore, I think it was. Sensei. Most of this is all Matrix stuff. So where's they? Told y'all where is it? Remakes of other people's stuff and just Matrix stuff. They've been eating off that forever.
Yeah.
It's just what it is.
Matrix.
What was that?
I said they needed enough to pay for the surgery.
He said they
Yeah,
pay for the surgery.
Yeah, they got enough. They got
My God,
enough.
I'm like, you've been sucking off of Sophia Stewart's tits for the past 30 years. God damn.
There you go. I shouldn't put this up because somebody would think I'm fucking shaming them. I'm not shaming them. I just think it's interesting how this shit.
Dude. Be careful.
You look up Lana and Lily and Lana, you'll see what they turn themselves into. And for me, they could have stayed goofy looking dudes.
I think I saw him at the cantina.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, yeah, they could have stayed goofy looking dudes because that was not an improvement for them. But if they feel better about themselves, rock out, man. Rock the fuck out. It's a little different for me, but it's not my life. I don't have to live it. But I guess we'll see what Matrix number 5 looks like. Bullshit. That's what it's going to look like.
What deal with the devil did you make?
Yeah. They didn't make a deal with the devil. They just get to come back and do some shit. Because that's a franchise somebody else won't come in and take over.
I wonder why.
Yeah, because they won't let them. See how the input has improved the franchise. Hasn't. Disappointed. But you guys got some final thoughts? I'm going to go ahead and get out of here and get myself some lunch. Check on my papa. See how he doing.
Yeah, I hope your father feels well, brother.
Yeah, I hope he's doing better. I just got to see what's happening with his ass. He had his breathing treatment yesterday. So we'll see what he can tell me about what the doctors are telling him today. Peace to you, Donnie Mackie, and blew in here and blew out hella quick. You know, he did a high buy on my ass.
Did a drive by on you.
Mm-hmm. I've got what time is it? 4:00. BGS got a. I know BGS got to have a Patreon stream going on right now.
Oh well, I really ain't gonna say this. Thank you for letting me to come up after work, man. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go get this Kindle of the book this week, and I'm gonna dive into it. So at least like we can compare our thoughts, and I'll probably check out the movie too after I read the book. But
Definitely.
you know me, man. The funny thing is, The last time I saw the movie, I think it was maybe about 2 or 3 years ago when I still had the DVD and it was the director's cut.
Hmm.
But I don't know, for certain things, like, certain movies, I have the mind of a steel trap, man, or a Vulcan, and I can remember shit. But for other stuff, I don't. I'm like, oh God. Try to make me do long division, I'd be standing there, stumble like I'm looking at Arabic. But like, if you ask me, well, what happened in this movie, and I give you everything, who the director is, when it was made, and all other stuff. But hey, I don't know. But no, I'll get my notes and everything together for the talk about the 9.5 week subject, book, and movie.
Hmm.
All
See if
right.
we can see if we can get Toya in on that shit, because I would love a woman's perspective on this shit.
Yeah.
It's just we just dudes, right? But a woman would have something to bring to this shit, because it's something closer to what a female would experience. Because I don't have that perspective, because I've never been a female.
Neither have I. Funny.
I don't pretend to be. So I know certain things about females, but actually having a female's perspective on it, I do not. So I would really be interested to see if I can get a female to read this shit and respond to it and articulate her thoughts and feelings on this shit, as opposed to me saying what I think it is.
And if you can get her to see the movie too, if she hasn't seen the movie.
Yeah, the book and the movie would be beneficial.
Because I know she said she had read the book, and I think she said she had seen the movie too. Because I keep forgetting, like, she said she saw the movie when she was young, and I keep thinking that she's younger than us. So I'm like,
She is.
and I'm
Yeah,
like,
she is.
because I'm thinking like, oh shit, yeah, she is younger than us. I'm like,
Yeah, I'm thinking, no, we giving you props. You playing up at the same level as us, right? I was like, oh, that's right. Got to go back and
when the movie came out. I mean, yeah, I mean, I wasn't a baby, but I wasn't that old either. Though. Like I was,
well,
they have people.
Yeah, I told the professor yesterday, I said, I've watched it, but I've never watched it with a female. I've watched it. I just never watched it with a female. And I'm a grown ass adult now. I might as well. Like, how you feel about this? I'm curious. Let's discuss. Let's discuss.
I told her, come on, let's watch the movie in the refrigerator while we putting away groceries.
Shut up. Hey, I can tell you this. I didn't tell you this before. I took a lot of what I wanted to be as an adult, as a teenage boy watching the movie. I took a lot of what I wanted to be as an adult to heart from that shit. I really did. I used a lot of that shit.
We've all used a lot.
When we were talking about it, and we were talking about how it was actually damaging, I was like, was it damaging? I was like, is that what them bitches was on? I got to check myself. Maybe I was giving them a little bit too much. I've done some of that shit. I have. So
well,
it's like,
okay. Well, the thing you were telling me, because you were coming from it from, well, first of all, because we're talking about two different personality types.
Mm-hmm.
You're more bolder than I am, and you're more direct than I am. That's just personality and character, right? For me, when I was seeing the movie, I mean, everybody was, because, when we saw it, we were like going in our preteens, right? Then then we get to it in our teen years, we're like, oh, everybody's got to watch this, and be a bunch of teens. If there's a bunch of guys who go, oh, let's put on 9.5 weeks, and everybody gets twitching and all the other stuff. Then as you get to an adult and you start seeing stuff, and like I told you, when he started acting up, that's when I turned it off, because I wanted to deal with the fantasy of him being romantic and him charming her. Then I had to go deeper in thinking, like, hold up, there's something deeper here, Malika. Don't understand the fantasy, understand what is being told here. And I had to watch the movie in my late 30s. Then I had to watch it again in my late 40s and say, okay. And I'm like, oh, you start seeing stuff, you start pulling back layers. And of course, when you start taking the red pill, you started really, oh God, oh damn, okay, it's deeper, it's deeper. No, she's not really a victim. Why does she stay? Then we start going deeper. And then like me, you, and we had Toya and other people, we were talking deep about that, and people were talking about the 50 Shades of Grey. I said, 50 Shades of Grey is a fucking blatant ripoff of 9.5 Weeks. And I was like, okay. But then we went deeper. You see, and this is what I like, because talking to you and talking to other people, we're pulling back layers and not just talking about tongue-in-cheek sex. We went in deep about it's more psychological thinking. But when I told you I started doing history about that, about it being a book, and the author is talking about her life and it's real life, and you're going into more deep. And you and I said, well, what about the antagonist, John Gray? And what about the antagonist in the book? What he's not just an antagonist or a villain for villain's sake. What's the problem? And like you said, and Toya talked about,
Never saw him as a villain. I never saw him as a villain.
Oh,
he was into some different shit, but I never saw him as a villain. It's
yeah.
like, she there doing shit that she agreed to, just like he there doing shit that he agreed to do. These two grown people.
Consenting
Where's the
adults.
victimization? She show up every night.
Uh-huh.
Every night. He ain't got to do shit but what he asked her to do, and he ain't asking her to do a bunch of shit. Not really. So she was getting off on that shit.
Like I said, Antonio Barris said, if you want to go, go.
You can go.
That should be a
But all this
soundbite.
shit.
But that's that.
Yeah.
That's it, bro. I'm gonna get on my due diligence on my days off, and I'm gonna try to get into this book, read it.
Yeah, it's a quick read. It's a quick read. If you just want to sit down and read it, you can blow through it pretty quickly. It's taking me longer because I'm reading it in spurts. Like I'll read it on my lunchtime if I'm not doing anything. I'll read it when I get home a little bit before I go to bed, right? Or something like that, right? It's just having time to do it without a bunch of shit going on. That's usually when I get to read it. But even with that, it's almost over with. It's almost over with. So I got to fight my urge to try to prolong it because I'm enjoying it and just finish it out and get it done with. That thing. You're like, damn, this is really good. I don't want to finish it.
But you know what? It's a good project, and it shows like for us where we're comparing, contrasting, not just the movie, not just the novel, but also the psychological ramifications. It may be a little bit of social ramifications of two people, because it's not just about her, Elizabeth, the character, or the author. It's about the guy, what's going on with them. And also for us, what will you stand to do and what would you stand to stay? And what have you done in the past to stand to do and stand to stay? And if you stayed long enough, whether it be abusive or not, or whatever, kink or whatever, you're not a victim. Cassie. But I just had to throw that in there though.
I could drop a bomb, Cassie. Like, how long did you stay after that hallway ass whooping?
Cassie.
Okay. Was it the access or was it the lifestyle?
All the above, sir.
Well, I told you what my mother told me. My mother had an abusive relationship. She told me, when you've had enough, you'll have enough. When you've had enough, it'll be over. Plain and simple.
Yep.
When she had enough, that shit was done that day. So that motherfucker knew she was serious about that shit being over with. And she may have went after his ass with a knife, but he got the picture. He got the point. To put a pun on it, he got the point. I guess she was serious about ending some shit. And never had to see that motherfucker from that day forward. Because he understood she was serious. So when you mean it, well, no. That should be done. But thank you, Mike, for coming up. Noir, Rainfire, y'all got something you want to say before I close this out?
No, I appreciate you once again for allowing me to come up. And that was it. Hopefully see you next week. That's all.
All right. Peace, Noir. Have a good day. And if the big the big marshmallow with the eyes keep giving them to you, just ask her next time, like, you must really like me, huh? You tell her like that poetic justice. You tell like poetic justice.
I'm good on that.
You want to smell my dick, don't you? You want to smell my dick, don't you? If it smell like chocolate. You want me to be your Willy Wonka, don't you, girl? You'd be surprised what you hear. You ain't got to want her. You ain't got to want her. Just break that bullshit up. I tell you, it's more fun to me to crack somebody's, facade, in a sense, than it is to have to deal with that bullshit all the time. Because I will throw some outlandish shit out there and just make them just have a like a computer glitch. Like, what are you talking about? No, I'm not into you. Oh, I'm not attractive. I'm not a handsome man. Oh, you don't like dudes. Is that what it is? Like, look, you catch me on one of those days, man, I will throw some straight up curveballs at your ass to break up that whole angry aura you got going on. I don't feel like dealing with that shit. No, straighten it up. I will throw a monkey wrench in that shit and sit there and watch the monkey freak out and laugh because I'm enjoying this shit. It's just what I do, man. Sometimes I got to entertain myself. Sometimes I got to. And if people was being too uptight, sometimes I will do that shit. I made a chick bust up and acting all shitty with me in like a Jamba Juice. But she was asking my fucking name. I said, my name? What? Big Dick McGee. What's your name? Oh my God. Like, oh my God, what? You can call me that sometimes, but you got to, keep it down. Don't tell everybody right now. You is too much. That's what she said last night. So, but it's okay. You can stretch. You had kids and stuff, right? You'll be all right. Come on, man. Loosen up. Look, life is too short to be that goddamn uptight. You gotta be walking around angry at everybody all the time. Chill. Have a laugh. It's good for you. Anyway, what you got, Rainfire? What are you smoking out of here?
All right. Well, I wanted to say again, since you're talking about all the psychological movies and relationships and stuff. If you got time, stream The Lobster. It's a
Stream what?
The Lobster.
The Lobster?
Yeah.
This better not be about somebody with their red ass cooch.
Nah. It's one of those kind of alternate future things where basically, yeah.
Surreal and Deadpan, huh? They said it's on Hulu and Prime. I got both of those. So let's see. Let's see if Rainfire boned up on this shit.
I bet you would like it. I guarantee you will get the jokes. And also, I don't know if anybody remember like the off-brand like spinoffs of like 9.5 weeks that came out. Around that time was like Red Shoe Diaries.
Yeah, I remember that.
And,
shit. What the?
The Black Orchid. And then later the black version for us was Twa.
Yeah, Wild Orchid. Who the fuck?
Yeah, and Twa for us.
Somebody changed my pen. Better not have.
Oh yeah, and this other thing, y'all will appreciate this. I just got through getting my debit card frozen because I alerted fraud because I was ordering T-shirts for Comic-Con coming up this month.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like all the stuff. If I had just waited for my PayPal, so I had to have a long ass conversation with my bank because I wanted
about
to order
T-shirts.
Yeah, because I wanted to order some T-shirts for Comic-Con because I don't do cosplay. So I design special shirts for each person I'm gonna take pictures with. And ooh man, only a geek.
Man, they gave you some grief, didn't they? Okay, I found the lobster on Prime.
Mm-hmm.
So I just rented it. I'll spend $4 on it.
Yeah, I mean it's like it says, it's a dark humor, but the whole deal is just they got it where something happening. Basically, you got to get paired up with somebody by a certain age. So if you don't get married by a certain age, you got two choices: either you die, or they put your brain inside the body of an animal. And like the dude, yeah,
All right, don't say no more. Don't say no more.
yeah,
This
yeah,
shit
yeah.
got me already. I'm looking at how this is how they advertising it right on here. What does it say?
Mhm.
Science fiction, I fucks with. Suspense, I fucks with. Cerebral, I fucks with.
Yes.
Understated, oh yeah, I fucked with all of that. So like I'm 4 for 4. So it's
Mhm.
obviously something I should watch. And it got
Yeah, that's
Colin
why I
Farrell with it.
suggested it. Yeah, that's why I suggested it, because the lengths that some of these people go through to get in a relationship, because it's their last chance to get a relationship, it's funny, but it's sad too. And so you're like, yeah, I can see that happening. I've known people like that before. Yeah.
See, this is why I used to do my Sunday binges, because these would be just some off the cuff movies I would watch, and I was entertained by it. I just wanted somebody else to watch it. But that's what I like, seeing some of these movies at times that just are offbeat or whatever, and seeing what's happening. Like what was it? Friday night I watched The Road Warrior, but then I also watched Some Kind of Wonderful, which is a 1980s John Hughes movie with Eric Stoltz and Mary Stuart Masterson. And it's one of my favorite John Hughes movies, actually. It's just fun, you know. But seeing the actors that are in it, and then remembering that what is it, Elias Cletus or whatever his name is, and Eric Stoltz were in another movie together 10 years later, which was basically all those actors were in a movie again, which was The Prophecy with Christopher Walken. It's like, oh, so like that's 10 years later, they all in a movie again together. That's kind of cool. Nice. So I do stuff like that. I will find links and I will just follow movies out and actors or whatever and enjoy it. So I'll watch Lobster today while I'm eating my pizza.
Yeah. Yeah, I swear you will like it. Everybody don't get the movie, but you will like it. Yeah.
Well, if I don't like it, you'll hear about it.
Hey.
We'll call you to the front and do a whole stream for Rainfire. Like, why did you make me watch this movie? Like, I paid money to watch this movie, bro.
Hey. Colin Farrell makes a good straight man. He that humor in there is weird as hell. It's some other dude that does a lot of comedy in there that's like his.
I know who you're talking about. He was in Step Brothers with
yeah, that guy.
Will Ferrell.
I
The
hate
other
to say
dude,
it,
I
but
can't remember his name, but I know who you're talking about because I saw him come up on the little the trailer. What is his name? It's Robert. It's not Robert C. Holmes. What the fuck is his name?
Yeah, Ricky Bobby sidekick. That's what I'm gonna call him for.
Yeah, Ricky Bobby sidekick. That's about who he is too. That's about who he is too. But appreciate you, Rain5, for coming up. Appreciate you, Noir, for coming up. I'm gonna drop you guys down and close this out right now. So I will watch this Lobster because I'm interested in it right now. So I'll watch it tonight. And
what does it look like? Because I'm trying to find it.
The Lobster,
like black and white used to be. I think it was like a black and white cover with a lobster on there and just working.
Hold on, I will show you because I did pull up the
Yeah, look up Colin Farrell and yeah.
There we go. Yeah, it's on Prime, Andre. It's on Prime and Hulu. There you go. That is the IMDb. Yeah, that's the IMDb picture.
Yeah, that's the one, when I rented it. That's what it was. Yeah.
All right, I'm good. Thanks, y'all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any of these movies that we're talking about, just for somebody listening on a replay, any of these movies that you hear us talking about that we mentioned by name, you should probably go back and watch them once just to see just so it gives you an understanding of who the people are that you're listening to. Because this tells you what kind of stuff that we took in, right? Which forms our basis on what's a good movie, what's a shit movie, what's a good show, what's good writing, what's bad writing. I love a cerebral suspense show. I do. Like, you've heard me talk. I've talked about it on here before, but the show Dark on Netflix that comes from Germany. That's some awesome sci-fi. Very suspenseful, very cerebral, really good tight writing. Good shit. I didn't watch season 2, but they came out with season 3, so I have to go back and watch season 2. I got to go back and watch season 2 to catch up because that story was so good, and it deals with time travel and space and people fucking around on each other and all kind of weird shit in this community in Germany. Bruh, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. I got it because I found it because I was watching Stranger Things, and they recommended it to me as something like Stranger Things. That shit was better than Stranger Things. It was way better than Stranger Things. So, just saying. But anyway, I'm going to drop you guys down and close this out now. Appreciate you for coming up. Thank you for the recommend. I will be checking it out. So, this was the hero's journey, and the hero's journey went through relationships right now because that is what we are dealing with right now. I could be talking about all these TV shows and the shitty shows that are out, but I didn't see the point. I will be watching The Acolyte come Wednesday because the day shifts from Tuesday to Wednesday. I will be watching The Acolyte episode 3 on Wednesday. I will do a Patreon stream on Patreon for it. It won't be live to everybody unless I drop the link in there, just because I don't know what time I'm coming back from work. But the review will be up a day or so afterwards, and that's just the reaction, not the whole review. But you want to see me review the shit, go to Patreon and watch me watching this shit, because that's usually when I'm having my actual thoughts on it right away. Got The Boys coming up next week too. I believe, what day is The Boys? 13th? Yeah, The Boys is coming up. And then House of the Dragon, thank God, is coming up. Oh my God. I'm looking so forward to dragons killing people that you just can't believe. And that sounds really wrong to say, but I am. I'm looking forward to seeing these dragons because these actual people running around with lightsabers and daggers and shit is just killing me. It's just not doing it for me at all. So I'll be looking forward to that. I have not seen Bad Boys 4 yet, but if I can squeeze it in tomorrow, I will go and try to check out Bad Boys 4. To support Martin and Will. Fuck about Will slapping Chris. That was fucked up, but he paying the price for that shit. No man, I don't gotta like his movies. I always like the Bad Boy franchise, so I'll try to get to the movies to see that, so I can give you guys a decent review of it. But other than that, I'm just looking forward to Deadpool and Wolverine coming up. That's what I'll be looking forward to watching. So with that, like I said, I geek out on a lot of different things. Excuse me, geekdom is only one of them. But everything can connect to geekdom, and geekdom does connect to everything. Especially the way these goofies are running it now, injecting all this other stuff. So, with that, I will see you guys next time. I'm artisanmc. I do this every Sunday at 11 a.m. where I will talk about geekdom, life, and everything in between. See you guys next time. Peace.